fucker.
How come you
Can't
look
you
like
see
you
me?
fucking... Fuck no, can't see you.
I wake up to the sounds of the silence that allows for my mind to run around with my ear up to the ground. I'm searching to behold the stories that I told when my back is to the world. Was smiling when I turned. Just
I try to the top, I've been out of shape, thinking out of box, I'm an astronaut. I'm blasted off the planet, rocking across catastrophe, and it matters more because I had it, now I had it. Part of my freaking had to go in opposition, kinda shocking, they run static with precision, I'm automatic, quarterback, and
Death Star. What is good, Raider Nation? Welcome back to yet another episode of Raiders Wednesday Night Live Show. I'm joined by my friends Dustin, Cortez, and Sergio. As always, say what's up, everybody.
Salute Raider Nation. Appreciate y'all showing up. Salute to everybody in the chat. Salute Chili. Salute to all the mods and everybody. We're gonna have dudes joining us from New York to be talking about the Raiders and everything and what they do. We have a lot of things to talk about tonight anyway. So outside of that, we appreciate y'all being here. Appreciate you, Lunatic. Appreciate all you guys always showing up, man, to support us, man. We really do appreciate you guys. Thank you very much, man.
Yeah, 100%. Like I said, salute everyone. Thank you to the members of this panel for showing up as always. Thank you to the mods in the chat for holding it down. I wouldn't be able to do the show without you guys as always. And last but not least, thank you to our viewers for coming on and watching and commenting along with us as we begin our show. We got another great one for you guys as always. Just a quick reminder before we get started. As always, our friend Cortez has posted all the links to our platforms in the comment section. So when you get a chance, if you could just check out those URLs and just tap in with us on all those platforms, that'd be great. Obviously, our first link is going to be our YouTube channel, the Death Star Report YouTube channel. If you could just subscribe to our channel on there, leave a like on this video, comment on this video, and subscribe, that would be great. Our second link is going to be our Twitch channel. If you can follow us on there, that'd be awesome as well. Our third link is going to be our Instagram. So if you could like us there and give us some likes, if you could follow us there and give us some likes, that'd be awesome too. And last but not least is going to be a link to our Discord, the DSR Discord. If you could just check out that link as well and try to join the Discord, that'd be great. It's a great community. We consider it, the heart of what we do, basically. We have all kinds of things going on in the Discord. We have movie nights, we have free giveaways, we have a Raiders chat. We talk about the NFL at large. We have fantasy leagues, both NBA and NFL. So we have a whole bunch of different things going on in there. Like I said, it's a great community. If you just want to chat or if you want to take part in things like those movie nights or those free giveaways or those fantasy leagues, we have just about anything for any kind of person you want. And like I said, it's really the heart of what we do here at DSR. So if you could please check that out as well, that'd mean a lot to us, and that'd be great. And also, just as a last reminder, as Dustin mentioned, we do have a special guest on tonight. I believe he is from New York, and so he will be joining us very soon to give his 2 cents on Raider Nation, where he thinks the direction of his team is going, and so on and so forth. So we're very happy to welcome him on when he does get connected with us, which should be very soon. But
He's
with that,
just trying to figure out how to update and get all that shit going right now. So,
okay, all right, yeah. So like I said, we're patiently
but
waiting.
raise with them. Yeah, raise with them. They're getting it done.
Okay, cool. All right, great. So yeah, like I said, he should be here in no time. But other than that, while we're waiting for him, why don't we just get started on our first topic of the night, which is going to be Cortez's. So, as the thumbnail of this video sort of indicates, the Raiders have been making a lot of moves and making a lot of strides in the wide receiver category. They've been really stocking up at that position, trying to get a bunch of different weapons. For Jimmy G to really have a diverse sort of range of weaponry when it comes to the passing attack, to really flesh out, that side of the ball and that aspect of their offense. So, Cortez, if you want to get us started on how you think the newest signing in that regard, receiver from the Chargers, DeAndre Carter, how you think his role on the team will impact the success of this team, and how you think he'll make a difference for this team throughout the 2023 season. Cortez, you there?
Said he can't do it right now.
Okay,
He's
I guess.
busy. He can't do it right
All right.
now. Hey, Sergio, you want to speak on it? Speak on it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so good. So yeah, I mean, like I said, um, as we discussed, I believe last week about, because obviously this has been rumored for a little while now of them signing him. I think it's a decent signing. I mean, obviously it'll add some depth. Um, I have to imagine that he's going. Once again, as I've said before, the Keelan Cole signing last year was a move that I defended because I thought he did pretty darn well with the Jets the year before, and that's turned out to be a disaster. So you never quite know exactly how a player is going to fit into the system. But having said that, on paper right now, it does look like this is a better player than Keelan Cole. And so for that reason, I'm excited for it. And as Cortez has also mentioned before, his usage as a kick returner, I think that will be useful as well, because then the likes of Hunter Renfro or another player who we might not be quite sure of, having to step up in that regard, given that seems to be his specialty, as well as being a wide receiver. I think this could really be, once obviously assuming that he stays healthy, this could be a pretty decent weapon and a guy who can make a pretty substantial impact positively for this team. So why don't we just go? Why don't we just go around the panel, Sergio? If you want to give your 2 cents on how you think the move will impact the team, whether you like it, you love it, you're indifferent to
Salute,
it.
man.
What's up, man? Salute.
Salute. Yeah, I like the signing. I actually do like the signing, and if he is on the team, he's probably just going to be like a wide receiver 5, or like the punt returner,
Mm-hmm.
or because he was, I think, like second in punts per return, like yards and punts per return,
Mm-hmm.
and he was like, I think, 9th or 10th in most punts returned. So he's a pretty good punt returner, probably better than Renfro. Not trying to say
Mm-hmm.
Renfro's bad at it, but I'm
Right.
getting really tired of seeing Renfro return punts at this point, especially
Right.
if he's getting injured from it now. And they're
Even at
probably
a five, even
they're
at a
probably
five receiver, he had 500 yards. So that's still pretty good.
yeah. So
Are you
they're
guys leaning the
probably, I
team?
don't
Do you
think
guys
they're
want to trade
like
Renfro
anyone that's
still?
going to say that they're, oh, this might be like them getting rid of Renfro or trading them. I'm going to say it again and again and again. They had a chance to trade him. His contract's now guaranteed. They can't
Mm-hmm.
trade him, or else that's horrible business decision making. So they're probably just trying to load up the roster, and they're going to cut players by the time it's training camp.
Wasn't Waller guaranteed?
No, Waller's wasn't guaranteed till later.
Oh, okay.
So yeah. So as I said, so Coach Dave, I see that you're here now. Welcome
Final.
to the show. Hey, how's it going? Thanks for joining us. Good to meet you.
Pleasure, guys. Pleasure.
Onto our show. So yeah, Dustin, was there anything in particular that Coach Dave came on here to say, or was he just going to be part of the?
No, he's gonna be on here and he can speak on this stuff when he gets out to that point in time. So he'll have his turn for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So I mean, if you wanted to go ahead, Coach Dave, and give your 2 cents, I guess, on this current
Absolutely.
topic.
I
Yeah.
think the
Go
time is fine with DeAndre Carter, but
Mhm.
it's like now we have like 47 receivers, 37
Right.
backs.
Right.
I haven't seen a defensive lineman that I would actually spend any money on. I like Tillery,
Yeah.
but he
Tillery.
did nothing last time. I don't know
Yeah.
what they expect of him. I'm right now the very angry fan because I've watched keep building an offense, and the defense has been the problem for decades,
Right.
decades. And you lose Perriman. You think Luce Masterson is actually going to be able to be the middle guy? I like him as a guy who's a fill-in, but I
Right.
don't see him being the guy.
Right.
And you just lost. I think you just lost Billings, so you have no one in the middle. Nobody. You're leaving that poor. You're leaving poor Max and the slowest
Right.
of all, Chandler Jones, to do. Chandler just stands there. And you now leave him being double. You're leaving Max to be
Right.
double constantly,
Yeah.
and that's an issue for me on my end because I don't see an identity, and that's
Right.
what I've seen with this defense. They grabbed cornerbacks left and right. You didn't pick up Rocket Singh for whatever reason,
Hmm.
but I watched Bobby Wagner get a 1-year deal for under $7 million, and I'm like,
Right.
why wouldn't you pick him up?
Hmm.
What was the issue? And you couldn't take and losing Perriman. You gave him a 2-year deal. You offered a 2-year deal. He took a 1-year deal to go to Houston. What does that say about the defense, the coordinator? And that's my thing. I thought Patrick was going to be the guy.
Right.
I've listened to his methodology, and I'm waiting
Hmm.
for to see it. I haven't seen it yet,
Right.
and I don't see an attack defense. I don't, he's not a blitz guy, but you need guys in the middle to stuff the run, to create pressure in the middle, because we've seen time and time again inside pressure actually makes quarterbacks nervous, and that gives Max an opportunity to do his end around or his wide nine like Chandler does, and it gives a chance. You really, I don't see the identity, and that's my concern. I see offensive players being picked up every day,
Right.
not seeing what the identity is. Why are you picking up 17 receivers? Are we going to
Right.
go in? I know what we're looking. I think it's a slant. I think what he's doing is what the Raiders haven't done in years, which is slant patterns. He looks for yaks. I think that's what he's looking for.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
looking
Yeah. Right.
for thing as opposed to the deep pass.
Right.
And I'm not sure. I was very surprised that Hunter is still on the team because I don't think Hunter was part. Hunter has digressed under this regime. And I think it's because the patterns there are the expectations of what Josh has, and I have issues with Josh automatically, are not what he does. He's sort of a freelancer where
Right.
Josh is very
Exactly.
organized. That's why, regardless, this car thing is the vitriol is so bad for this guy. It's not necessarily him. I don't think he fit what Josh wanted.
Right. Well, that was
And
obvious.
yeah, and that's been a
Mhm.
problem for on my end.
Right.
That I don't see an identity. I don't see, as much as I'm not a great Gruden guy, but he said, I'm going to punch you in the face. And that's what I
Right.
wanted to see. I want to see punching in the face. And he tried it. Josh is sort of everywhere, and he's not Belichick. And I think that's what we have to understand. He's not Belichick. And if you're going to come to an organization and think you are, we have a problem because you're not that person.
Hmm.
And anyone who thought that Tim Tebow was better than Jay Cutler, I have a major issue with. Major. So that's our end. And I'm the angry guy in Dylan's and SBE, but it's because I've sat and watched 20 years of futility, and under
Hmm.
the regime we have is Mark Davis. He
Right.
had a guy we thought was the guy, which was Jack Del Rio. He lost
Uh-huh.
it, lost the locker room, and then you had a downhill spiral since, and that's been Mark's issue. Um, and I think the fan base, which is us, has suffered because of it. And I've watched this team when I was a kid in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and today, and have not seen a progression, and I've not seen an identity. There was a fear when it came to playing Raiders. There was a fear coming to Oakland. There's no fear going to Vegas. There's no fear by play. There's no person who stands up, and other than Max, and Max is probably the closest to being a Raider than I've seen in a long time, where his engine is on. I've never seen a guy play as hard as he does every down. He's blowing his out every time, and the support he's had by many coordinators. And it's sad that PG, you think of PG, you think of Paul Gunther. Now you think of, Pat Graham. And
Right.
I'm just not happy with what I've seen on defense. And as much as you build the offense with Jimmy Garoppolo, how many games is he going to play?
Right.
He'll play 17 games. And who's your backup? Chase Garbers? That's a worry. That's a concern on our end. And I mean, we're all diehard fans, and I don't think anyone looks to be negative about this, about Raiders. It's just you've seen it, and you go, why aren't you doing anything? And then I'm reading what Mark's saying about Dave Ziegler. He's learning on the job. What? Is that your answer? He's learning on the job. How come Joe Douglas and I'm in New York, Joe Douglas and Joe Schoen are doing so much more with what they have? On paper, the Jets, who are the Raiders of the West, the Raiders of the East, are just doing more with less, and we have so much more. The cap space, where'd the cap space go? You didn't pay Jimmy. You paid a couple people.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you bring us some great points, Dave. I mean, first of all, I will say, I think as far as defense is concerned, I think the short answer to your question is they're waiting on the draft to draft, guys that they feel will best fit their system and are their kind of guys, so to speak. I think that's why, in terms of free agency, we haven't seen a lot, or even in terms of trades, we haven't really seen a lot in that regard on defense. That's the most likely explanation, if you ask me.
Yeah.
I think that's also why, to your other point about how the defensive line right now, it looks, with the concerns about Chandler Jones, it does, to really flesh out the line as a whole. I think, that's why rumors have been floating around about how they might draft Jalen Carter if he fits them, because at least on paper, he's a big guy in the middle who, the talent is certainly there. I mean, obviously there's all those other, sort of things about him that are concerning, but if he can really lock in as, a professional athlete and play the way we know he can play, he could really help this defense in a lot of ways, especially plug up the middle. And we know that there was some sort of a concern, especially, interior lineman situation, little injuries here and there. So having said that, like I said, I think we should wait until the draft at least to see, because I think that is their plan. And like I said, there are concerns, there is baggage, obviously with Jalen Carter. So a move like that, could end up not coming to fruition like we want. But at the same time, we've also been talking about, are they going to draft corners like Devin Witherspoon or Christian Gonzalez? So, like I said, I think defensively they're going to look to the draft mainly.
Right. And I see that, but my thing, and I think the length of experience that everybody has here as far as the draft is concerned, we are never good.
Right.
The first 3 picks, we have been miserable for decades. And it has nothing to do with who the coach is. It's just how it's run out. We've picked, when you look at, Jamarcus Russell, who we were all, everybody, when Al, God rest his soul, was so in on him, and you're watching the ability of this guy. He was Dante Culpepper plus. And then when you watch him, and then when he put him on the field, he was an absolute disaster area. I watched him. I saw him in Oakland, and I was like,
we all did. Yep.
And yeah, and that's the thing. And my thing is, if you're bent, depending on the draft to build a defense, what's your defense? Then you're trying. My whole thing has always been about coaching and about players. Right. You get players, and you fit your scheme to the players you have.
Right.
Drafting, you're getting young guys, and you're hoping they can follow through. And that's the thing. It takes some time now, especially defense. You may have a guy who blows up, a Devin White, a Max Crosby, a Khalil Mack, first rounder, which was surprisingly, he worked out. I don't know how that happened because it's a Raider pick. And you're not seeing, I don't see the identity. What are we looking to do on defense? You're waiting for the draft is not, I don't think, the best answer. And that tells me I'm my concerns about Josh as a head coach. You're waiting for the draft to build the defense while there are other teams who've picked up major players. Bobby Wagner's a 1-year deal. 1 year. You lost Perryman. You're going to expect.
Yeah, but I don't think Bobby Wagner. So look, Bobby Wagner isn't going to come here. Period. Anyways, we run a multi defense. He don't play in it.
Yeah.
Plus, I think he wants to retire as a CEO.
The thing with Perryman is a 3-4 or a 4-3 linebacker too. And I kept saying this the whole entire time about the Steelers. I said if we were going to go after a linebacker, we should go after Devin Bush because they run the same exact defense as we do. It's going to be easy transition. We ended up going after Robert. Robert's a great pickup. He actually knows the system. He is no different than Tahir Whitehead or fucking Perryman. He is the exact same player. Also, they did the exact same thing with the money as the time went on. One guy wanted more. He moved on from him. He fucking wanted more. Now they're at Robert. It's the same player. The difference is he's more comfortable in this system, and he will knock the living shit right out of you. Like, that dude ain't no joke. So I think he was a really good pickup. Yeah, Rocky Sin. Yeah, that's a loss for sure because of the fact that he could have been a really good add on this piece, but he probably wants way too much money. You think we want to go out there, give this fool $10-12 million, give this guy $10-12 million to come over here and play? Like, Dave ain't gonna give him $10-12 million, and Mafia probably wants that.
And another thing to think about with this free agency and also with the Perryman thing, he's like best friends with the head coach, so it was kind of already a lost situation. But with like how the free agency went, we're like 30 million in dead cap. And thanks to like the Gruden Mayock regime, like we're
just not giving those dudes the money they want. I mean, that's why I'm saying I've said it, I put it out there. I mean, I'm like, I don't care if fucking Jalen Carter's on the board. It's gonna be fucking Christian Gonzalez. Christian Gonzalez is a huger need in our team to solidify fucking a spot within the roster. I've said this numerous times. It's unrealistic to sit here and think you're going to have superstar players at every single fucking level. That's not going to have, 10 of them on every single side of the ball. It's unrealistic. I even said earlier in the conversation, even if you were playing Madden, and just say you had an option at 4 people per side of the ball at superstar. Are you just going to put 4 of them on the defensive line? So your 4 is going to be DN, D tackle, D tackle. Like, that's going to be your 4? Like, if you look at the way our roster is right now, you already have Morik. There's 1. You got freaking Max down, and there's 2. Like, you need middle linebacker and cornerback, dude, to solidify those areas. So when you put people around them, they play way better. David Long's a really good fucking player, and that dude get put on the outside of fucking Christian Gonzalez, dude. That's going to be a great fucking ad right there. Like, we are not far off. And yes, the draft is what builds defenses. Like, I don't know why people change this narrative. Like, oh man, they should change the money from the offense to the defense. They've been doing that shit for fucking 30 plus years or 40 years now. where the offensive side's more heavy because that's what scores points in the NFL. That's what wins game is the offense, the receivers, the halfbacks, the quarterbacks. You know, like, does a defensive player get a stop to end out a game? Yeah, but fuck, it's the offense that's putting up points to win those games. And every now and again, can you get a interception for a return? Yes, but the more money is put to the offense because that's where the more higher scores are, more money. There are
Plus,
plenty of
the
defenses that
league
have been
in today's
built between
NFL, they
50
favor
million and 80 million and been successful in the playoffs, Super Bowls, so on. Like, you don't have to overspend in the defense to become a good team. And if you look at our team, we're not too far off of it structural with that defense. And then, like,
Same
looking
defense.
at Carter, like, you look at Carter. Carter's a really good ad in there, dude. I think he's better than DJ Turner. I like him a lot. He's got a lot of versatility, dude. He's consistent. Like I said, he had like 40, what was it, 42, 43 receptions for 540 some odd yards, dude. He had 2, 3 touchdowns. That's what you want from your five. That's what I said Matt Collins should have been like the ace, the gunner, dude, in that five, getting those yards. That's a productive offense, dude. Like, do we have big flashy names? No, but we have consistency now, dude. Like, every dude on that offense that showed up over here pretty much, I mean, damn near all of them, even this guy. He's played for us. He's played for the fucking Patriots. He's played for the Niners, dude. Like, he's been down. Carter's been down the road in this whole system, dude. You look at Myers, Dorsett, they all know the system. It's consistency in the offense, dude. Like, Josh wants his offense running. He don't want them running into each other. Like, he wants dudes that know this shit, know it like the back of their hands, that'll come out here and play consistent because he believes that's probably where they faltered in a lot of spots. Like, again, I've always said you don't have to have the biggest names to you don't have to have the biggest names to be a great team. It's being consistent all as one. And then to answer your deal, like you're saying about the identity, I think like the identity is gonna have to come with Josh and them. Like, they need to get their team out there first. And like, I feel you about how John came in there. John broke it down, built it his way right away. I get that. I 100% get that. But I think Josh, to be fair, like, he needs to get it to his point to be able to say like his identity. You know what I mean? Like, his
I don't know
players,
if he
his
said
type
that
of
because
deal, and then be able to say that because I think coming in with John's team and then now breaking it down to his team, I think we'll find that out soon enough. I think.
I agree with a lot of things you're saying, but it comes back down to when good coaches come in, they take a team, they assess who they have, and they build around their best assets of the players. Josh can't sit there, and he has no record
Yeah, but I
whatsoever.
disagree with that because that's implying if you have money. That's
Yeah,
implying that we have
it's
cap
a
that
matter
to
of
give you that money to build those players. How do you just come in and write a fucking negative check? Like, you can't go in and build around players you don't have money to build around with them. What he said is fuck those players. I'm gonna build around my shit.
right.
Like, that's what he did.
And has he ever built anything? And that's my
Got to
big.
have a chance to do it first, man. So I mean,
The first draft, they didn't have the first 2 rounds, and you had Neil Farrell and a couple other players, and I just offenses. The way the game is, it's Madden oriented. It's pass, 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 and all this other stuff. But you've got to stop somebody. You had 4 games where you had double-digit leads, and he sat on them. He sat on them, and I watched a defense do absolutely nothing. There was no sense of aggression. There was no sense of urgency on anyone's part. And I'm not worried about Carr and who cares about that. That's gone. There was no ever sense of urgency that I'm going to step on your neck and kill you. It was, we'll get a 7. We have a double-digit lead, and I watched a team fall in the second half. I don't care the second half adjustments. There was no aggressive attitude that I'm going to pile the points on. You sat back. We had a defensive coordinator who played prevent defense the whole third quarter, and there's no other team in NFL history that has ever had that happen. That's under the guise of a head coach. That falls.
Yeah, I've talked about it on this show. I said like you can go back and watch the Arizona game where we played off on Kyler and he fucking ran right by us in the end
Embarrassing.
zone where we should have been in playing on him. And the Rams game we pressed when we should have been playing off. Like these guys do this shit intentionally. I mean, like we can
It
sit
got
here
to the
and
point
put
where I felt like they were just losing
well,
games on purpose.
yeah, and I
That's
mean, we
what I
can
felt.
sit here and beat
I
a
really
horse with
felt
a
that.
dead stick on a conversation that we already know that's what they do. You know, like we know how we feel about it. We know how it went, but that's how it was. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing, and we've talked on that subject like 1,000 times because yeah, it is a deal. But again, I think going this year, like this is the thing I think a lot of people have to think into consideration because I did because I did you know how many times I was on Graham's ass from like week three of this season on this show, and I was saying fucking Vic and Sean the whole entire way, dude, frickin'. But long story short is like even with the injuries, even with the no name players, even with the teams that we played, even with the bad calling, we still were competitive in all those fucking games. You know what I mean? So, like I said, I don't. I think like I don't know. Like I say, I don't like talking about it over and over, but I think at the end of the day, they didn't want to lose in the beginning. At the end of the year, once this, you know, I said after the Chiefs game, I think it was determined at that point that they just knew like they didn't have it all together at the point. Players were injured, but I also think they knew found out a lot of things at that point because, like I said, Neil Farrell came in, dude. He was graded at a 2.5
Yeah. Then they
grade, dude. Fucking
traded
Jonathan Hankins
Hankins.
was traded, dude.
Yeah.
Frickin' Waller and frickin' Renfro. I don't think we're in both in that game. So I think it let them know right away that they were able to compete at a high level, even with a dude like Hollins and Adams only being the receivers. So I think they already had thoughts in mind how they were going to restructure to begin with. I think like when you see things like that and you're staying competitive inside games like those, I've even said the Saints game just seemed kind of sus because of the fact that everybody was talking about leading up to that game that we were fucking at 27.2 points per game, the third highest
We were
scoring
like a top
offense in
five league.
the NFL. And we weren't winning shit, dude. And then all of a sudden we get closed out. You know, like I think there's things like that. And then you look at like Stenham. What did Stenham coming in the game and he went like 70 yards right downfield? You know what I mean? Like it's just weird shit like that. I always think about, dude. But I think this year, if they're building like Josh, I think like when you're looking at the offense where they keep saying like we stalled out in the second half, because that was the biggest complaint the whole entire time is second half, we're not putting up points. I think Josh, listen, look at every single receiver that we picked up. Every single one. Johnson. I think Sims is the only fucking guy, if I'm just thinking off the top of my head, because I would have to look at the roster to be 100% right on this one. But I'm just saying, I think Sims the only guy in the roster that don't know the actual system. Johnson come with Brady, knows the system. Like he ran that shit in there. That's Brady over there calling those plays. He changed it out in that first year over there with fucking Bruce. Like he's probably pretty damn familiar with it, dude. Like every guy that we've picked up, you got fucking, but and then you even including our dudes that we've kept now. You know, when you're looking at Adams and Renfro and frickin' I guess Howard and so Howard, Hooper, and Sims would probably be the only guys out there I would say at this moment don't know the offense. And I can be wrong about I don't know what Hooper or Howard. I don't know like what schemes they've ran in the past, so I can't speak on that. But and I can't say Sims either, but I'm just saying off the top of my mind, those are the only three I can think of that have not been in the system that I can 100% just be like, yeah, they have.
Yeah.
My
If
thing
I
is,
can say, oh, my bad,
please.
you go.
No, please.
Okay, like if I can say on like where my confidence in McDaniels lies in, it's besides like the final game of the season, because to them it was like there's no point of us doing anything, was how the team played against every divisional rival. Like we sweep the Broncos. Yeah, Carr threw 3 interceptions, but we were like right there with the Chargers. And then the next game we're like beating the crap out of the Chargers. and then his first try against the Chiefs, if only the team scored that 2-point conversion, that could have been possibly could have been a win or not, depending on how things went. That's kind of like where my confidence resides. Is like how he played the division. Like in every
Hey, I was all for it, man. When he went for it, I was like, "Let's fucking go, baby!" Like, if this motherfucker gonna try to beat him in their house like this, like, I was
because
for it,
even though we
100%.
lost,
Because that
even though
is
we
smacking
lost,
it in your fucking
I do
mouth.
think the
Like,
game was
that is
rigged
fucking smacking your mouth, dude.
because I
Like,
do
that
think
takes balls.
that Chiefs game to me was rigged because after that, like, what was it? The roughing the passer call. The refs at that point just decided to throw like 7 random flags on us.
Yeah, that was
That Phantom Malcolm Coons call,
That
fucking
Coons
bullshit.
call.
Yeah, that was the end of the game. Was that Coons call? 4th and 15, fucking
Yeah.
bullshit myth, fucking hold. Well, he UFC hold his ass while he walked forward, and fucking they claimed that it was Coons. So I was like, bullshit, dude. Like, but whatever.
If
Yeah.
you
So
watch
like
every
to me,
game,
it's like that's where my confidence is.
yeah. If you watch every game, they can call penalties on anything. But my concern was I did not see aggression pushed by your head coach. When you are up by 14, I want to be up by 28. This is not college. It's not Division 1, not D3. I'm going to hurt you and I'm going to kill you. And that's always been the case when you have to be as an NFL coach. You never lay back. And what I watch, and again, I don't want to hear about Carr because when Stidham, and my also when you talk about Stidham, I mean, he left. He left to be a backup, where he had a chance to challenge to be the QB1, who's in the
Yeah, but he knew he
4
ain't
years.
beating Jimmy. Like, he knew if it was Brady or Jimmy or Aaron, like, he knew. I mean, fuck, he went, and not only that, he has personal friends over there that he went
Oh
to
yeah,
fucking school with, shit
oh
like
yeah,
that. So
absolutely. But you know what?
I think, like, that deal, like, if you're,
Pay me, I'll stay. Pay me more, and that was my
yeah,
thing.
but I don't know if you want to give, why, so look, why would you give him $5 million a year? Because I think that's what Denver gave him, wasn't it? $5
Well,
million
they
a
gave
year?
Mike White 16 million. Then Miami gave Mike White, who played 3 games,
No,
16
no,
million.
no, I'm saying Stenham in the
Jared,
Denver would
but you know
give
what?
him,
But he's in the system for 4 years. He had a
I
four
think,
year he was with them for 4 years, and he knew the system according to what Josh.
yeah, but Chase Garbers, I mean, fuck it, if Chase Garbers and Jimmy know this system. I mean, Chase Garber been in it a full year. Jimmy, this is pretty much the only system
And
Jimmy's known outside of fucking,
I love
outside of fucking Kyle.
I love Jimmy. I think I had a different perspective. I preferred someone else, but this is what you wanted to get for whatever reason. And if you're not going to go for if your 7 pick is going to go outside a quarterback, fine. You want to get Hooker, which is probably the best jersey you would ever get for as a Raider fan, to a Hooker on your back,
It's
your back
destiny.
jersey, which is awesome. I didn't see Jimmy G as being the guy, and I still don't. I appreciate. I think he will do well. I don't know if he did well because of the 49er defense. But I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, and I'll give everyone the benefit of the doubt. I'm concerned about Josh's identity as a team. When coaches come in, they create an identity. Andy Reid has. Grant you, the Chargers, because the only reason why the Chargers are good is because of freaking Herbert. Now you have Sean Payton, who's now going to make a whole different team. He's already put his grasp on it, and a chokehold on the Broncos. Now, what do we have with Josh? And everything I ever hear is, well, you know what I'm saying. I don't want to hear what you know. What do you know? And I want to see progress. And I don't know. We saw progress in that. You had a playoff team with a coach that never was a head coach, that played for him because he was popping. They consider him a pop. They consider him their dad. Like one of the players who left, they consider him his dad. That's a guy you want to. That's a coach you want to play for. Do these guys really want to play for him, or are they playing to keep a job? And there's a difference.
Right.
There's a big difference on want to play for a coach. And I always say that. If I'm going to put my head through a wall, why am I doing it? Because the
Okay,
NFL.
so look at it like this, though. So look at it like this. Every single guy came here willingly for Josh that fast. The top ranked receiver that everybody's claiming that's going to be a sleeper, dude. Hella NFL analysts, dude. Hella fucking CBS people. All kind. People are saying Myers, dude, at 26, coming outside his deal for the last few years, is going to be a fucking sleeper deal here. And he chose here. He could have gone anywhere he fucking wanted, and he chose here right away, instantly. Door set. Fucking every person. Every person. There's no going in there. You haven't heard yet. Not one person, offense or defensively, have you heard say like, oh, well, he's going to come in and then we'll talk about it and then we'll see. They come here, they sign. Like they ain't left and come back. They come here, they sign and then staying here. So
Also,
I
like
think that's a
for
straight myth. Like I think that's a myth when people say like, oh, people don't want to play for them or they that this and that. Nah, that's bullshit because these guys came here willingly. They know the system. They know comfort. They know that's where they had their most success was under Josh McDaniels. Like I've always spoke about this and multiple times about players going other teams, dude, is the more times than not when a player leaves the team, even in free agency, he usually goes to like it's like 80% of the time that when he leaves the team, if he does, he goes to a team he has familiarity with somebody in that defense or offense, whatever that player's skill side is. I mean, almost every single time. So to sit and say like they chose him and choosing Graham, like these guys can sign anywhere, dude. And I mean, Bill or Duke is a fucking sleeper player, a good depth player. I mean, I think a lot of people are going to overanalyze that kid. I think he's a good piece. I think Long's going to be more of the player that we're going to be looking for in that position. I think another good piece right there. I mean, he came from the Niners. I mean, he came from the Vikings. I mean, even with frickin' Flores and them, I mean, like I said, I think they're getting good little pieces here. I mean, that guy, the Robert, I can never say his last name. That's why I never say it. I know it's like still Styla or
Lane.
Delane.
Spillane. Like your spleen.
Spillane. Yeah, so Robert Spillane, I mean, people are going to be very shocked about that dude. The reason people don't know shit about him is, and then talk about him is like, it's easy to talk on somebody nobody knows anything about. Like, if you go and watch the guy's tape and see when he came in here, that he took over Devin Bush's job when he got injured, and he played at a really good high level, dude. He identifies. He doesn't overcommit, dude. Like, Perryman overcommits, dude, and we can sit here and say like, oh, he had 140 tackles. Good. Fucking Tahir Whitehead did too. He had like 145, and he did it in back-to-back years. Like, just because the guy got hella high tackles doesn't mean that he's this great player. Like, Perryman faltered in multiple spots out there. Robert has actual room to grow in the coverage side. Yeah, he's not really strong in that coverage side, but this dude is really strong in the run game. I mean, he laid the fucking wood to Henry, dude. That should just speak enough when you're talking about going heads up when it matters. Like, that's the shit I've always talked about the Raiders over years. Defensively is fucking committing on a motherfucker head up, dude, and stopping him before he gets across the goal line on the 1 or the 2 or in the first down, that because he's right there with 2 yards to go. Like, a dude like him is gonna solidify your ass not getting across that fucking line. When he comes up and centers up with you in that motherfucking center, that dude's gonna know, like, yeah, this guy's about to knock shit out of me. Like, that thought in your mind coming in there, dude, and then buckling down and still know that he gonna hit your ass and stop you. Like, the guy's a great piece. Like, he is a great piece in that line there. So I don't think he is a bad piece. I mean, there has not been a guy yet. If I was to think, like, the only dude I'd probably be like, maybe think, I don't know, but I mean, Epps was a great ad. Epps was a great ad. That's why I keep saying we probably won't sign Harmon, dude. Like, Epps is his replacement, younger, has a better, higher ceiling, dude. He can go longer. Like, Epps is a great ad. But the one guy I think, and it's just depth, I get it, is Johnson, the Buffalo safety. You know, like, I know he's had. Yeah, Johnson, like, that guy has a good, you know, like, he could be, like I said, he's just going to have to go out there and play and see if he can get that spot. He's the only guy, but outside of everybody else, I mean, I've said, like, listen, Ziegler has been saying this for a month and a half now. Every time he gets on a podcast, every time that he talks about the draft, every time that people has brought up free agency, in the draft. He said straight up, I don't want to pay for other people's superstars in free agency. You do not build franchises through free agency. You build franchises through the draft. He said, I don't want to pay for a superstar in free agency. I want to pay for a superstar in the draft. That means he's relying on his talent and his skill set of the people that they've hired, put in there to develop those players. Like, that's a pretty big risk when you know your job's on the line in 2 years. Where everybody else goes over here and makes those big hires and gets those dudes that are like, this guy's going to give me an 80% chance. Like, he's like, no, I don't give a fuck. I don't need him. And I'm getting rid of him. So he ain't fuck. This guy, like I said, they know what they're doing. He just wants more continuity. Like, one big player's name gets hurt, and bam, you're done. Fuck, see you later. Fuck, imagine if Devontae got hurt last year. Fuck, imagine if Jacobs got hurt. Just imagine if either one of those two got hurt. Like, fuck, we're straight. Fuck, like, not even close. We're not even in talks, man.
The cap hampers a lot of people. The cap hampers a lot of teams. But you also always need to have a veteran on somewhere on the offense or defense that solidifies what you have. And if you're going to build a draft, an entire defense based on draft, and I'm hearing that they're going to drop to 7 and look to get Hooker and somehow Christian Gonzalez and get a tackle. I have no idea what they're doing.
I've said this, and I've made posts about this in Instagram, talked about it on our show.
Yeah.
If you can drop and still make sure you're 100% sure you're getting Christian, great. I have no issue with it. I think it's risky though because somebody else can trade up some bullshit, like it's risky. But Malik Hooker, because I've been saying Malik in the third, but I've been talking with a lot of dudes and a lot of people, and I actually think like you better take him in the second, and you might even need to package up and trade back into the first round and go to the end. And this is the thing that people have to remember, which I lost track of too, probably on him is that if Hooker doesn't get injured, man, his gameplay is fucking top 3 easily with fucking Bryce and Stroud. Levis ain't even in the conversation, dude. They would have been Hooker, Bryce, and Stroud in that conversation. Like, Hooker has way more play capability inside of him. And if you're sitting there thinking like, okay, he's healthy, dude, and you fucking do get him in that second round, I mean, listen, I don't like going after quarterbacks after second, third rounds and then say like, oh, that can be our franchise quarterback. I think you're failing yourself massively doing that shit. If we're going to fail, let's just fail in the fucking one pick in the top 5. Like, I'd rather fail there and know that we didn't get it regardless. But when you're going to those, but Hooker in this one, I think is the exception because I was saying, like, I want Darnell Washington, but there's a lot of people in this draft that, you can get another tight end later on that'll still be good, still have blocking, still have passing. But Malik, I say Malik, I fucking don't know why I say that. Him and Hooker, I think you need to get that guy because he can be a guy that your future does rely to. So
it's a good backup plan if Jimmy gets it.
Dude, it's a really good plan that if he does pan out, like he has the run, he has the tangibles, he has the pass, he has the vision, dude. Like, I think Hooker would be a really good at his line, and somebody can trade back up like they did Lamar, dude. When they traded back into the first round for Lamar, like you can easily see somebody doing it on him, and that's where it's going to get risky because this draft is hella defensive heavy, but at the same time, it's like you got selected receivers, dude. You got selected quarterbacks. You got selected tight ends in the beginning. Like as you get later on, they spread out for sure. But in the beginning, like you're having them in a few linebackers the same way. Like I say, this draft's going to get crazy. And even in talks, I've been with a lot of people that Ziegler got the firepower to actually get himself two ones in this draft for sure. And if he has the confidence in him, like I say, don't be surprised, dude, because he's really not losing shit to do it anyways. Because frickin' really, if he came back in the late first, it's just like an early second anyways. So you're not losing shit in there. And we got multiple 5s, multiple 7s, and 2 3s. So, like I said, I would not be surprised to see him do it.
Back when I was many years ago, I coached. I was a defensive guy, And I just don't see Patrick Graham as a person that develops players. If you're going to depend upon a defense based on the draft, and when he was in the Giants, it's amazing how the New York Giants, when he left, got better on defense. And that's a concern for me. And
so in this, I've been thinking about both of these deals, and like with John in the chat, hey, I wasn't really interested in Hooker either, but I've been watching a lot of tape on him over the last 2 weeks. And the more and more I watch on this dude, the more and more I like him. If I would just tell people like go back, watch tape on him, he would be a really good, really good piece at it, for sure. And then like with you saying about Graham developing, I don't think like so. Listen, some organizations, and this should be the perfect example. When Gruden came here, it was me, all mine. Like Al Davis was here, this is mine. This is my shit. This is my deal. Like I've always said, there's certain organizations that have certain coaches, no matter where you go across there, where you're known like, hey, if you go to the Bears, you're going to become a good linebacker. You go to the Ravens, good linebacker. You come to the Raiders, you're probably going to be a good corner with the coaches that we had back then. Like certain places have these coaches that develop those positional needs great. But this is the difference. Like Ziegler is not fucking, and Josh is not fucking Gruden. Like a lot of people got to start getting that out of their minds
It's like
because
I've been saying all
when
season.
it's
This isn't
Ziegler
like a
scouting that
Gruden's
player. So Ziegler scouts that player, okay? It's not Graham. Now, does he know what Graham likes? Does he know how that system runs? Yes, he does. But I promise you, in Ziegler's mind, he's saying, if Graham's ass leaves here, this guy's coachable by the next guy because this is my guy that I evaluated and I fucking drafted. Like that's how he keeps his job. That's why Ziegler's as good as he is he's not relying like they did. Oh, Paul, go make your fucking draft picks, dude. Like there was nobody here that was like Mayock, dude. Like Mayock picked for 32 teams, dude, and he may have hit on some of the teams, but again, I thought about this the other day. You're sitting here hitting on 32 teams and shit like that because you know what's on that player's organization. You know who their staff is. So when you're mock drafting people, it's easy. It's way fucking harder when it's your own team in real life. Like if you're acing shit like that on a TV show, you should be knocking it the fuck out of the park over here. But when that fool projected Clee, that was his first spot right in the fucking face because he was in on that bitch just as much. His Josh Jacobs pick knocked it the fuck out of the park. The Max Crosby knocked it out of the park, dude. Like, did they fail on some? Yeah, but that's why I've always said I hate the draft.
Yeah.
We can talk about that another time.
But how horrible their
I'd rather
drafting
get proven players
was
than draft.
in like the past 5 years. Raiders are dead last in their players that they drafted, how much snaps they played for the team.
Yeah.
Like that's how bad
What was that deal? What was it? It was like 10,000, wasn't it? It's like 11,000 snaps.
Well, they kind of messed
and the
up
next one was like 40,000 snaps.
But it's
like that's pretty fucking far.
It's not just it's one group of coaches. It's been decades when you've watched this organization pick the first when I remember when Darius Hayward-Bay was picked, and I was like, what are we doing? And we went, and again, I worry because you hear Dave Ziegler, the best player available. That's the worst thing I want. What is your need? The need is I want somebody in the middle to crush the center and close up the 1-2 gap. I need the AB gap closed. That's what you need. And I don't want to hear the best player available. And we've seen that. He ran a 4.4. Great. Fantastic. What did he do? He was done in a year, and he was done after 2 years. I want a culture. I want to figure out. I don't see that with this crew. I don't see.
Well, so I can answer that though. So I think we do because I've been thinking about it ever since he brought that up. I think he's already put his staple on it, dude, because he wants to drag slant route all day long. Because you say that he doesn't have his identity. Josh has his identity 100%. Who's all those offensive players? Who are those players? Like those are his players. Like that's his players. Like he knows what he wants. He knows on that side of the ball what he wants.
even besides coaches, like we can question about McDaniels. I will argue with anyone about Ziegler. I think Ziegler with the front office, immediately the moment he came in, I think he was putting his identity. Like, you know how many people he was firing out of that scouting department, out of like the front office, saying like, "Man, you have no idea what you're doing." Like how he sent those scouts to scout players that he scouted and asked them like, "Okay, what do you think of this player?" The moment they said something that probably was suspicious, you're out of here.
Damn right.
Or
I
he's
think
looking
I'm a little excited for Ziegler when it comes to the draft specifically. How they're going to pan out with McDaniels, that's a whole different story. Like I can be nervous like everyone else too.
Problems,
but with Ziegler, especially how he works and like how he's making this front office work a little bit, I'm a little confident with that. Especially how he's got like how many picks did we have before Ziegler came in? Like probably 6 or.
But
and then the moment he came in, we got like 12, and we might get 14.
But my if you're building a defense on picks, you need a stud. You need one stud in the whole group.
I'm telling you, Christian Gonzalez, dude. I'm telling you, this shit remind me of Charles Woodson with John Gruden in '98, dude. Like that, he was a game changer with our whole deal. Like Christian Gonzalez is a fucking game changer, bro. Like that's the dude we need. Like listen, I evaluate the draft a lot more than a lot of people outside of like Sanja probably, because this fucking guy, he just sleeps thinking about people. But at the same time, I mean, when I hone in on certain people, I do it very well. You can ask a lot of people across this whole deal on YouTube and freaking all. I mean, I look at a lot of shit inside there, and Christian Gonzalez he's going to be the truth. I mean, I sat here and had this conversation about Witherspoon. I mean, I'm telling you, Gonzalez is going to be the truth, bro. This guy is going to be the real deal for us. And at that spot, people think just because you get a great offensive or defensive line and that you're bringing all this pressure that you're going to win every game, that's false. Like, this isn't Madden where you hike the ball and your two ends come off the end because you're fucking blitzing hella hard because you spun or pushed up off that fool. In real life, even if they did, if Andy Reid seed you do that in real life, right? This is what Andy Reid's going to do. I'm going to tell you exactly how he's going to beat this shit in the NFL. He's going to fucking tell Patrick Mahomes when he gets him over to the line, he's going to say, "Hey, man, they're blitzing me off the edge like that hella hard. We can't get the pressure out there. We're going to put you out in fucking shotgun, dude." And then going to put his one back behind with his big line. And then guess what he's going to do? He's going to hike the ball, let these motherfuckers come off, ain't going to let his halfback just step right the fuck over here and dink it off. And then when this corner comes up here to commit, he's going to dump it right here to this receiver in the slant because he's going to be wide the fuck open. Like, it is beatable. So when you come across good offensive coaches, they will beat that shit, dude. When you have a good corner
in that sense, because you don't see any quarterback that loses their wide out one and create something that didn't exist.
I ain't gonna lie, I said they were gonna be just as good, if not better. I said it.
I despise him.
But I think the way we beat Holmes is just not giving him the ball as many times. And I think when you give a guy like Christian,
I think that was
this is where Christian becomes dangerous in the division.
Was how Carr's like used to like throw it downfield, score as fast as you can. With this system though, it's kind of like, yeah, it's kind of boring. We're taking our time, but the other team doesn't have the ball. So that's a good start. And I think that's like what is like a good idea to get at on how to keep the ball away from Mahomes is if you have like an offense that's working and scoring, but it's doing it in a slower pace rather than just throw the ball 30 to 40 yards down the field and you can't. The defense, I can agree with the defense. Like the defense terrifies me sometimes. But if you're trying to beat them with offense, I think it's best if you do like what McDaniel's offense is with the shifting defense rather than just throw the ball or just hope someone catches it rather than being an interception or not.
Right. But
but the thing with Gonzalez, like I say, with him, where he's dangerous than Witherspoon is. Witherspoon never identifies the ball, and he moves off the body. He moves off of how the receiver moves, what his motion is, by how he's identifying the air. Christian Gonzalez is that motherfucker that will jump that bitch and take it to the house. He's that dude that if you put it right up above him, he's gonna be looking back already. Like I said, he's receiver corner, dude. Like that dude got mad skill right there, dude. And like I've said this with Patrick Mahomes and so on, dude. When you have a player like him, and let's just say that Patrick doesn't, we don't have the pressure to get at him at 3 seconds, right? Let's say Patrick got to go 4. It's 1 second. When Patrick looks to that side and sees that this dude locked down with Gonzalez, he's limited. And then when this gets repetitive, then he's only limited to this side of the field at that point, dude. Like that guy, dude, you gotta have players like him, man, dude. Like I say, dude, a lot of great teams that make Super Bowls and are great defensively have really good fucking corners to begin with, dude. Like you're not gonna go in there, dude, with no name ass corners. Like this guy, I think, like I said, we'll get him for, maybe 35 million, 34 million. I think, I don't know what they paid the 7th overall pick, but we're going to get him for 5 years at that. And then if he pops off anything of sauce, because he has the play tangibilities massively like him, dude, and how he identifies. And I don't care if he's just a percentage of them in that aspect. You're still getting a great player out there. Look at Rocky. If Rocky was to come here, I bet you anything, like right now, he's probably looking at like 3-year 30 million, 3-year 33 million. Like you're getting this dude for 34 at 5 years. You know what I mean? So I mean, like I said, I think he's going to be a great ad for our team, man, and I think he's a must-have because there are plenty of players in here you can get defensive end, linebackers in the later round. Dude from fucking Florida, 51. What the hell is his fucking name? Fucking
Stevenson. Tyreek
Stevenson, he's again. Is it Stevenson in Florida Gators?
Yeah,
The linebacker.
no, Florida Gators. He's Miami.
It's the Gators. Fucking. Either way, he's linebacker for the Gators. Really good dude. Then you have fucking guy from Sewell from frickin' Oregon. Like you got multiple guys you can get later on that are gonna still be great ads inside there, dude. Like listen. It's hard to say they got a team in the NFL that just got 2 badass fucking dudes like that on the D ends, anyways. And even when you do have them, they're still not winning games, dude. I mean, fucking Khalil and fucking Bosa, probably one of the better 2 tandems name wise in the NFL, and they both hurt all the time, dude. Like I'm telling you, I want the fucking Gonzalez. I think he'd be a phenomenal ad. He'd probably come here in that 0 too, like straight up. And I think that's what we need because listen, Josh got his players through the offense. He probably gonna pick up a player here or there quarterback wise, but he's probably got the majority of his players already.
Yeah, and even with the defense, I can't. I do have to agree with the Graham situation because I do know that if this defense like at least doesn't show improvement or doesn't show like you can at least stop or make some turnovers happen. I want Graham like out mid-season if I don't see any change because
that's also when I listen to his interviews and I listen to Patrick's interviews, and he was always about creating a defense and getting the players to the scheme he develops from the players that are there, and I didn't see any of that. And
yeah, but look at the way that Graham coached the Senior Bowl. He coached that Senior Bowl really good as a head coach with the players he had. He dominated that shit.
I watched defense. I watched a standard 4 rush every day, and I'm like, I don't see a stunt. You blitzed, and it was like bad blitzes, always outside blitzes, no inside blitzes, no stunts inside the middle, no crossing route, nothing. And it baffled me. It baffled me that a defensive coordinator who prides himself on creativity was the most uncreative person. I don't care if your personnel sucks. You find a way to hide them. These are adult males. You can find a way to hide, and your aggression hides the faults your team has. And they had a lot of them. The cornerbacks suck. You know what? I watched Rex Ryan, and Rex Ryan do a line where he had 1 down lineman and 4 standing, just to do. I saw no creativity, and I'll say this about Josh during the preseason.
Yeah, but Patrick Graham is not motherfucking Rex Ryan in any way, shape, or form.
Miami than I saw ever what he did last year. Ever. He had double wides. He had double tight ends. You never saw double tight ends move. There was no motion. There was Jacob Johnson, who is you picked him up. He's a beast, an absolute beast, and you never used him. Never. You let poor Josh have to run and create plays all the time. When Jacobs is in there, he blew up people. He blew them up. He pancaked. And I'm like, what are we doing? My whole thing is I need to see what you want to do. I don't want Patriots 2.0. I don't. You want to be a friggin' head coach. You want to be a person who's no longer a Patriots guy. You screwed the Colts. You screwed the Broncos. I want to see an identity. I don't want to hear, you know what I'm saying. I don't want to see it. I want to see, I'm going to take this ball and punch you in the face every day. And I don't see that from this guy. I see a guy who's like, well, I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure he ran it right down their fucking throat all year long. I mean, unless I'm just mistaken, like, no tomorrow, I'm pretty sure Jacobs had 2,000 all-purpose yards, 1,600 rushing yards. He most definitely ran that ball right down their face, like literally right down their throat.
That was him. Because he has so little work he did in Alabama, which is great. It saved us a ton of things. Because let me tell you, he stood out. He was a man among men for what he did. And that's the thing. I don't see that. I'm going to crush you. I'm going to kill you, take your children, eat your kids, like Tyson. I want to see that from a head coach.
Yeah, but we don't live in the 1970s anymore. Like, that shit happened in the 70s.
I want to see aggression. That's what this game is.
You do that, you're going to get flagged. You do that shit, you're going to get flagged. You can't do that shit no more. That shit was in the 70s, 80s.
I'm looking for Ben Davidson and Phil Villapiano.
I mean, if we look at like I said, Josh has his mystique already, his identity. If he has the players, he already showed you he can have the best receiver in all of football. Even when people were talking Devontae out just coming here, he went out there and just dominated on motherfuckers, even with so-called shit-ass players and team going on. Had the best halfback in all of football, dude, fucking putting a beating on motherfuckers. And then to sit and say that it's all Josh, that's crazy as fuck, dude. Like, even with the way that they had the offensive line, they had 21 line changes. They still were ranked within the top 10, top 12 overall all year long. Jacobs had 1,600 yards. That's Josh's and their game plan in that line. They changed that shit from Josh's or from Gruden's to theirs. That's their scheme, their shit. It isn't Josh Jacobs. Like, Josh didn't go up there and say, hey, bro, I halfback 46, I formation. Like, he did not say that. He didn't create that. Fucking Josh created that. Josh made that motherfucker run that shit on the practice field over and over and over. Like, that's Josh McDaniels shit, not Josh Jacobs shit.
Where was it in the third and fourth quarter?
Who called the plays to get Josh those yards? Who called the plays to give fucking Devontae his yards?
But in third and fourth quarter, what aggression did you see?
I mean, that's why he's fixing that shit right now. That's what I said.
What did you see the team do?
I said it. He ain't going to have stallouts in the second half. Guaranteed. I've already said it. He's going to have a better season this year offensively than he did last year for sure.
Yeah, but it stalled. He sat on 4 leads and stalled.
I mean, when you got Hollins and fucking stall out, I guess that's what it is. I mean, fucking, that's like having LeBron and then it's like having LeBron and then going to like fucking, I don't even know, fucking Gabriel. I guess Gabriel, I guess it would be. Like, it's just not going to be the same.
But he stopped. Every game, if you're, and I say this,
Hey, I said they were tanking that shit. That's why Derek got benched at the end of the season. It wasn't not shit about the $40 million guaranteed. It was about we don't want you winning games. Like, that's exactly what that shit was about. That Niner game was just to show, like I said, defenses are irrelevant in games like that. When you're scoring 37, 34, the defense is irrelevant. Doesn't matter who the fuck's over there. Don't matter who's calling it.
But someone has to make a stop eventually. and somebody has to be the adult in the
Well, and
room.
that's what determines games. And if we don't want to make those stops, when you call press man, fucking single high safety man press, and put Sam Webb up on motherfucking, what's his name, Van Jefferson on the outside with 25 yards, that tells you ain't trying to win anyways. So to talk about it is just pointless because you already know they ain't trying to win that game. I said
But
it.
then
There's
what was the
multiple
what? Why
plays
be
I
on the
can go
field?
back in the year
Why
and
be on the
show
field?
where they literally did not want to win those games. Like easily, easy.
So if you don't want to win a game, and that's what your goal as a head coach, because you're the defensive coordinator, you went there not to win the game. What does that say to the players?
I don't think
You're
that
setting
says
up
anything
not
because
to
they're
win.
under contract. Like I said, dude, if when people bring up those statements, dude, they have agents. They fucking if they have feelings, they can fucking go give that money back at any time. I'm pretty sure
If
their
they give
bank
it
will
back, they
accept that
leave,
money back at any fucking time. Like
like
they
Denzel
got
did.
feelings, man. Then this ain't a game for you. This is a rich man's ass sport that pays you a lot of fucking money. That's what they do because they rich as fuck. And you a pawn in their fucking system until you are no good. You are no longer needed. You are no longer irrelevant. You're running on the sand with Gronk and Edelman, but the NFL still goes on, and Patrick Mahomes is going to be the next fucking Brady. Like that's how that shit goes. You are just as relevant as the last game you played in this fucking sport, dude. So sitting here, like I say, the moves that Josh made now, he made his offense way more consistent right now than it was anywhere close last year. Before the draft, before we're even done in free
But
agency, we
but
still have a
that
month.
but does that make you a better head coach that you cannot adapt
You
to your
gotta have the
players?
chance to go out there. What if he goes out there and has 10 wins? Then what are you gonna say? You're gonna be
I'll be
like, "Well, he's
happy.
still a shitty
I
coach."
will be as
Yeah, I
Rick
know.
said,
You're gonna jump
happy.
ship on the other side and say he's a good coach. I
But
mean, I know how
have
that
you seen
conversation is
anything?
gonna go down.
But have you seen anything that Josh did in the first year with his
Hell yeah, I
without his
did. I seen that he. What did we have? Did we have? Well, did we have 6 games? What was it? 5 or 6 games with 13 plus points fucking giving up. Like Josh shows what he's doing. It's just the offense. And listen, I listen. Our offense. What I should say is our offense doesn't have as much problems as the defense. And then just like I was saying all year, neither side of the ball is playing 60 minutes. So at that
So
point, it's irrelevant. But even when you're look at it like this, and this is why I don't understand why people. This is why I think more people need to analyze football, why they're talking on a guy, right? You sit and say that this is things people bring up. He stalls out in the second half. The offense ain't fucking scoring. They're not producing. We're not fucking winning games. These are the most main top subjects.
mhm.
How he had the 12th best offense in all football, even not competing in 2 of the quarters.
So
Even
what
in
does
the
that
third and
mean?
fourth quarter of games, he still had the 12th best offense of all football,
Okay.
had 2 superstar players in the wide receiver and halfback position, broke a 25 sitting year record in his
Then
first try. Gruden
then
didn't even
why
get a chance
stop?
at it, period. And he did it in his first fucking try. And again, to sit and say like he most definitely knows what the fuck he's doing, dude. Like, and again,
But
I've said
does
this.
he?
It needs to be 60 minutes on both sides of the
Well,
fucking
then
ball,
that's
hundred
that's the
percent.
coaching. That's the minute. That's the coaching aspect. You
Well,
can't
then they
blame
got to get
players
there.
doing
So
60
that's
minutes of
they got to
ball.
get there. And
And
a guy that's
I
never
coached
done it a
college.
day
I
in his
coached
life,
college. I
it's
coached
gonna take
12
time.
kids. But you have to create something. He's not that guy.
I think
That's the
people need to go
reality.
back
He
and
has
research
his
Bill
system.
Belichick and look at the way.
He
Like,
wants to get
this
rid
is
of
what I
the
think a
system.
lot of fans need to do. Okay, listen, and probably you too, because I don't know if you know much about Belichick, but you need to go back and look at and it's not just Belichick. It's massive. There's multiple other coaches that were around in the 50s, the 60s, dude, before the merge and so on, that had massive fucking losing records and then became massive winners. Like it's
Yeah.
not unordinary for a coach in the NFL to fucking come out here and have a losing record before he succeeds, and Hall of Fame quarter or coaches and have multiple Super Bowls. Like
But he had a
listen,
team that
but
wasn't
what it
playing for
tells me
him.
is a dude watched a game last year, sees a coach came off the bench, had a good year, and everybody going to compare him to him in one year. But the
but
next few years, this guy
here's
can
what
come
comes
out,
down
have
to it.
losing ass season next year. Not, the whole organization could fall apart. They don't have offense or defensive coordinator. They're losing players left and right. And then what are you gonna say? He's still great because look what he did in his first year. Bitch, his fall fucking got destroyed. So what's out of him coming back and winning when you're gonna need all that shit he had to have in the first place to get there? He don't have it now. Like that's the thing. You can't judge dudes like that. Like we're never gonna win like that. Period. Like never. Josh is going to
I've
be just
watched
fine.
20 plus
Josh's
years of
stats
film.
back up what he produces offensively. He does it better than Gruden. To sit and say like fucking Gruden's okay and Josh isn't, that's just
I
crazy. But
no.
whatever. And
Gruden 2.0 was a disaster. That was a Mark Davis with
it doesn't
and a
matter. At the
guy
end
who
of the
was
day,
a
Josh has
child
more
got
Super
there.
Bowl experience than Gruden ever had in his life, dude. And Josh has been there and
Gruden is not
created his
close.
offenses and played through that and called the fucking plays. Gruden left here, went to Tampa, had a team in place, and fucking went over there and
Well,
won. Like
Bill
there's
Callahan
a
was the
big
laziest
difference,
head
and he
coach
ain't never done shit after that. He actually had a losing record after Tampa, and that's why he got
because
fucking
he
fired
was
and
an
went to be
awful
an
head coach
analyst,
because
dude. Like he didn't go out and be like, "Oh, I'm Gruden won Super Bowl and I'm the
he
greatest
picked
coach
17
again."
quarterbacks. He was never a personnel guy. Never
That's my
has been.
point.
And
And
that was
then
the
when he
problem.
came
He came
here,
back
he had a
and
team
thought
in
he
four
won.
years playing.
And Mayock
Gruden's team
was
in year
one of the
four
first
was
he ever
fire.
hired.
Like Gruden's team in year four was
Gruden was
fire. If he
awful.
would have got
Gruden
to
was a
call that shit
disaster.
the whole year, we would have had a great team that year.
Gruden was a
But
disaster. Gruden was not the guy. Gruden, what Mayock was a personnel guy. Unfortunately, Mark, because he
yeah,
had
but that's
feelings,
why Al shipped
personal
his
feelings about
ass
Mark.
out the first time. Al shipped him out the first time because Gruden told him he wanted that responsibility the first time, and Al told him like, "Bullshit, that's my job. That's me. That's what I do. Like, you're not getting my fucking job." And then he fucking
When
traded his ass to Tampa, dude. Like,
when Jack, when Jack Del Rio came in, and Jack was the guy, and he lost the during the whole issue. The Washington
that's
game was
facts,
the
John.
very
Because if
worst
you don't
ever.
have offense, you're just gonna
But
keep turning the fucking
Jack,
ball over every time.
Jack, when Jack had his conflict with Bill Musgrave, and that was the problem. He had his Musgrave issue, and then he brought Todd Downey in, who was horrible. And this was all Mark. Reality is Mark is the architect of the disaster for the last 11 years. He is. He's brought in awful. He brought in 2.0, which if you did not learn from the watching the Redskins bring back Gibbs, you should have learned from then. You never go back. That was a problem. So you now have a person, and I don't agree with the methodology he does, and that's my personal feeling about Josh. I don't like him. I don't think he's a head coach. I don't
Yeah, I think
feel
Josh is gonna
that
get ripped.
reality.
I mean, the reality when it comes to Josh and Carr, right? So this is the reality. Carr is loved and hated by all, and Josh is just hated. Like that's just facts. And anytime that Josh is in a conversation, it's he rode the coattail fucking guys and blah blah blah. All
What
right, good. It's a good story.
I've
It's a good
watched,
deal. But this is the difference. I just say these shows keep receipts. These shows keep conversations. These shows keep where they're at. So all I always
absolutely.
say is keep the energy. When this motherfucker winning, I still want to hear you guys saying over here. I want to hear all the motherfuckers on this panel, all the people in the Instagram, all people in the Discords, and everywhere we have these conversations. I want to hear them still say Josh sucks. Like I want to hear those words when we come out there and start winning right off the get go because he has better
Absolutely.
continuity within it. I want
You
to hear
bet.
that same shit, dude, because he even went on a 3 game winning streak when he wanted to lose. Like even when he wanted to lose, they won
I
three straight games in a row.
and
Like that's when you know you're good. You can't
there's
stop him. That's why I think Carr's at sit the
there's
fuck
not
down
one
because
person. I don't think there's one fan that wants to see this team lose. But
Right.
we see what we've seen. I've been through this since the 70s, watching Madden, watching Coach Flores, and then seeing the debacle that became Al Davis, who then we got aged out and became a bit of a creepy old man. And now I watch his son, who never liked football, was not a football guy. He brought in Jack Del Rio.
I mean, Al
And
should have never, or
Jack was the
Mark should
guy.
never own the team. They should have never gave him the team. Period.
Well,
Fucking
Jack
guy grew
wanted
up with one of the best to ever do it, and he never learned fucking anything. He never did shit. It tells you that he didn't even care what his fucking dad was doing. He just cared to get what he had at the end.
What? He's more about the Vegas Aces than he's anything about the Raiders, and that's understandable. That this is where his bread and butter is made. But Jack Del Rio, when I met Jack, and I actually, when I spoke to him, I said, when he had a scotch in his hand, and I said, "You're bringing the swagger back to the Raiders," and I was like so happy about that. And unfortunately, Jack decided to start doing Twitter and putting his political beliefs out. That was stupid. And he's learned from that. Now he's a defensive coordinator in Washington, sitting there stagnating in the rest of his career. There was your chance. Then you start bringing in a cavalcade people. Papa John. I think what he did, the disaster that came in was amazing. He made people play for him. And I want to see that. I don't see that. I just don't. I see a guy that goes, will play, but am I going to put my head through a wall for this guy? I don't know. And Gruden 2.0 is a disaster. We all know it's a bad idea. Bad.
Look, like if they put their head through a wall. Max has said only high things about Josh, the way that he runs this shit, how hard they run it, how loyal, how consistent they are, and that they're an instant upgrade over Gruden and them. And why, if everybody jocks Max and why are they not listening to what he says then? If he tells you that they're fucking doing good, what makes you or anybody else here say otherwise? If he's saying out his own fucking mouth that if you don't like football, you probably don't belong here. Like, straight up, they're going to make you work. Like, he's made that clear as day, dude. And Max has said that clear out of his mouth, dude, right on the podcast, sitting there chilling, dude. Like, he said it straight up. And what's wrong with having people that have Max's mentality where it's like, yeah, it's hard as fuck, dude. That's what I do. My job's hard as fuck. You think anybody going to come do my job? No. Fuck no, dude. It's hard, dude. Like, no. It's not set for everybody to do. Like, the people that work with us are fucking the same type of, they have the same soul, same dedication. It's hard, dude. You know how many people come here and get turned over? So many that they got temp agencies here that just send waves of people, you know, like that's how that shit is. And when you're looking in here and looking at that type of mentality, that if they don't want dudes that don't want to be here, they don't want a guy that's like, oh man, I got to run today. Well, fuck, run on the fucking, go to the fucking Saints with Carr or Falcons or some other motherfucker. Like, they don't want dudes that don't want to play. Like, they want motherfuckers that are in the fourth quarter and it's fucking tired as fuck. And we're right in the game. They don't want them quitting. Like, there's nothing wrong with shit like that. You know, there's nothing wrong having dudes ready for the fourth quarter. There's nothing wrong that if you have to go to overtime, you're still playing with that energy because you've been trained like that. You know, remember the Titans, Denzel Washington, get off at, what was that fucking
Then where was it last year? That's my whole thing. Where was it last year? If we're going to
I think, like, I get that we want it like that. Like, I understand that. All right. So I'm not going to say, like, yeah, did we not have the team in the beginning and all of that? Like, yes, I get it, dude. But our team wasn't healthy. Hell, injuries on both sides of the ball. Key players weren't even there. To have that identity, it would have been with fucking players that probably ain't even on this team right now to begin with. So I don't know if you would want to go that route. And then at this point, they're sitting here having this rebuild now where they're putting their own people, building their own players. It's like Bill Belichick said this. Bill Belichick spoke on this shit a lot about defensive players in the draft. He said, the reason that you don't get people in free agency and the defensive players like that, you know, and I imagine he makes the exception when he speaks on Judon and shit because he's like fucking Max where he's just going to produce. That's who he is. I've always said, don't matter what system, he's a man guy. You're going to just beat your ass because that's who he is. But what my point is, Bill said, if you go to free agency and play fucking players, they tend to get comfortable and get lazy over time. Where if you go into free agent or go into the draft, these dudes are coming out of college. They're trying to prove themselves. They're hungry. They want to be on that contract. That's like he said, keep them hungry at all times. That's when they play the hardest, dude. It's when you give them a full stomach is when they get lazy, dude. Like he has spoke on this shit all kinds of times about why young defensive players succeed through the draft building that way because of that mentality if you install it. And when you hear Max sitting here saying like, hey man, we were running into our pads in the end of the season, dude. People were getting tired. They didn't like it. It tells you right there that he is trying to install at least that physicality in the players there. And when I hear people say like, talk about it as a negative, I say, why are you on my team? Like, why are you even supporting my team? Like, why do you want this guy to get lazy? When my dude's going to get fucked up in the fucking fight and a dude getting bust up in the face, I don't want him to quit. I want my oh man, I had to work hard that day.
Yeah,
I'm not that motherfucker bit down. Get down, motherfucker. Time to get tough. Like, that's when you need to be at your strongest. Like, that's when shit goes to a whole nother level, dude. Like, a lot of people won't know that because they've never experienced that. So they won't know how to talk on that shit. But let me tell you something. I've experienced it a lot of fucking times. And that level goes like, bam, like 0 to 60 in a second, feel invincible. And that shit is like what you need in those ending games to end out games. And like you say, the defense, I've said this, Josh is Bill here offensively, but Josh does not have Bill defensively to run through to say, okay, you're good. Josh has always just been on the opposite side where it's like, if I call my plays, Bill's going to call his. Like, he knew that. Now Josh got to find his Bill on that side. Like, that's what Josh needs to do.
Why'd you pick Patrick Graham? Because you had a choice of anybody else.
You know, I've thought that. I mean, fuck, I've said it. I've spoke about it on here. I mean, you could have went Flores, you could have went Vic, you could have went numerous guys here. I think that may have had fluidity with that type of system, I think. But this is where I've come back, is I've went back, looked at shit like this, looked at like the senior game when he got to manage it, have his players, how they called them, what they were doing. Like, Graham, I think Graham's the dude that has the tangible, like he has the skill set. He just needs the tangibles to be able to do that. He's not a guy like Vic that's going to have creativity. Wherever people came up with Graham, if I heard you right earlier about saying he got creativity, I don't know where the fuck that came from, but
in the Giants,
he just has a high blitz rate, but he ain't got no creativity.
Well, that was what he said. He's always said that. And when he left the Giants and Wink Martindale went there, and Wink is former Raider linebacker coach, who I like. I think because he's an aggressive guy and he's a blitzer. He took the defense that Patrick had, and he didn't have anybody really new. He did more with that defense than Patrick did. And my thing is, what was the bill of sale? And if a head coach is comfortable with certain people, he's never worked with Patrick before, never. What made him pick?
But let's also be real about the Giants too. The Giants fell off in the end of the year. Their consistency just went both ways.
Got old. They got hurt too, like everybody else.
Yeah, and they played really good in the beginning at a high level. And yes, I was shocked even with them too. But in the end of the year, they literally just plunged, dude. Like, their defense wasn't playing, offense wasn't playing. They weren't the same team in the end of that season as they were in the beginning.
With great offense. We saw the third quarter, and I watched strange things coming into play. There's not one person in the media that ever questioned going, why'd you stop doing the run? You're up 17 points. You're up 14
Hey, look at Devontae spoke on why did he quit throwing me the fucking ball when I dominated their ass in the first half.
And that's a question.
But I think going forward, I think going this year, like you're talking about, okay, look, Butler and Neil Farrell both played last year, and when they played, they made presence, dude. Like, they made their presence in those games. They showed up, and even in the one fucking game they play or the few snaps, their production did show up on there. And like I said, people sit and just like say, well, Neil Farrell, nobody knows what he's going to be and all. He fucking played in the Chief game in the beginning of the year. So I don't know what the fuck people are even talking about. It just tells me they probably didn't even watch the damn game. So they didn't even know he fucking played to begin with. So then they're just over there talking on a guy like, oh yeah, he didn't play, because they didn't even fucking know their own players. But even Butler showed up. He played and he got a half a sack. And if I remember right, I think it was on Herbert in the end of the season. So again, their production, the way that they want to produce people, the way they want to develop people isn't, hey, let's draft you and play right now. Like the Raiders have done for years and fucking destroyed players. And then like the Max to Crosby was just pure fucking luck, dude. That was pure luck right there, dude. Like,
Absolutely.
So we just got lucky in that transition there. But the odds of that, we would have missed just like we did for years. And then the guy that played good for a year or so, he's gone in the next fucking 2 or 3. He's not even thought of. And then he's talked about and then vanishes, never to be talked about again. Like, that's what we do.
Yep.
But you sit here and look at him. Look at Ziegler. Year 1. He started in the 3rd round. He didn't get a 1st or 2nd because he got Devontae. He had the 5th best overall draft out of everybody last year. And he hit on Parham right off the get-go, fucking offensive need. That was a massive need for us, and he knocked it right out of the park with him. Then I've said, I think personally the only pick that I do not physically like is just Zeus. I fucking can't stand Zeus. I think that was we should not have picked him. I think the guy's a dink. And outside of that, when you're looking at Munford in the 7th, dude, he can have great fucking tangibles if he fills out. And that guy's going to be a dominant force. Great big size, good build. He just needs time. People want it done today, day. It don't work like that. If a player comes out and has it, then you're lucky. But Colton Miller got his ass beat, dude. Gave up like 16 sacks, dude, in year 1. Come out and become a dominant force, dude. So Munford can have it. Britton Brown, dude. Watch, that fool's gonna show up this year. People are gonna most definitely know who Britton is this year, dude. Like, I'm not even a UCLA dude because I'm a USC motherfucker, but I love Britton Brown. That dude got great vision, great fucking tunnel vision, great skill. Just like Josh said in this presser, dude, during the fucking coaches meeting, or the owners and everybody like that, dude, he said, like, hey, we may have fucked up with people like Amir and other players. He said, like, straight up, we may not use them right, and that's why we want to bring them back, because we do want to utilize them right within a system. And he said, like, and then they spoke on the draft where dudes were like, he spoke on what we've done in the past. He said straight up in the past, dude, that they have picked players where they've reached on them that said, we need a player of need, and we need to get this dude because we need him for a fucking DN or D tackle or line, whatever, you know what I mean? But reaching for a guy that they felt would be there. And he said every one of them have been misses. And he said, I would rather draft the best player available, even knowing that we have a player on the roster already, and make the fix during fucking camp, then not take that. He said you can't go worse at adding a better player to your team. You know, it's when you're looking to hope that he does, or raw talent, like that word raw. Like, when it says raw, you might as well just say, like, fuck, don't get him. Like, straight the fuck up, dude. Like, unless this dude is like the fucking 4th or 5th depth where you're not even talking about him, dude gets injured and he shows up, you're not counting on that. But to draft him like in the 3rd round and be like, oh, this dude's raw, he just needs backup. 2 years later, no development. You don't want to speak on that. You don't want to say that shit. You fucking, that's a pissed off move right there. Dude's talking on that 2nd pick. Look at dude's talking about Clee for fucking, 5 years now. They're gonna talk on that move for fucking life if they do that, you know.
Clee's a good kid. He's a really good kid. They sold him a bill of goods. That was the problem with Clee. They shouldn't have picked him as early as they did, and that happens. But drafts are always the best way of putting it. It's always a grab. You don't know who you're gonna get. Either you get the best player available. And I'm hearing now they're looking at a tackle or a guard. I don't care. I don't care what you get. Get me a player that is useful at the time and fits into whatever you're doing, whatever agenda it is. I think it's Patriots light. I feel that he's just
but so look at it like this. What does it matter if it is or not? They win. Like, what does it matter? Let's go pull up their records and see about their 10 and 12 wins. Oh man, sorry, we're gonna have 10 and 12 wins. Fuck, I'm sorry. Like, I don't give a fuck. Call it whatever name you want, dude. Like, is it the Patriot way? Great. I don't give a fuck. Call it fucking whatever you want. Like, it can be called whatever. It doesn't matter. We win. Like, that's what I would say. Is like, if the result is winning, you can call it whatever. I don't care. Call it 7-11. I don't give a fuck, dude. Like, I'm not worried about where it came from, how it got there. Sometimes you got to take winning shit to win, you know? Like, that's why I think we are hating on the Patriots and so on because of Brady and the fucking Tuck. Like, I get that shit because that's me. Like, I mean, fuck, ask anybody, ask everybody when I talk to Brady shit. Like, everybody on this channel know how I feel about that shit. But I've always said I'm a fucking realist of all sports, period, dude. I am not biased and shit. I look at what works, who's been successful, how it's been, regardless. Like, I'm not saying the Raiders ain't been successful, dude. Like, and we ain't been successful without, even in the 2000s. Like, Gruden, the last success was Gruden in 98 to 2001. That was the last success, dude. In 2002, it was no different than what fucking Rich Bisaccia and Greg Olson did than fucking Bill Callahan did. It's the same shit. They just took John's shit, coattailed that motherfucker, and after that, they ain't never done shit again. Ain't done nothing. It wasn't their shit. It was his. And that's when we went right the fuck off. And that's when we went quarterbacks, coaches, quarterbacks. Oh, head coach. Fuck every quarterback in the whole NFL. Everyone. Like, name them. I bet in the 2000s, you can name any fucking good guy that was good at that time probably played for the Raiders. Like, straight the fuck up, including Randy Moss. Oh, he didn't even want on the team. Motherfucker wanted off the very next year. Like, straight up,
in New
dude.
York,
like,
we had to deal with that. Trust me.
Our team, listen, Raider fans, this is the reality of Raider fans. They're riding the coattails of the 80s and the fucking 70s when they were dominant, and then they're projecting that into the early 2000s, and they're asking for that result. That's not reality, dude. Like, in the 80s, that shit died off, dude, and it ain't been produced since Gruden, and since Gruden, and it hasn't even been done again. And then Gruden came in here, demolished this whole motherfucker with big ass names like Khalil, fucking Amari, destroyed that defense, destroyed the offense, rebuilt it right away. He wanted to keep Mac. Mac just didn't show up. They couldn't get the contract work. They traded him. That's business, dude. So I'm not a personal feeling guy. Oh man, I love Mac. Mac's my favorite player still to this day in the NFL as a Raider. Like, straight up, like, I love Khalil Mack, dude. Like, I don't give a fuck where he's at. I loved him as a Raider, dude. Like, that fool was gonna be the nastiest Raider we've had for a long time, dude, and get away with it. So I was 100% for that shit, dude. But the reality is it took Gruden 4 years to even have a production line out there that even shown. Josh come in, had produced better yardage, better fucking touchdown within that time. I said Gruden had, or what, the year before last, Derek Carr had 4,800 yards with 23 touchdowns. Derek Carr had 3,500 yards with 24 touchdowns this year. Like, I don't understand, just because a guy has massive, he had 1,300 more yards with no touchdowns. Josh had 1,300 less yards with more touchdowns. If Josh had 1,300 more yards, by the math of that, at 3,500 yards, at 1,300, dude, so that's going to be a third of that, because it would be what? It'd be 3,600, so it's at 35. So the odds are he was probably going to have, at what, 24 broke down, it's going to be what, 8? It's going to be 8. So you can add another 8 touchdowns to that fucking 1,300 yards under Josh. That's how sufficient that motherfucker is in his fucking production. So if you're looking at Carr at 24 fucking touchdowns and you tack on 8 more, that's like what, 30 fucking, what would that be, 32 fucking touchdowns? You know what I mean? Like, so his Josh's system's product, and that was in 15 games. That's in 15 fucking games, and not playing 2 fucking quarters per game for multiple games.
That was the problem. It's 2 quarters of absolute futility and defensive incompetence. That's where I think we have a problem. It's we've heard the 60 minutes. It has gone, and that's the other thing. It's not a Josh thing. It was a Hugh Jackson thing. It was a Jack Del Rio thing. It's been everybody's thing, and it all comes back to the common denominator, and that's your owner. But regardless of that, no Raider fan wants to see this team fail. I don't like the guy, but I'll deal with the guy as your coach. And that's the thing. You have to, because it's your team, regardless of who the head coach is. You may not like him. You may not like your kids. You might want to punch your kids in the face. But you'll always be a fan of the team. And it always supersedes a player, a coach, and the like. You're hoping that this team figures it out, because when the end of April hits and they make their number 7, or they don't, or they trade down, or whatever they're going to do, you want to see the team be successful. There's no one, I think, in the Raider family that wants to see a failure. and
I
say
think
we
it's
told you
hard.
so.
This is what I think. Like when I talk to a lot of people, because I talk to a massive base of people. Uh, I think people are so used to failing that they always like. So look, this is what I've said about what I think so hard for people to grasp about what Josh and Ziegler are doing is there's nobody here that's just popping out like they did last year with the signing of Max and the fucking picking up of Devontae. Like you were like, hey, those are big names that's solidifying big moves here, right? So with the Raiders in the past history, what's gravitated a lot of the fans, I think personally, is big signings. They say big signing. When's the big signing coming? Who are we going to sign? Who are we going to get? Raiders have shown for fucking the last 15 years they have went after a big signing and a big player in a need of something or not, and multiple of them. But let's go be real. Let's be real, because I'm real. I'm real as fuck. I bring up the whole base. I don't just sit here and say, okay, these last 2 years. I go back to 2003. That's where the fall off came, dude. I go to where we're sitting right now. That's how I look at the graph, because that's the graph we're in. That's what you need to be judging. And when I judge that shit, I sit and say, big signing, loss, losing season. Big signing, losing season. Big signing, losing season. Big signing, losing season. Big signing, losing season. Blah, 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 all the way. Then people can say, well, it was the coach and it was this. Okay, fuck, here, let's go back to there and let's do this too again. 2003 all the way to there. Big signing coach, lost. Fucking coach, lost. Coach, lost. Like, that's the same shit. We've done the players in the team and we've done the fucking coaches. We've done that for fucking 20 years and we have not done shit, you know, like, so when they're looking at it and they're saying that, you know, 7 wins, because this is, I've heard this so many times about giving up a winning quarterback, and it's an average of 7 wins, man. It's not fucking winning, but at the end of the day, that's not winning statistically on any record in the NFL. So that's what you want, is a winning record in the NFL, because that's the game you're fucking playing. So what my point is at the end of the day, Raider fans, it's hard to accept that when they look at lesser names that they're going to win. That's what it is. It's facts, dude. When they look at no-name signings or look at depth players, or, hey, they're going to go into the draft and do this, or why did Josh go get all his offensive players over here? And even then, they still, like I said, you're getting Dorsett, you're getting dude like Myers, you're getting frickin' Johnson, you're getting frickin' Carter. Like, you're getting good depth and more depth. Like last year when you were sitting there talking about in the conversation, you were like Mac Hans, Keelan Cole, and fucking Robinson. Like, that's your names, dude. Like, you're sitting here and talking about it. You're talking about better depth instantly just in those names. So to me, I think what it's going to take for one is, like, yeah, like everybody says, Josh is unproven. But he has to have a chance to be proven too. So it's easy to criticize a guy in a time that can't even play a game. He can't even play a game right now. So it's like just beating the dead horse with a stick. You're not getting anywhere in there. When they build their team and you go out next year, because I think, like, when me and Sergio and all of us did this on the show, Bill went to a winning season in 1 year, 11 wins. 11 wins, switch the shit. Josh can do the same thing. Is the reality of him winning 11 right this minute on this show why we're talking? Is that, no, fuck no. Like, we're probably like, no, there's no chance we're winning 11. But it's not saying that it can't happen. So to sit here and say that if they hit on their pieces defensively, that they say, okay, we got our structure base of our base players, because I do believe Masterson's going to be a really good player. In year 2, he's probably going to be a lot better. Like, that dude played really good football. He honed in a lot. Did he give up some rookie plays? Yeah, but the guy's upside's great. You know what I mean? And you're looking at the safety. You're better solidified in the safety if Morick shows up this year. If Morick shows up with
Morick was a mess.
You got a great team back there. Yeah, but I've said, like, I think I don't think that's true. I think what ruined Morick is that, and this is something that people got to watch tape on and look at too, is I've say this a lot on our show about players that are what I call man players, like cornerbacks, dude, or defensive ends, or D tackles, or linebacker. He's a man player in any system. Doesn't matter what system he goes to. He's the best dominant player there. He's going to beat you. You don't need to play the system. He needs to just play you, because that's what he dominates. There are players like that in the NFL, dude, that do that at a very high level. And all I'm saying is like with Morick is not a man safety. What I mean, like what I'm saying, what I said a second ago. Morik is not that dude that sits back there and is like, I got this. I can pick it up. Let me pick up you slouching. I think where Morik showed weakness is, and where his strength is Morik's strength is when you do give him protection underneath with the linebackers and the cornerbacks, dude. He doesn't have to play all this on the superstar player. He just has to play that position. And when he gets to play that position, he's shown he can play it at a very good level. So I think if we can give him more depth on that end, where you have a true corner, not a Meek, I mean, whatever. I don't care. I'm not personal. I don't give a fuck about feelings. Not Meek, straight up. Like, put Faison out there. I bet you Morik has a better year. Like, straight up, just because of his height, his demeanor, his build, him getting out there and playing one-on-ones with somebody, those type of players put a different type of presence when you're pushing downfield on dudes and trying to throw downfield. Quarterback thing, like, dudes fucking jump up just as much as my receiver can. You know what I mean? So
but that scheme, and that's your coordinator. That you know who your player is, you know what he can do and what he can't do. So then why are you putting him in places where he is not, he's not going to be successful? And that's
but that's why I said, like, look at every corner he signed this year, all man corners. All man corners. Yeah, he's like, you're going to go out and play your best. Like,
which has been the Raider thing for generations as far as man on man, and you're hoping they could actually figure it out. But the thing was, Patrick kept playing zone every time, and you knew the zone was a disaster, an absolute abortion on every level between the corners and the linebacker. You watched it every game. You're watching the disaster happen.
But I think he did that because of injury. I think he did that more based on injury because
then you have to be aggressive.
It's easier. So look, when you're looking at, people got to remember it. Like when you just said a second ago about us playing man. Yes, we've always had a man dominant corner, but we've also had a zone dominant corner too. Like the Raiders would play man one side, zone other side, dude, like multiple times through their history with very high success, dude. We weren't always just man on the outsides. We've been both, back and forth. But yes, we've always had one consistency of man press corner. Like that's what the Raiders have been known for, having that dominant shutdown for a long time, not just little time, for throughout history of the Raiders. So like this is the thing when you're looking over at our team. When the players started getting depleted, especially Arnett, dude, that we just signed to come in there and take over that spot, dude, he gets depleted. You're going to backup. It's easier to teach zone than it is to get man. Like, you don't call man because a lot of players ain't a man player. That's why you don't have a lot of superstars like Patrick Peterson and those types of dudes, because there's not very many Sauce Gardners out there that can just man your ass up, So you don't see it like that, So in this case, they gotta go zone because it's a better adaptability, dude. Because now this guy don't have to go all the way up the field; he just got to go 15 yards and stay. This dude only got to go fucking 10 yards and stay. Like everybody has their bracketeering, so. Yeah, did it look horrible? Did it not? But again, with the injuries, you're not going and playing man like you're not going to call man like that. That's unrealistic, and you wouldn't even want that. If your coach called that, you'd want that fool fired. You'd want to fire that motherfucker.
But you can't. But that means you have to be, when your team is depleted, you have to find ways to be advantageous.
But I think this year would prove that. Pressure. I think this year should prove that theory, okay? Like, last year. It's over. We all talk that they've tanked. I don't even like talking about last year because I think it conflicts conversation because it's like, we hate on it that there were games they should have won, but we've all sat here and said blatantly on the show that they have tanked those games. So we're contradicting the sentence in the same deal. It's like 1 minute, they tanked. The next minute, it's like fucking they called that play. Yeah, we identified they tanked that deal. So what I would say going forward and to evaluate that spot is he still calling that stupid ass plays with his players and healthy and going into the fucking season? That's where you do. And I've said it. Look, the transition it's not that the defense was built to Graham. I've said this hell times. The defense is not built to Graham, dude. Like, watch. Ziegler will fire him and fucking Rob Ryan will take that fucking job, dude.
Oh, God, no.
The coordinator. Like, I guarantee. Yeah,
I've seen
but
that
that's what's
shit.
going to happen. It's either going to be him or fucking Jason Simmons or Simmons. It'll be
Yeah.
fucking
Oh, I don't want to
Jason.
see
So
Rob come back. I really
it's
don't.
going to be Rob or
He's
Jason, but I
awful.
think it's going to be Rob because his seniority, dude, how long he's been
Yeah,
there,
they
his
like
pedigree within it. I think the transition for him, dude, it's gonna go that fast. So I
He's
think
been there before.
it'll
I've
be
watched
Rob
that abortion.
exactly, and especially if they feel that it's that Graham's just calling the wrong plays at the wrong time. They're not going to want to make a massive change to like Jason because of the fact that they don't really know what they have in him in play calling. Where they would say like, "Hey, if we go to Rob, we're hoping that he's game managed like he did because he played, dude. The only thing in the early 2000s when we were losing that I liked a lot was Rob, dude. Like I was like, even losing, I was like, let's go.
But
Rob
I will
his
say,
big old fucking
I
gray
was at
hair
the
just standing
Buffalo
on that
game.
sideline walking that motherfucker. I was like, let's go.
I was at
dude.
that Buffalo
I
game
love
when they were winning, and I watched him go prevent. We're dropping every cornerback 15 yards. So I was not a fan of what he did that day. Rob, you feel for him. He's a nice guy, whatever. The day I watched him, I watched an abortion happen, and I couldn't scream enough in Orchard Park watching what I saw happen because I watched defensive backs dropping back 10 yards on the 15-yard line. And I'm like, what are we doing? Where's the aggression?
That mistake.
Which is a thing. But I there's not one person here or in the Raider fan failure. We're going to complain, bitch, and moan, which we should because we're allowed to. We're fans.
Right.
But we are hoping it's now what it'd be March. It'd be another April 27th, a month away. Yep. And when the number drops, you're hoping you don't see a Darius Hayward Bay come up again. That's really what it comes down to. You don't want to see a Robert Gallery. You don't want to see a Jamarcus come back. You want to see
Alex Leatherwood.
Yeah, you want to see a plan. You want to see, oh, okay, we know what we're doing. We're going to be aggressive.
Okay, so just like this just to give Ziegler, fair opportunity. Starting in the third round, what was his worst pick? And remember, starting in the third round. So you're talking about players you remember, and that means from 3rd to 7th. So what was his worst pick? What's his worst pick?
I will say this, and one thing about the Raiders, they're really good after 3rd and 4th round. They're really we've done so well after 3. It's amazing. The 1 and 2 has always been horrible. I've watched it. It just but that's why I'm like, I will trade every first round pick we ever had for the next 1,000 years because that's how bad we are.
Hey, Ozzy, that's not even fair because you already know I would say that too. That's the only guy I'd say is the nearest.
We were lucky with Khalil, blessed with Khalil.
Yeah, but I would have to beg to differ in there because let's go back and look at him. Would you say that frickin' Josh is a failure? And even though it may have took him a little longer to show up, but he was still 1,000-yard back every year. And he was picked in the first round, and he's a very successful player.
That's a creative move because Josh.
So then let's go to the wide receiver. If fucking Ruggs don't get arrested, he probably takes the NFL and becomes badass receiver. So I mean, I don't think like. And again, I've said like I'm not a fan of the draft. I'm not a fan of how people label the draft because, again, Max Crosby was taken in the 4th round, dude, and he's better than fucking almost everybody in that draft.
Get rid of the 1 and 2s every time.
That's all I say is like I don't like the thing with me and the way I look at the draft is the reality is that if you're picking in the top 5 or 10, that you're probably going to get a solidified player that's going to produce because that's usually what it is. It's like the top 5, top 10 players is where your highest production of being a really good player. After that, it's just like you're hoping that this dude's going to do. I mean, like I said, 32 fucking first round picks every single year, and you're talking about like 4 or 5, period. So, and then those numbers dwindle obviously as the rounds go on to just maybe a few, as the year goes on, we can sit here and probably name on both hands how many good players out of 224, 25, whatever the number may be. We're talking about 10 of them, so all I'm saying is if you're picking a player, if you pick a player in your first and you don't hit on him, but you pick a dude in the 4th and he's the best, what the fuck does it matter if he was in the 1st or 4th? Because obviously Max was never going to be in the 1st. So when they use that terminology, yeah, when they use that type of terminology to say, like, yeah, that's not true. I've said this. Go do the statistics on it because I've looked this shit up numerous times. The production of more players to outlast or be successful players in the NFL were actually later round draft picks, not early round picks, dude.
You're right. You're
later round
right.
because they have a longevity within the NFL. Their ceilings don't have to be reached in years 1 and 2. They actually get to be reached in 4 and 5. And then when those contracts come in, then they're getting their 10-wheel span at their peak, already having that time to develop. If you come out, you have to be like Sauce to have any type of gratitude right now. It's like, oh, Sauce, man, that's unrealistic. Like, that's unrealistic to sit and say that you're going to get that production from every corner that comes out in the NFL.
Yeah,
it's just not going to happen.
And that's why I could care if I gave my first and second round when they had the Aaron Rodgers thing came up. I'm like, I'll give it 1 and 2 because you know why? Because we suck at it. No matter what whatever team management is there, they find a way to just crap the bed every time with the first 1 and 2. That's why we've always been better for 3 and below. I've seen
but
it.
But this is where I think Ziegler is different because Ziegler spoke on this adamantly about how he didn't want to give up his first and second for Devontae, that he wishes he could have had it to be able to start out his fucking picks within the NFL. With his GM career, he wanted to put his solidified players here. That's hit for him. He spoke on that multiple times himself, and then this even validates it. People said like, oh, why didn't Ziegler hit up the Bears and ask them about the pick? He fucking did. He fucking hit them up and asked them right away. But they also told him that they want 2 first and seconds for the next 2 fucking years. So that would be 3. That would be 3 years under Ziegler's tenure here. That his first and seconds gone every single year.
No,
for 3
I would do it today.
Years.
I would do it all.
So he's like, no, I'm not doing that because Ziegler felt that he has better drafting skills than he does fucking going up there for Stroud. Now let's reverse this. Let's go put Mayock and Gruden in that seat, right? Let's go put Mayock and Gruden in the seat. And let's fast forward to right here, right now. And let's say that Gruden moved on from fucking Carr, right? Gruden 1000% makes that trade. 1000%, dude. He gives up all those picks for Stroud, dude. That's his quarterback. That's his dude.
Well,
he's most definitely giving that shit up.
Gruden was a boob when it came to quarterbacks. In Tampa, he had like 11 quarterbacks.
He just wants his guy. When it comes down to the end of the day, he just wants his guy to sit and say, like, yeah, I gave those up. And is he wrong? I don't know. If he gets the production, I don't know. We would have to see the journey down that. But this is where people have to respect Ziegler, where he's sitting there saying, like, yeah, I don't want to put our franchise in that much jeopardy cap-wise, and I think we can win with Jimmy. And when he's building around that, to sit and say, like, yes, I would love to have Stroud at 1, but I think jeopardizing our franchise, which the Raiders have done in the past a long time, that's not a business move. And he's a businessman. Like, that's why I said
number 1. I wouldn't have gone for the first round. I think I'm worried about the 7. I don't think they're good at 7. And it's not because of them. I don't care about Dave. I don't know Dave from a can of empty beer. I don't know him. It's been a culture of Raiderism that every time they pick a first round, it's usually garbage. It just happens. It's not his fault.
Lunatic. He would have given that shit up for fucking Levis.
It would have. It just happens. It's a thing that we can never get out. It's kind of like we don't draft good quarterbacks. We never do. Stabler was Stabler was like the last decent quarterback the Raiders ever drafted. You had Carr for 9 years, and Carr, I don't care. He's gone. You've not seen anything good when a Raider picks a first round quarterback. I haven't seen it yet. And I've been around for a long time. You realize the range of garbage.
I think we've only. Did you say the Raiders with the quarterback in the first round?
Oh, never.
I think we've only done it. We've only done it a few. I think only like 3 to 5 times, if I can remember.
Yeah, and that was enough. And 3 to 5
times.
And
I think the last time was Jamarcus. Yeah, I think the last time was Jamarcus.
Yeah. We never do well. Even first round picks. I get concerned about. We were blessed to get Charles Woodson. You're blessed.
I mean, let's be real. Let's just sit here and let's just be real. All right, let's just sit here and be real fans of the Raiders, right? And just do fair evaluation. We've had plenty of first round early picks in the early 2000s. Fuck, all the way to two cars time. Name fucking a good first round pick out of any coach's tender or any coaches or any tender along that line. Period. Just name one good first round pick that brought value to the Raiders organization in that time. That
there hasn't been any, and that's
because there's not one on our team still.
No,
so there most definitely ain't been one.
I have no problem ever. They say trade a first rounder as a Raider fan. I'm like, hell yeah. What do we get? Do I get a proven player out of it? Sure. Because we've not ever gotten somebody that stays on this team more than 5 years, or hell, is a starter as a first rounder. You forced Jawalris into the system, and he was a disaster. And the thing was, every talent and gift he had, he was Dalton Culpepper plus, a 260-pound guy who threw darts and was the laziest human being on the planet. And
facts, Richard. It was Mac. Mac was the only success pick in there.
And that's a problem. And that's why it's not about Dave Ziegler. It's not about Mayock. It's about the Raiders. And there's a thing in New York. They go, the Jets will jet. The Raiders will Raider. It's just the first round pick. When I sit at number 7, I'm going, oh, drop down. Get 30 more picks at the third round if you can, because somehow in the seventh pick will be a mess. We were lucky with Colton, lucky with Mac. If you get a tackle, great. Get the best tackle you can. Get something that's useful, because anytime they get a skill position at the first round, when they got Darius Hayward-Bay, I remember when they picked him, and we all sat at the bar, and I was like, what did we just do? Who is this guy? And that was an Al pick. Al was like, I got the fastest guy on the team. I don't give a damn about, is he the best player? I didn't need fast. And we are not good at it. We have not been good at it for over a decade. I would drop down, get more picks, because we're better at the 3s and 4s. I know Dave would probably be better at 3s and 4s than we are at the 1. He's never done a 1. And the reason why is when Mark says, and Mark said this, that he's like he's learning on the job type of thing. That scares me.
Yeah, but I would, of course, Ziegler is gonna even with all the insight that he has from Belichick and the Patriots organization, he's most definitely learning on the go, because it's the first time he's ever been a fucking GM in the NFL. So of course he's gonna learn on the go. So of course that sentence can be taken out of context by a mile. Like, that can be taken out by a mile, because he says that he's learned on the go. No shit. This is the first time he's ever done it. He's only going to learn as he goes. How else is he supposed to learn?
Joe Shane from the Giants, Joe Douglas from the Jets. I feel they have actually done more in the year that they have.
The Jets had hella first round picks, dude, and hit on all theirs. What the hell are you talking about?
Exactly. And you know what? If I see, and again, this is.
But they didn't do that till dude from the Niners went up there. What's that bald fucking dude's name?
Robert Saleh.
Yeah, they didn't even do that till he got there, and they had hella first round picks just like us for years. So for years they had first round picks just like we did. They went on the same path as us in Cleveland. Like, the Jets were just like us in fucking Cleveland. And the Bills were even shitty at that time too. So a lot of teams are on that same fucking route, dude. And they didn't even get better. No, even with the Bills, they didn't even get to be with. They even got rid of Fitzpatrick with the first winning season there, playoff wise, and then they got Allen and built that team. Like, they were struggling hard for a long time, and same with the Bills.
And Brian Daboll helped him.
The Jets. The Jets didn't even turn it around till that dude got there, and he struggled in the first year. But he made sure that shit the following. He most definitely made sure that shit the following year.
And my thing is, what has Josh done as far as and this is again
but he didn't even do that until years 2 and 3. Like, this is just Josh's second year.
Josh Allen had Brian Daboll as his OC, and Brian did more. And this is the issue. And we could always argue this. I want to see success. I am tired of seeing the garbage I've seen for over 20 years. You are. Every Raider fan has been tired of it. You put in money, all these PSLs, the thousands of dollars to travel to games, the tens of thousands of dollars of merch you people buy, everybody buys. We're not saying that Josh is going to be, we don't want Josh to fail. I don't like him, but that's okay. I don't have to like him. I want to see success. I'm not inviting him to Christmas dinner. I'm not buying him a Christmas gift. He doesn't care who I am. All I want to see is, I want to see better. And I think you do. And every Raider fan wants to see this team be better. And we watch a 10-7 team drop under this
But
regime.
this is why I think sometimes
And I'm
owners need
concerned.
to be taken out of the equation when it comes to NFL teams, because owners can have a big fucking outcome in determining of how that team's ran. Where I feel like if you hire a GM, that's like the owner. Like, he's the one that runs that. He's the one that validates everything there. He's the one that does it. So, like, for instance, when we're sitting here and we're saying, like, Josh, he picked him. He's the coach. He's the one that needs to evaluate that. Bullshit. Because listen, if I'm sitting here and listen, I'm a realist, dude. I make money and I make a lot of fucking money. So if I'm being a realist and I bring graphs to the fucking table and I'm trying to figure out where my fucking deal is failing, and it's reached back to the defense massively, guess who the fucking fired? Why would I give up my head? Listen, I get he's the head coach. He's offensive coordinator too. That's the fucking fact, dude. Like, he is not just the head coach. That fucker is our offensive coordinator. So if I fire him, what offensive coordinator are you getting to now? So now you got to get a coach, an offensive coordinator, and defensive fucking coordinator. So me, as a businessman, where that's why I say sometimes where Zeke just needs to step and he will, I guarantee you, watch, at midseason, Graham's ass will get fucking fired. They will make that transition if that's where they feel the falter, and that's what they should do. Because if I'm sitting down at a table, and I'm sitting here saying, okay, yes, Josh is our coach. Like, nobody's disputing that. But Josh is the offensive coordinator. At the end of the day, he calls the plays. Regardless how we want to label the other facts or not, he's calling it. Graham's calling the defense. His offense is producing. The players are producing. The production's there. Regardless if they ain't scoring in 2 quarters or not, he still has valid numbers. This motherfucker doesn't. He most definitely doesn't. You fucking fired. I'm not firing. Not giving up my shit to only get worse. Like, I'm not going to get worse.
I'm shocked at what I've seen in this year overall on both sides. On after the third quarter, we've seen a collapse on offense and defense, and this is, I think, what a lot of Raider fans are. And we've sat there, and I've cursed and screamed because that's what I do. And I've watched this. I've been watching this for so long. Yeah, we've all watched it. We all sat and going, "What is going on? How is
dude,
this
I've broken
happening?"
TVs, dude. I've literally thrown shit through it, dude, and been like, fuck. That's why I watch that shit in my truck, because I'm not going to throw shit through my windshield.
We had a guy throw a thing at a TV. I was like, we had some kid go to the bar at Dillon's and throw something at the TV. We're like, what are you doing?
Dude, I'm not going to lie. I was on the couch.
Don't do it.
I was on the couch, fucking had my controller in my hand, fucking, I think it was right when we were doing hella good going to the playoffs. Fucking fucked up. I stood up. I was like, motherfucker. Oh, man, I will never. It just went rock.
They heard me walking from, I came from work screaming and cursing. They heard me from the 42nd Street train station.
Or at the games, because I got 2 tickets, so I go to the games. But I farm a lot, dude, so I'm always in pickup. I work mad hours, dude, when we get here in farming. So I'll be over 100+ hours a week easily. So
God bless you.
A lot of time.
I'm done with that. I'm old and tired. I don't.
That's like even when I was talking to you earlier. That's why I ended up getting on a phone call. So that's why I wasn't able to finish talking in the distance when I talked to you this morning. I mean, I try to do a lot of shit, man. I'm trying to move around a lot of shit. Just sometimes I tell people, like, I have to wait 10 or 15 minutes. I do run a lot of shit, man. So I can't just, stop.
I think this is a good venting, and it's all about conversation about what we have expectations of. And as fans, we've put in so many hours. working hours were, and people don't realize what people sacrifice to see these games. I've been to Oakland so many times, and I'm fortunate for that. And seeing the super fans and seeing everybody dedicate their lives and bringing their kids to these games. And when you see a product for the last 20 years give you nothing, and all you get is, well, now we're going to Vegas, and because now you're going to pay 10 times more to get your seat or pay 20 times more to travel. It annoys you, and you expect results. And if this is what Mark thinks is a result, then get it done. Because right now, I think as far as the fan base is concerned, we've had enough. I've had enough of watching this. I've been so angry. And when I remember Mark, when I actually watched a woman go to Mark Davis and scream at him and say, and she was cursing him about moving to Vegas. And he goes, "What are you going to buy me a stadium?" And there's a disconnect. There was a disconnect I felt because the people in Oakland, that was their home. It was a mom and pop organization. That's the one thing about the Raiders that I've always appreciated. It was a mom and pop organization. And then they moved to Vegas, and everybody leaves. Mark Bedane, Marcel Reese, for whatever reason why he left, I don't know, and I wish I would.
I know why he got told to leave, because, and I guarantee you, I know exactly why. Because Ziegler wants that building to mimic his vision. Like, that's a crucial point, dude, when you're the VP in the fucking organization, and Ziegler comes to you and asks you to go scout a player that he's already scouted. And you got to remember, he's got to sign players when he's not there, dude. He's got to look at players when they pay all this money to have him travel. And he's already scouted a player, and he brings him back and sits in a room and asks him his intel, and his shit ain't even on pace. That he gotta go. And again, why is a player in that spot, dude, if he doesn't deserve it? Like, Ziegler didn't fire him the first year that he was there, dude. He fired him. Listen, Ziegler fired him because he's the one who went to Mark and told him, "You better tell him to resign, or we gotta get rid of him." Like, straight the fuck up, dude. Like,
well, that at least. And my thing is, I wish that was that came to fruition, and somewhere along the line that was stated.
Yeah, but so look, I can validate it. You think how did Gruden go?
Oh well,
how did Gruden go?
Gruden 2.0, I think, was a mess.
Gruden went because he resigned, dude. They were fire his ass, dude. That's what Mark was going to do. He allowed him to resign. That's exactly what happened with.
And the NFL had a sacrificial lamb, and I think
hey, John, it's a fact. At the end of the day, it's 100% business, dude. Like, they went to Reese probably and told him, like, "You're face up here. You've been loyal to us." Mark probably told him straight up, like, "Dude, you're loyal. I'll let you resign from the spot, but you're just not on what they're looking." And there's nothing wrong with that. If Ziegler's the face of the organization, it's his vision, it's his players, his people he puts together. That's why it's Josh. It's his dude. That they were tandem together. It's his guy. So it's their vision. So when he's putting players here and he tells them that they need to have the same exact, go look at Ziegler speak in the combine. He spoke on that specifically, straight up. He said, "When I first got here, we were not on the same grading scale." That's exactly what he said. Then he said, "Where we're at right now, we're all on the same grading scale." He said, "When we came here, we were scouting for New England. We had to go what they were scouting on." He said their grading scale was not the same as our grading scale. We had a lot of people off, even with the people they brought in here. And he said after all the changes and everything, they're on one scale. So that means what he sees, they see. And I guarantee you, he's already evaluated the players. And that's the only way you get on that vision is not telling a guy your vision. You don't tell a guy your vision. What you do is you tell a guy, like, "Hey, man, we're going to go scout this corner, and I'm going to send you to this school, and you're going to scout that tight end in this corner over there." He's already done a scouting report on it. He's already done it with them. So he sends him over there, and he does this to like 4 or 5 dudes. Then they all go out, they meet. He's looking at dudes he hasn't looked at. They're looking at dudes he's already looked at. Then they come back, they all meet up, dude. He goes in there, he's like, "Okay, this is who I'm looking at on the big board. How did your evaluation go with this dude at that school?" And that dude comes up and he says, you know, this guy's at 6'7". He's got a strong frame. He's really dominant in here, but outside of here, he shows weakness. You know, like he gives the report. And in Josh's or in Ziegler's mind, he's saying that's exactly how I seen it. Maybe one or so off, but that's how I see it. So you're tunable. You're easy to be able to bring in here. You get to go on. Another guy comes up in that bitch and tells them some bullshit ass story. Oh, this guy's weak hearted, don't have nothing. This Ziegler's like, oh, I've talked with him and met with him. He is a physical player. You know what I mean? Like that's where he's like, you don't fit the bill. You know.
I think a lot of times when it comes to organizations, people want to have that same yes type of attitude. I'm a little more about you conflict and sort of debate it out and you compromise at the end. But I understand the concept.
I think in the drafting with these guys, I've said this even at the end of the season, they're a system. Their system works. It's proven. They have multiple Super Bowls in that system, so they know as long as they can get back to that structure and add their mix to it, they know it's a winning system. So they don't need all these play. They just know that you can play that spot very well. Great, we want you. You can play just as well as him. We want you too. You know, you only want fucking $3 million. You don't want fucking 12. You know, like we can't build teams off of $20 million players. You know, so
it runs like the shit box that I hate about New England, and it is a thing about the way the Patriots run things. And we were actually a participant in that when we picked up Richard Seymour. And you're picking up guys that the way they evaluate is, and one thing I will say with the Patriots is they know when they've run their course. When a position players run their course, they just cut them, and it's heartless, but it's business oriented. But that's I think the issue with, and I want to say about more older people, older generations who are Raider fans, that is not going to be acceptable. Where we have a just win baby, and I said this on one thing. It seems like right now it's just wing it baby, as opposed to just win. Where we're just,
you know, the thing about Oakland though too. You know, the thing about Oakland too is where I think like people get the misconception about like Oakland. Yeah, it was that place for us when we were there because that's where I'm from.
Home, man. It was a shit box. It was our shit box.
The problem is you had the Warriors lead, you had the fucking Raiders, and you're having the A's. Oakland didn't want us there, so it doesn't matter how bad we be there. We weren't welcome there. So, long story short, Mark did the only best thing that he's ever done for these Raiders, and is move us to Vegas and give us that stadium. Now the result needs to come winning, but Mark was never going to do that. It was never Mark going to do that. Ziegler can do it, dude. Like. Listen, I have zero bias to any of these coaches, any player here. I can give two fucks. I just evaluate the individual. I know their history. I research them. I look them up. I study them. I see what they've done, where they've done it at, who they've done it with, not just once, multiple times. How successful they've been. Did they ride the back of somebody because they weren't calling plays? Was he an assistant, not an OC? Like, I look into all that shit, dude. Like, Ziegler's been to multiple places with winning deals. Denver, fucking here, or Denver, fucking New England. I mean, he's been in multiple systems and scouting and fucking drafting in multiple positions. So he's proven for sure in that aspect, just not as a GM yet because this is the first time. But he's been trained to do it. They were going to have him do it in New England, dude. They were going to have Josh take over New England, dude. Like they already had all these things in play. Just Bill wants to play longer, you know, and Josh wants to be a Raider, which is great. I have no issue with it. But to sit here and just be like, yeah, we'll oust him because the defense is still ranked 32nd. Like, no, the fuck I will not. I'm not doing that shit no more, dude. Like, he's better in Gruden and play calling. His offense works. We're way more successful, even in the red zone, even with no players, dude. Like, now you're sitting here look at the people like Myers, slot player, dude. He's a yak player. He's just like Devontae. Devontae is not a speed player. He is a route running fucking yak player. He gets 10 yards, 15 yards, 5 yards. Then he gets the fucking 70. Like, he's not going downfield 50 to get fucking 80. You know, like, that's not what he does. And Myers has been showing here over the last year or two building up, being more consistent in that. Dorsett's shown he can take off the top of that. Renfro's shown you that he can destroy you in the immediate routes on the slants and drags and fucking curls and posts, dude, and pylon. Like, he can beat you in a lot of them areas. So, like, the consistency just between them four, because they're probably going to be starters, because every one of those four have started for multiple years now. Yeah. So the only guy that probably will not start it, and that's just saying, that would be Dorsett, because someone beat him out. So you already know three of the five starters already. And then if Dorsett makes the roster, you know 4 of your 5 already. And if Carter makes it, well, you know the fucking all your starters are. So you ain't got to discuss it anymore, because you know the fuck they are already.
Yeah.
So what you would discuss is the 2 players on the fucking practice squad, man. That's the players you'd probably talk about. So
it's just a matter of getting this all together. I think it's just, there's not one Raider fan, and you know, we'll have our negativities, but we all want to see finally a winning season and a string of winning seasons and a string of successes that for the old heads from the 70s and 70s, 80s into the 90s a little bit. We want to see success, and we're tired of seeing the same old. I think that's, you know, the
thing that's crazy about Jimmy, right? Jimmy is a 40-17 winning as a starter. Show me the last quarterback. Show me the last quarterback that we got that even had a winning record.
Yeah.
Let alone fucking that. And then not only that, Jimmy was still winning last year with the Niners. So it wasn't like just Jimmy sucked. He just got a broken fucking foot. Motherfucker was still winning with that team.
Story about getting Jimmy G is now you have to get a QB2 that is as good as he could be, because he doesn't stay on the field. And I think that was the biggest worry for me. I'm going, you knew they were going for Jimmy Garoppolo. You're like going, oh God, the guy can't stay healthy. That's your concern. That's really what it comes down to, is like, then who is your 2? Because can this team work in conjunction? That's why you were hoping Stidham stayed, because you were hoping that you had a 2 who knew the system, and you bring in Garbers. I'm like, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but I have better faith in Garbers than Stidham anyways. Stidham, weak ass arm, dude. He can't get downfield.
No,
he does overgo. He gets beat up, dude. He gets depleted from game to game. The Niner to the Chief game showed that he's weak. Garber's got a strong ass arm. Garber's got an arm like a motherfucker. He got a cannon, bro. And he's got good pocket awareness, and he can run. And I've said this, and I've even made posts on my Instagram page about this, is that if Stidham was going to be here and that was who we were roll with, I would have let Chase battle him for the starting job, because Chase comes from Cal and he is a good quarterback, dude. Like, I know he ain't no drafted quarterback like people, but I don't give a fuck.
I was surprised he's a good player. I was surprised about that they didn't even try, because I was like, if you didn't pick up Jimmy G, would you have just battled them both?
I would have in a heartbeat.
I would have done it. I'm a Garner Minshew guy. I still like Garner. I thought he was a crazy bastard, and I liked the fact that he was out of his mind. And he was kind of,
who was it?
Stabler-esque in that sense, that he had a little side to him that was a little off, but he was an aggressive player. Because I'm always about the aggressive, the guy who wants to be the guy. They don't have to be the guy, but they have to at least try to be the guy. And I always thought Minshew was trying always to be the guy. But I'm not upset with it. You deal with it. You're just hoping, and that's the thing. As soon as you saw him, you're like, "Oh God, he's brittle." We just got peanut brittle if you bring up Jimmy G, because you just know he cannot finish a game. He missed 19 games. That's all.
Yeah, but so this is the other thing that I would talk on this, because I've even looked this up. When Jimmy was with the Patriots, he didn't have injury prone at all, pretty much. Then when he got to the Niners, he got injured a bunch of times. But multiple players are coming out recently and saying that the Niners do this with a lot of their players. It's not just Jimmy. It's with receivers, tight ends, halfbacks especially. And so there's numerous reports on there that the Niners just ain't taking care of their players. I've thought about it, and I'm like, yeah, I've looked it up. It's facts, dude. I mean, you can go back and look at their injury report massively, dude. It's in the offense by far more than the defense. But long story short is that you got to remember, you're coming to Vegas now. You're at one of the fucking hubs, dude, of all conferences for medical teams, fucking sports, athletes, anything and everything that's out there. Jimmy's going to have way more fucking at his hands than he probably ever had with the Niners organization. They'll probably meal prep him, have him on programs. Like, I don't think Jimmy's going to get hurt here like people are thinking about, dude. Like, I don't think that's going to happen. And again, Jimmy's been designed. This is what I've said where Carr failed in this system. If he was going to succeed in this system is where I feel Carr failed. I feel where Carr failed is that for the first time in his career, he did have time in the pocket. Dude, there's times where Carr was timed at like 4.5, 4.8 seconds in the pocket. Carr's time under Gruden, his tender was one of the fastest in NFL of all NFL at 2.3 and 2.6 seconds. So to go from 2 seconds, 2.5, let's just say 2.5 to 4.5, that's a long time. That's a long fucking time.
I don't think,
and then
I don't like, and then as far as Derek is concerned, there's so much division within the Raider Nation, Raider family about him. I just like, he did his 9 years. We didn't won nothing with him. He's moved on. We move on, and you're just hoping that the next group coming in moves on and is productive. The numbers show that he is. But the numbers can be skewed because the defense is a lot better. And this defense is not what the Niners defense is. We don't have anything close to it.
Yeah,
and
but
I don't know
look, let's see. Look at this though. The Niners have been spoiled with picks over the years, where they were able to just fucking keep splurging in defensive. I mean, look at their like this was what I was saying about earlier about when I was talking about. It's unrealistic that even in Madden, it's unrealistic. Even if you had 4 superstar picks, dude, like I said, if you were just to put them all in the D line, your team's going to be weak as fuck in the secondary. Teams they'll fucking deplete you. If you were in Madden and you were starting defense and say that you wanted to have the best continuity and best chance to compete in Madden, and I'm just using Madden because that's a fake world. So I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, and even in a fake reality, that even to be competitive there to start, my 4 picks would be in 4 different tiers: fucking safety, corner, middle linebacker, and 1 player, D tackle, D end. Superstars don't have to be on both or not. You put these superstars on these levels, and then you put players around them that feed off of your energy, feed off of you, as in Max is the leader on that line. So you're going to put players around him that feed off and want to be like him, that learn from him. It's such a high draft pick here, in high picks here. Like when you bring in, so if you go take Christian, right? Christian comes here, he's the number 1. There's no motherfucker here going to be like, Hobbs is going to be able to tell him like, like Hobbs would be the most, but Christian's going to come out here probably be better than Hobbs instantly. There's a thing where my point is that Max solidifies the D line. We don't have a guy that solidifies the middle linebacker or the corner spot. If Morik doesn't want to man up and solidify it, which he has the capabilities to do it, I think that's why they bring in Epps, dude. Epps comes in. He's young. Well, he's younger, but I think he's a little older, actually. But at the same time, he got the chance to come in, play his first year. He's produced, and he wants that fucking deal. I think he's, 28, 29? But again, he still got – look at how Harmon played at 32, 33. If Epps gets 4 years here and you get that leadership from him, that's why I've said Moore can be the fuck out of here. That's why I've said that Hobbs can be out of here, dude. Like, if Christian comes here and he adapts to that play style, he adapts to that culture where he's like, I ain't afraid to work into the season. I want to win. I want to be at our best. And he comes with that mentality. And then you have Max leading that mentality down there in the bottom. That means all these dudes like Neil and Butler and all these younger guys that are bringing in now. And then you got Chandler fucking coattailing fucking Max like he's just riding them. So guess where everybody on that line going? Max. They're riding on Max's energy, and if they don't match Max's tempo, they ain't gonna be on this fucking team. And when you go to the corner position, I believe you need that alpha male, that dog that runs that DD room. Like, hey, you're out of position, bro. Like, I see it because that's what I'm good at. Christian has that capability. He has that vision. He has that leadership. He has that identification. That's something we don't have. Listen, if you go and get Lakia, I would say we're probably drafting fucking Tyree Wilson. That would be probably more realistic. Is we're probably getting Tyree Wilson at that point because of Chandler. But the fact that we lost Lakia and that we're not getting them, that only shows like you gotta take him. You have to take him. It's not Witherspoon. Witherspoon's not a Raider, dude. Like, don't get me wrong. His mind is a 80s Raider for sure, but he cannot be a Raider. He will get you penalties. He'll touch dudes too much. He'll be up on them. He's way too much hand aggressive.
Michael Huff, we've seen that type of thing. It doesn't work.
Yeah, he'll be way too aggressive on an individual player, so he won't work here, man. Like, don't get me wrong, he probably will be a phenomenal. He'll probably be one of the best in the NFL. But he can't do it here. Like, Christian can do it here. He has the vision. He has the turnaround. He can jump the route. He'll get you in those slants, dude, that we've been lacking a long time, that Charles Woodson was so dangerous in, dude. Charles Woodson lay off on that 10-yard line, knowing that motherfucker was about to slant play that bitch, know he was going to get the jump on him and just take it to the house. Christian has that capability, and we've been lacking it for a long time. Even with Lakia here, did he have one of the best shutdown? Yeah, he's top 5 shutdown corner out there last year. No doubt about it. I mean, his stats prove it for what it is, but he wasn't big. Like, there was nothing out there like where we were like, damn, he's just whopping it down, or damn, he's just up in him. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you need a guy that stepped up when everybody else was down, dude. Even when Hobbs tried coming out with the club, dude. Like, Hobbs has heart, dude. Like, I love Hobbs.
He played. He's a player.
I think the way that fucking Ziegler looks at this roster is that he says, like, yeah, Hobbs, people like you. You do have good talent, but, bro, if you don't show the fuck up, you are not going to be here, man. Like, that's what he's thinking. It's not about, like, what he's saying is like, I don't have to have Waller. I got Hooper and Howard, and then if they don't work, I draft a guy. But I still got Hooper most likely. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need Hooper to get 1,000 yards. I need Hooper to get me 450 and then block. Like, that's what I need Hooper to do. I don't need my main tight end to have 1,000. I just need 2, maybe 3 of these guys. And with all 3 combined, I need them to be around 800, you know, like, and then in the halfback, dude, this is why I've said Josh can be an easy trade candidate, because you don't get honed in on one individual person. You don't get honed in on Josh running 1,600 fucking yards. You have 3 halfbacks. I've been very busy, bro. You have 3 halfbacks in the backfield, and you're getting 1,200 yards combined between the 3 backs. New England did this for years.
That's the New England unfortunate way.
And there's nothing wrong with that, dude. Like, this is the problem that I have with a lot of Raider fans, like, personally, because I have season tickets. I spend a lot of fucking money, and I've done it for fucking 20 years, dude. And I've invested massive money into these teams, and I've spent a lot in this deal, and I've dedicated a lot of trips, a lot of time, everything.
We all have
the thing is that it's just like, when we're sitting here looking at what we are, where we're going, what we're doing, dude, it's easy to sit and say, like, we're not. I see they are. Like, I've seen when Gruden got – I'm a huge fucking Gruden fan, massive Gruden fan, dude. But I didn't see him like I see Ziegler right now. No fucking way.
Ziegler? I can say this in person. I met Ziegler in person at a Raider game. I went to the Seattle game.
Ziegler's a truth. He's a true Raider, bro.
Dude. He's
like, that dude's a true Raider by heart, man. Like, he's true Raider. And all I'm saying is like, these guys, what I was going to say with, like, Josh and so on, like, Josh is the easy trade candidate because they don't need to hone in on one individual name. And this is getting back to what I was saying about how Raider fans hone in on an individual name. They would rather be content with Waller. They would rather be content with Waller and losing than get Howard and Hooper and win. Like, that's what I don't understand.
I would say that because the Waller thing had a lot of legs in different directions with what went down.
My point in general in that comment would be is that goes for any player that has success here. period.
Yeah.
And sometimes,
it
like
becomes...
I said, what makes winning organizations and what makes Bill is Bill don't give a fuck what your name is. Bill don't give a fuck what you've done. If he feels that you're going to try to take him on his salary or you're going to try to take him for fucking $20 million, and no, fuck no. Bill say like, fuck you. Like straight up, I'll make none of motherfuckers. Like I'm not doing that. And that's what you need to do sometimes, because I spoke on this about J.C. Jackson. I spoke on this about a lot of Patriot players and personnel that leave there. That is a systematic fucking deal. You succeed because you succeeded in his program, bro. Like that's why when they leave there, they're trying to go to a motherfucking another Patriot motherfucker, like fucking dude over there in fucking Tennessee, Brable. They're like, let's go over there because he's probably the closest thing, or now Flores, things like that, because they need to have that continuity to be able to win. I mean, J.C. Jackson got fucking straight bench, dude, in fucking the Chargers. Like, he was one of the best, if not the best in the NFL, a consistent overall player. Bill let him walk. We never intrigued him, and they benched him. Like, that's what I say. Like, you don't go trade for a dude like that, and no matter what he's in, bench him in this first year. Like, that's not good on you as a coach.
Yeah, one thing about that organization is when you're done, they know you're done. It's like with Woolfolk and with Seymour and any of their players they get rid of, Welker, there's a reason why they dump them. That's always been the case. They know when it's over. I don't know how he does it. I don't know where that comes from. But they know when their time has come and they're no longer viable for the organization.
And look at people need to see that Ziegler knows that shit too. Like Ziegler didn't just go over to Bill and ride his coattail on his back, okay?
Yeah.
Like Ziegler showed you right away that he has a skill set that is exactly like Bill Belichick, and it's very rare in any individual person, dude. And Ziegler has this fucking skill set, and a lot of Raider fans and a lot of YouTube content creators and a lot of these dudes are dumb as fuck because they don't see it. Listen, when Ziegler got here, he cut 5 players. He cut 5 dudes. Not any of them players succeeded. None of them. Yeah. Abram would be the only guy that we can sit here and say, like, if we want to talk about success, that like he's still moving the fuck around and he still played, right? So I'd say that would be the only. But everyone he got draft value, he got contracts freed up. He pissed them when dudes were like, why would you do that? Moan's gonna be so great, he didn't even play. Then you're looking at Edwards. Oh, why'd you cut Edwards? He's doing so good. He only got 15 yards, didn't even play. You're looking at, why you get Leatherwood? Leatherwood goes to the Bears, don't even play all year. This guy knocks this shit out of the park, dude. Like his evaluation skill is mad, dead ass accurate. And then not only that, we get into a point where, dude, all our players are going down. Our roster's getting fucking depleted. Fucking 19 dudes in the IR. We're going UDFA players now, dude. We're not even playing. We don't even got motherfucking players. They're UDFs, dude, like straight up. No. And then not only that, he goes out and finds Tyler Hall. Tyler Hall played phenomenal football for us, dude, when he came in. That dude made an instant impact the second he got here,
Dustin,
right away.
About that Lacey kid, that linebacker came in like with a couple of practice and was doing good.
Yeah, Lange came in at the very end with the Niners, dude. I mean, then you're looking at Tillery. We were struggling in the defensive line, struggling at getting pressure, getting anything up in there at a point. They get Tillery, instantly changes it. Kyle Pecco comes here. Tillery, bam, knocks it. Fucking Tillings. Like, he knows. Then look at all his players. Look at all the players that had success in here last year. Fucking Duron Harmon, dude, their pick. They picked him up, brought him here. He fucking played probably the best over here, period. Mm-hmm. They traded for Lock Ya-Sin. Lock Ya-Sin had a very high rate, dude, probably the best corner in top 5 in the NFL in lockdown. I mean, fucking all their fucking deals hit outside of the only guy that I can sit here and say that didn't hit like at all was probably Bly Nichols, and Chandler. But Chandler still got 4.5 sacks. I mean, he's still.
If we get a good defensive tackle, I think it's going to take off the double team off of Chandler, and Chandler cannot do double teams anymore.
Well,
but where people think like you got to get that in the first round, you can pick up a good D tackle in rounds 3 or 4. Yeah. Like, and we got to remember, we got 2 picks in the 3rd round, dude. So like, you wouldn't want to put up a D tackle at 7, and I don't think you'd want to take Carter at 7. And listen, I think I'm a huge fucking Jalen Carter fan. I've said it the whole time. Like, I would have taken this guy long before all this shit came out. It's nothing against him, man. I probably still would take him, but I think if you're just doing what's right for the Raiders, you got to take Christian because he has zero problems. This guy don't have no bullshit comes with him. You don't end up with all that drama. Like, I just think you need to stay the fuck away from that drama. You can pick up another D tackle in the 3rd round easily. So I would just stay the fuck off
Christian
that one.
Gonzalez, he could be another Nnamdi Asomugha.
He can just be the next Christian Gonzalez for the Raiders. That's the best he can be. You know, like, that's what you just want is that. I think you just want that alpha male, dude. He's that alpha. Like, don't get me wrong, Witherspoon would be the alpha, but I still think Christian's a leader. He's alpha, bro. Like, when he comes here and puts his label, people are going to want to learn from him, and that's what you want, dude. Like, I think when you're looking at Ziegler, what makes a big staple on his on his pedigree going forward, drafting a number 1 corner in the NFL and having success at that is massive. Like, that's massive. Well, guess who the highest paid players? Guess who the highest paid players in the NFL are outside of a quarterback? I'll give you a guess. It's a fucking wide receiver. So, like I said, they're the fucking motherfuckers out there putting. When the number 1 corner got to go lock down Chase, dude, and fucking do that in and out, and then go over the next week and do the same thing to Justin Jefferson, that shit matters. That shit matters most definitely.
Hey, guys,
so
guess who's
that goes from 55 yards to 250 yards. That is that fast, you know.
Hey, Dustin, tomorrow Mick Lombardi's going to be in my area where I'm from. I'm originally from Fresno, so he's going to go see Jake Hayner more. And then tomorrow they got Anthony Richardson combine too, or pro days.
That kid's
but they also have the number. See, I hate when people do that shit. They're like, oh, they're going to go there to look at Richardson. Bullshit. They got the number 1 offensive lineman in the nation there too. So it's not there for Richardson. You're going to scout with Richardson because he's there. But don't forget who else is fucking there. Like, they're not just there for Richardson's garbage ass, dude. Like,
they got Bean over there too, the safety Bean.
Yeah, exactly. They got multiple good players there.
Well, Dave, do you guys have a link or anything that we could drop in the comments about your club?
Oh no, yeah, or on Instagram.
Send it to me. I'm the nation's nightmare on Discord. Just look me up.
Okay, Discord we have nothing. We'll have to set something up.
No. Send me.
No, he's saying send the link on there to Discord.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like I sent you the link in the DM is what he's asking you.
Oh, I have.
Yeah, and then I'll just share it up here. Like
the only Discord I know is this.
Just go to my friends list, Aaron, and then type in the following Raiders Empire New York. It'll pop right up.
All right.
The white and black emblem.
Yeah. Well, I have unfortunately a position I have to deal with and talk to people for 8 hours tomorrow. So I've
Heck yeah.
But
bro,
this is awesome. I think
this
is great.
Come on. Whenever you get time, come back.
Oh, absolutely.
Be back Friday.
Like I said, we go live Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
I appreciate it. This was great, and it's good to hear different perspectives because if you don't learn anything, and not only that, it's good to debate and discuss because you don't get that regularly.
That's what I built this channel for, man. And it just shows you're all the way in New York. We're out here in the West Coast. You're the East Coast, you know. And like they said, just so people know, like they go to a bar, they have meetings over there in the East Coast. All their friends meet up at a bar over there. That's what you'll see. Like if you guys go to his page and look at it, they meet up there just like people here in LA and so on. So I think that's pretty cool, and that's why we built this channel. We built this channel not to dictate news. We built the channel to be able to conversate with people all around the whole world, not just the U.S., the world, and see how they all see it. You know, like
that's what it's about.
And it's just
I'm
like you
definitely going
said,
to
I
try to get more
encourage the
people.
debate because I encourage the debate because let's be honest, there's 80% on this panel that are gonna bash Josh. So if I didn't sit here and come with fucking insight to get people to see why I don't think that he should be trashed as hard, it would be so easy for everybody just to say, "Yep, fuck Josh. Yep, fuck Josh. Fuck that guy," because everybody's saying the narrative. But when people see somebody like me that knows like I'm stat driven, I've researched my shit, like they know if I'm gonna get in that argument and combat it, they probably know I've already done the research on it. And all I'm trying to say is like I'm not right 100% of the time, but what I'm gonna
Nobody's
say
perfect,
is
Dustin.
what I'm gonna say is that Josh is a good coach, and when we have such a big base already bashing him, like they did Carr, like instantly, like this isn't gonna start out well, and then we're never gonna win because we're blaming the wrong fucking guy at the wrong spot. Like that's all I'm saying is sometimes we need to just look back, take a second here, and say identify where it is, and then when Raider Nation quits fucking talking about this shit on YouTube, putting it in posts. Like the Raiders are added, probably 1,000 times in a day. And then they have social media people that are fucking reading through these posts, dude. And then if it's a post worth reading for, they'll probably identify somebody that means something to see it. But what I'm gonna say is that they're notified on that shit multiple times, and they're seeing the combativeness and so dysfunction. So like on the Raiders social media side, and let's say that if the organization was trying to use intel, they can't use intel because it's too inconsistent amongst their own fan base. Now,
say that we were over here, we're having these talks, we're saying these things about these guys, and we're like, okay, we're bashing them at first because a lot of people don't have the facts on who Josh is. They don't know the fucking history on him. They didn't give him a fucking chance. And they didn't know that Bill didn't win shit and had a losing record for 8 fucking years of his career, dude, to start. He didn't even win till he got to New England to begin with, dude. So a lot of people just look at somebody's 35-year career and what he's done at the end result and what he did in the beginning of this result. Then you're taking a young kid at 40 years old that has more fucking Super Bowl experience than I bet 80% of the NFL coaches put together, just together. Like,
No. I think you're right on that because
and from 20
even the East Coast, we see Bill
just getting started at 40. For most definitely for head coaches. I mean, look, you got 70-year-old head coach Pete Carroll and shit running down sideline like he's fucking 25.
I love that. That's great.
He can have a 30-year career just as a head coach, Josh. And people are like, oh, you're never going to find a coach of his pedigree, Super Bowl wise, calling those games, coming back with that experience, having some of the biggest comebacks, having some of the biggest failures in those moments in NFL history. Like he's experienced the high and the low, but he's exceeded more than he's failed. Like this dude has that knowledge. It did not just
he failed a lot, trust me.
Come back.
I've sat
that did
from
not
the East Coast. We've seen him way too often.
That's the thing where I think people give the dysfunction. So now let's go back to the social media page, right? Maybe people would listen to motherfuckers if more of the fan base was on a more intelligent level about the fucking team. Because when you're talking about shit like, well, the defense is struggling, this is where it's at, and the fan base is talking about that like other organizations do, because we are fucking dysfunction as fuck over here, but other organizations do this, and they're probably doing their shit saying, yeah, they're right. Maybe we should look at that player. Maybe we should look at this deal. But when you got them saying, well, Carr's the one lost the game. The offensive line's dysfunctional. So Jimmy G's not going to fucking win when Carr had 4.5 seconds in the pocket. But Jimmy G's going to get rid of the ball in like 2.5 seconds in this system because he knows it. Like, that's the kind of shit I'm talking about. It's just disinformation on where they're at, who they're with, the systems, how much familiarity, the continuity amongst the players. Like, that shit matters, dude. Like I said, when they came here this year, people were like, we're going to go to the playoffs and Super Bowl. I said, fuck, that's unlikely. You have so many moving pieces. Well, how are you going to get so many people to gel that fast? Like, that's not realistic, dude. Like, I get that the fucking, the Giants looked better than what they were. They looked good at the start. They just fell off at the end. We just never picked up or fucking. We just sucked, you know.
Yeah. Well, I think it was also the issue. And before I leave, I think it was the Papa thing. I think a lot of people within the fan base thought Rich deserved another year, and then you could move on to there was no. Or I think a lot of the anger and animosity comes to the fact that there was no one, any team or organization was banging down the door for Josh McDaniel. You could have done another year with Rich, see where it went, and could you have found a diamond in the rough? I think that was where I feel that way. Could you have done another year? The guy brought you from a disaster season and got you at least to the playoffs and the first round. And the failure of the first round, good, bad, or indifferent, did he deserve another chance? He's been a loyal soldier within football for decades. And I think the Raider base was upset the way Josh came in. I think that's the biggest problem with that. Awesome.
My bad. My headset. I had to reset my headset.
No, that's good. I was
But
just.
I was listening to you, man. For whatever reason, whenever I go off of my truck back to my headset,
No, that's
if
fine.
it won't pick up in this fucker, it makes me leave the stream and come back. So, but I don't know, man. Like you guys know me about my team, man. I love speaking on the Raiders. I love speaking on what can make us better, what's gonna make us better. I mean, I don't want to fucking lose no more than anybody else, you know. So
I
I've
think.
always said like,
Yeah, I think the reality is, and before I go, it was one of the things I was bringing up before you dropped off. I think Pete the fan base thought Rich deserved at least another year. There was no rush to bring Josh in, or this whole and I think leaving Mayock to do his own work without John being there might have changed it. And I think that's where a lot of the animosity comes in when McDaniels comes in. It was a year that it was a throw. If you're gonna do a throwaway year, why not throw it away to a guy who, at minimum,
yeah, but
at
if
minimum
but
deserved a
this is
chance
where I
to
think
leave.
it becomes a so this is where I think it becomes a real problem and why they didn't do it. So let's be real. John Gruden is 100% the guy that had the most experience here by a mile in all positions, even at the
Yeah,
GM spot. He probably had way more intel than fucking Mayock did to begin with. And I think if you rolled with Rich Bisaccia another year, you actually set yourself back. And not only when you set yourself back, you probably hurt yourself even more because now you're giving Mayock full control of all contracts, writing those contracts, negotiating. Now the adrenaline kicks into Mayock like, hey, I'm the big guy. Now maybe he starts writing bad deals. Like, at least when
Hey, bro,
Ziegler
some of
came
them
here,
contracts were
uh,
fucked up with him.
Ziegler came with
Three little kid
experience
deal.
already because he was doing it in New England for the best in all football. Like Ziegler didn't just do it for some slouch ass motherfucker. Like Ziegler makes a wrong pick, guess who coming breathing down his neck? It ain't Kraft, it's Bill. Like
yeah,
Bill's ass coming fucking reaming his ass. Like when he fucks up on evaluation in the field because guess whose vision it was over there? It was Bill's vision. So whose
yeah,
vision do you think Ziegler's looking at when he's evaluating? He's evaluating players by Bill's vision because that's who taught him his success is Bill's vision. So,
yeah.
like,
No,
like I
you
said,
make a
like,
valid point. Absolutely, I think it's a
you,
really valid point on that end. But I think that's
yeah,
where a lot of the animosity comes from, as far as the fan base is concerned. And at least on our end, we always felt that there was no absolute rush to bring Josh in. Not one organization was banging on his door. It could have been, and you know what? What's a year at this point? We've had 20 plus years, 21 years of sucking would have made no difference. And when you saw when the end at the end of this all, the Raider record wasn't much better if you would have kept Rich here for a year. And that
Yeah,
way
Yeah,
he said,
but this
and
is
that way he
where
said,
Rich
you know
hurts
what?
you.
Right.
This is where Rich hurts you because at the end of the day, when you come to the table, you're so look when you're picking an offensive coach, right? Let's just say you pick offensive head coach. What are you getting that year in the draft? Who are you picking?
Yeah. Well, that would
Pick an
be.
offensive
That's why
player,
I said
probably
I thought.
quarterback, wide receiver of that factor. Now let's go defense. Your defensive coach, come to your deal. Who you getting? Probably defensive player because that's who you're doing. Like you're bringing value to the table. What's Rich doing? He coming to the draft and he's picking special teams first overall. Like where's his evaluation in the matter of
Well,
one of the two things that matter the most in defense or offense? Like he
well,
doesn't
that was
bring
the thing.
like
Where
you can be liked, man, but you still got to bring value to the table when
right.
you're recruiting, evaluating,
I think
scouting, fucking
right.
changing offenses,
But I think that's where
defenses.
Mayock would have you would have seen what Mayock could do without the Gruden.
I think we would be worse. I think we would be worse, and I think this is what. So listen. I'm going to tell you one thing. You've been watching the Raiders a long time. I'm gonna make a valid point, and this is facts, dude. People seen this shit happen with Gruden in the 2000s. There's a reason Mike Mayock ain't a GM anywhere in the NFL. There's a reason that Greg Olson ain't an offensive coordinator in the
he's
NFL.
a quarterback.
There's a reason that fucking Greg Basacci ain't got a head coaching job yet, even being interviewed in the NFL because they already seen this story play out before.
Yeah,
They're not
no,
doing
I
that
see.
shit again.
No, you have. It's a valid point. Absolutely valid.
Yeah, they had success. Bill Callahan and that staff rode fucking John's coattail the
Oh,
same
fuck no.
way, and they were
No,
depleted afterwards. So
Bill ruined
no, no,
Bill
no,
ruined
no.
being the dumbest team in the world. Fuck him. Now
Yeah,
Bill did not change the calls. That tells you how lazy a head coach is. He didn't
I
change the play calls. He
and
kept them the
that's all
same.
I'm saying. Like and you got to remember the NFL gave Mark a team to help him hire the next coaching staff. So it wasn't just Mark over there evaluating. It was the NFL gave him a staff to help him
Yeah,
to
it was
hire the next
era.
coaching staff here. And like I said, they took the best. Listen, Ziegler came from the best of the best in all football, dude. I've told people if they don't know their history about Ziegler, they should probably go study that shit real quick, dude, because Ziegler he scouted for the best. He was developed by the best. He seen his vision, dude. Everything he did, like I said about sending a guy out on the road and seeing something and coming back to my room and telling me what I need to hear without me telling you what I need to hear,
Right.
that shit matters. And then not only that, where Bill is like, okay, you see my vision so much, I'm going to let you run it. And then when he gets to a point, like he comes over and says, okay, Dave, he says, okay, look, so this is where Ziegler has, again, more experience and more knowledge than a lot of people out there. Because listen, when Ziegler fucks up, guess who's coming over to him and telling him, and then telling him why he fucked up?
Yeah.
There's a big difference
Belichick.
where Ziegler says, or Bill says to Ziegler, look at this guy. You see this. This is what you're looking at. But I'm going to show you why this guy's not going to work. You see that you think
Right.
he's going to work and that you probably are right more time than not. But this is why he's not. Look how he gets off on the line at the 10. Look how he's pressing on this dude. Look how he moves his right arm on a deal. Bill notices something. I'm not saying it's anything of what I just said, but Bill notices something about somebody that determines high or low value that fast, just by those evaluations.
Yeah.
When I used to cowboy when I was a young kid, I worked with this dude Don Gate that can do that with horses. You can go into a cell and look at a horse where dudes are like, man, that's a hella good horse. That's really nice. And Don would be like, nope. He'd be like, take that horse out of that pen with the shavings and walk him on that concrete. And then all of a sudden you see the horse start limping because he noticed when that horse was making a turn, maybe how he picked his leg up and drug it instead of picking it up and carrying it in a smooth motion versus dragging it because he didn't have the muscles there or he was limber to where he couldn't lift the motion up to do that. that shit is very keen about being a very high performance horse trainer and being some backyard fucking Craigslist horse
Yeah.
trainer. Like, and that shit matters in the NFL and that shit matters in high
Yeah.
school football. Look at fucking what's his name fucking for Miami and then went to the fucking Jets fucking
You talking about
God,
Adam?
yeah, Adams. He
Oh
fucking went
fuck!
to high
We
school
don't even say his name
football.
here.
He went to fucking high school football,
Oh,
bro.
he's
Like
awful. He's awful. Adam Gase
that.
was
But that's my
the
point. When
quarterback was.
your skill set's going to determine you where you are eventually, regardless. When you don't have
Yes, they
Peyton
say
Manning
that.
to show you who the fuck you are.
Yeah,
But
he was all a
when
bad
Josh,
decision on that part. That
when
guy
these
was a
guys
bad quarterback.
Yep, and when these guys got here, these guys are not. Listen, Josh's vision's Josh's vision. That's not Bill's. Like Josh's vision is his. He created it. He developed it. He's only done it better. Bill has spoke on it multiple times. What makes Josh so dangerous and his offense so hard is that he changes the playbook every single year. It's just like I was saying earlier today to a guy. Guess what? New England's playbook ended with Josh. Their playbook is not being developed right now. It's not being having more creative designs or plays put in there because when Josh left there, that shit stopped. Matt Patricia ain't putting that shit in there. Bill ain't sitting at home saying, you know what, Y2 banana fucking blah 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 bullshit. Like
Spider two
Bill
white
ain't doing
man.
that. Yeah, Bill ain't doing that shit. Bill like,
No.
I'm on defense, figure it out. You know, you got
Yep.
Josh's shit, call those plays. Like that's what they're saying. So peace out, Richard. Appreciate you, bro. Every time, man. You know it, man. Appreciate you always
Yeah.
showing up, being loyal, man. Thank you very much.
I'm
But
out of
like
here
that's
too,
all.
brother. 'Cause I gotta be. It's 1 a.m. here, and if I don't get
Hell
to
yeah.
bed, my clients will be pissed.
Nah, it's probably perfect timing, anyways. 10 o'clock,
Brother,
man,
this is
and
a good
that's
time,
perfect
man.
deal.
Good time. I'll try to get
Yeah,
more
like
people
I
here.
said, dude, you're in the Discord. You know where you can get me,
Yep.
man. And anytime you want on, just let me know. I'll probably
No
hit you up
problem,
and
brother.
ask you weekly either way. So
All right. You stay safe out there. You look like
yeah,
you're
you too,
cold in
man.
the car, the truck.
Yeah, heck yeah. Nah, man, I live right on this deal. I got about 300-acre ranch, but
Oh,
my
nice.
internet, because we're in the mountains there,
Oh
I
man.
have shit ass internet, so I couldn't even be on here like this. Fucking, so
I
I
hear
just
you.
stop here on my way home and then fucking just do it right here. So
I hear you, brother. You be safe
yeah,
out there, all right?
yeah, but yeah, have a good night,
Take
man.
care. See you soon,
Yeah,
bro. All right.
heck yeah,
Later,
heck
bro.
yeah. Nah, but Cortez. I'm getting back over there, but fucking, I don't know, man. You guys know how I feel about my team, man. I'm just passionate. I think like I wouldn't say Josh is good if I didn't believe he's good. Like I bash Graham right away because the guy's trash, dude. Like I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I tell them they're straight to their face, dude. Like could he have success? Yeah, but he's garbage. Like if somebody told me like we want to get rid of Josh and go get I don't even really give a fuck who. I'd be like, you're dumb as hell. This guy's a great offensive coordinator. He calls our plays. It ain't Mick, dude. So like, either way, man, like I think we just got to give the chance. I'm excited as hell for the draft, dude. Like I'm gonna just be honest. I think our draft, dude, shows so much stuff inside here, dude. Like over the next few days and the next week, I'm gonna go over players on my Instagram page and just show like I've already said, I'm making my player reveals. I'm not gonna have this bullshit where if I get to a point and guys like, oh, you didn't call it, tell it. No, I said I think Christian Gonzalez 100% been saying it for like the last few weeks. I'm gonna post my shit on Instagram and my timetable for my picks. I'm gonna see just how consistent I can or how close I can even get to the players. But like I said, I think for my first two picks, it's gonna be Hooker and Gonzalez for sure because I think those are two corner pieces inside of our team that are actually milestones for the future. So I think, like you said, I think those are probably going to be our first two picks if Hooker's there. And again, don't be surprised if they trade back in to get him because when you're looking at Richardson, you're going by hope. Like, that's just hope, dude. Like, you're hoping that his raw talent can develop. You're hoping that he can turn into a good player. You don't know. Fuck, they said that shit about Connor Cook, too. That bitch fucking sucked dick. So I'm not trying to go off of hope. Like, fuck that. And then especially at quarterback, like, fucking, we hope on a lot of shit on offense and defense. That shit, hopefully it didn't work because it didn't. So I'm not hoping that this motherfucker works. Like, I think when you look at Hooker, I don't think there's hope behind it. I think there's, hey, we developing this guy can be very dangerous. So, and then at the second round pick, I mean, it's hit or miss. I mean, that's what you got to do there. I mean, I would feel more comfortable with that than trading or trying to even trade next year. Things like Malik. I mean, I say Malik every time. Shit, it annoys the fuck out of me. But Hendon Hooker gives us the best chance, dude, like to actually have a successful quarterback outside of Carr. And again, Carr should be the perfect example. He was picked up in the second round, and he was our quarterback for the last 9 years, dude. So just because he's taken there, don't mean that he can't be good or win or not, dude. The thing is that he's gonna have Jimmy until hurt or otherwise, and let's just say best case that that Jimmy doesn't get hurt, that means he's going to be here developing behind him for the next few years. And then you're going to have Chase behind him explaining. Like I said, I think that'd be the best deal for us. And I'm telling you, I have a strong feeling, man, that it's Christian Gonzalez and Malik in 1 and 2. Like, I just have a huge feeling. And three and the next, the 3-3, that's gonna get tough, man. That's gonna be tough. That's why I need to do a lot of research here for those picks, because to determine what players are going to be there in the third round, and then both picks at that third round, and then to sit and indicate, are we going to go offense, are we going to go defense? That's going to be hard. I've always said I think it's easy to pick your first few because our roster is indicating where the fuck we're going. I mean, the roster tells you straight the fuck up. We do not have a corner. Done. Like, we don't have a fucking starting number 1 corner, period. So, and we're the 7th overall pick, and there's fucking like 3 corners there that are phenomenal. So I'm pretty sure I know where the hell we're leading. So at the same time, and then not only that, like I said, we're going to probably need like 2 corners in this draft. So it's not going to just be 1. It's probably going to be like 2 for sure. So, but again, like I said, I mean, we got a lot showing up here. We got a lot getting put in here, dude. I mean, like I've said with these guys, with what Dave was saying here earlier, I see where people see, like, why did we get Roberts? Roberts is where I said we should have went for Devin Bush. Comes from the 3-4. He comes from the multi-D, knows the system. He's familiar with it. Roberts was a great ad, dude. He has familiarity within it. That's what matters. That's like fucking 80% of the battle is just having familiarity within something you know already. So, and again, that's why people need to pay attention to the hires and the people that are coming here, and they need to do the research on just a lot more than just the name. I mean, almost every single player that's been added to this team outside of like Epps and Johnson. I mean, I guess I can probably lean more defensively. I mean, familiarity within some of the system, because I don't know if Epps ever played in a 3-4-4-3, but I don't think it's really that crucial in the safety position as much as it is when you're playing in linebacker, DN, corners, safeties. I mean, you're just over the top or outside. It's more coverage. So um, either way, inside there, like I say, I just think like when you look at everything they've done offensively and everything we're doing defensively, I mean, I think they've added decently great ads. I mean, I think we're doing way better than where we were a year ago. And it's even, I said this even during the season, I said this right at the end of our season, as the Raiders season was over, is that these guys are going to break this team down. They're going to go for depth, dude, where they got players that can play just as well as the dude at 1 as in 2. Like, they just want depth players that keeps the continuity. So if this guy gets hurt, we don't fall off too far. The tempo stays pretty much where it's at. You just flip to the next guy. Like, that's what they're trying to do. And there's nothing wrong with it. And I think it's a great idea. And I think they're going to knock it out of the park, dude. And I think they're not just going to do it. It ain't going to take them long. their stamp on it this year, and next year they'll probably be rolling right where they need to be. What I think is going to just be for me the deciding piece. And look, I don't really care if they go with Tyree Wilson or fucking Gonzalez. It's their pick. These guys know what the fuck they're doing. I'm not going to tell Ziegler what to fucking do. I mean, at the end of the day, Ziegler's way smarter than I'm fucking him. I guarantee it, you know. And there might be some things that me and him are talking about, like he might say, like, yeah, you know it, but there's a lot more things that he's gonna say where I'm gonna be like, fuck, I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that shit exists. You know what I mean? So no matter how smart or how much we research out here, we don't see the fine tuned papers. We don't see what they see. You know, like we're not seeing the 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 what's the word? Fucking we don't see like the restrictions or things that they get put on them. We don't see the contracts or the papers or the refinements or anything of those deals. Like they see a lot more than we do. So like if me and him were, for instance, sitting here talking about something, I'm going by what I've seen, what I've heard, what I've read. I'm going by the best knowledge I know without talking to a real fucking GM in the league. But there's things like where me and him would probably be talking, and I would say something like, "Well, I think they should do this or they should do that," and then he might come back and say, "Well, there's if you were to do that, you might have to do this and give up that," or you know something I would never even thought because I didn't know that came along with it. So all I'm saying is like we think we know a lot out here. They know what the fuck they're doing. Like they know the fines ins and out, and sometimes we may not agree in the past of what players and what people have been here, but we've never had. Listen, if you can go show me a coaching staff that we've hired over the last fucking 20 years that had the pedigree of Ziegler and fucking Josh, I'll wait right fucking here until you get me that shit. And I'll bring it. Whatever coach, whatever staff, maybe I missed it, I don't know. But if you can bring me any head coach and fucking GM that has the pedigree from where they came from and what they've done there, their success rate. And yes, maybe Josh as a head coach in his 3 years. Well, I'm sorry, this guy just ain't the fucking god yet, but I don't judge people like that. Like, I would never do that, especially in the NFL, and especially a dude at 30 and then a dude at 40. Like, Josh at 40 trumped fucking Josh at 30 by a mile already. So, by a mile, demeanor wise, gameplay, people wise, like Josh is way better at 40 than he was at 30 by a mile. So again, I watched him. I seen him. I seen the whole way he was. Like I seen him easily. I mean, I've watched the fucker for straight up. So long story short is like I said, Josh is a fucking look, Josh is good, man. I mean, I think that was a great ad for us, dude. And again, at the end of the day, dude, when you're looking at the pedigree of where they come, what they have, what they can have, we ain't had a coaching staff of that caliber at all. Period. And if it takes them time, like this is the thing that I think's crazy when we're even having these conversations because look, I'm a fucking realist, man. Like I'm gonna be honest. There's a lot of times I'm on here having conversations where my nerves are just like fucking just beaten because I'm like, why are we having this conversation? Like, do you even hear how you're speaking? Why? Why? Like, that's what you're rating our team, and then we want to talk about that. Like, I don't like that shit. Like, I don't like that when we sit and say like, oh, our defense is the ranked 30th and the first or 32nd, and the first thing we do is compare it to the Vikings. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, you just compared it to fucking garbage, you know? Like, I don't like that shit. I don't like how we get so fucking, like, we as Raider fans get so offended in a conversation that all we do is look for the next thing that has the same deterrent as us, but it's just as bad. Like that's what is crazy as fuck. Like, look, let's do a reality check on this conversation. Like, the Vikings had 11 games by one fucking score or less, right? One score or less, and they won theirs. We had the same fucking possibility. We just lost more than we won. We had the same fucking deterrent as they did. We just lost ours. Like the fucking way that worked out was the exact same way. Offense to the defense was the fucking exact same way, and we just lost ours. But the way that it was by one fucking score of games. It's crazy as fuck, dude. But that's the facts of it and the reality. So again, dude, like I said, you don't do that as all. What I'm trying to say is you don't do that shit because that defense was trash as fuck. And they played in the fucking in a misconceiving division, and when they got to the playoffs, they got fucking owned, dude. Like when they played on Monday nights and played competitive teams, they got fucking owned, dude. Like that's why I said even with the Giants, when it came down to the teams, they got owned. Like you can tell where a team's record is falsified in certain points because of who they're playing, where they're at. Is it divisional games? They've played them numerous times. Are they playing weak division or weak players outside of the division? And then it's like, okay, here they played the Eagles and they got their ass beat. Or they played the Niners and got their ass beat, dude. Like, all right, dude. Like, appreciate you, man. Popping on.
Yeah, bro. Sorry I wasn't on here for much, bro. You know how.
Nah, it's all good. I'm gonna hop off here in a second, anyways. But
yeah, bro, I'll stay on then for a minute.
Yeah, but that's all I say is like they look at it, dude, and they say like, oh, they were fucking that good. No, they weren't. They're just falsified in the record. That's it. And then as a fan, that's what kind of irritates me when we're talking about football. This is why I don't like really getting in conversations, personal conversations with people, because you're not even being fair to your team, and then you want to come talk to me that bullshit. Like I'm not here to listen to that bullshit. Like I'm not here to make you feel better about the team, dude. I'm here to figure out what makes our team fucking better at the end of the day. That's what I'm here to do, dude. So when a guy comes over to me and he has feelings on Waller or he has it on Jacobs or he has it on Carr or he has it on somebody else, and I'm sitting here saying like that's not what's best for the team, bro. Like I don't feel the same pity as you do because I don't like winning or losing, and I don't like that we're keeping dudes around because you like his fucking name. Like I don't like that we're keeping dudes around that did good to fucking 4 years ago, and this dude's been sucking for 2 straight years, and we're gonna go into next year acting like he's just gonna get better. Like I'm not fucking delusional, dude. Like, look, I'm not a woman, and I'm not my woman, dude. Like, she'll come off with some weird, crazy shit, dude, and I'm just like, where the fuck do you even come? And I hear that shit from Raider fans, and I'm just like, oh, fucking like, okay, dude, like. You would think, dude, like, and I'm not saying nothing bad against men or women, so don't get me wrong in that. I'm just saying that some women know. Women can come up with some weird ass shit, and they know that shit. They do that shit on purpose, dude. Like, they fucking know. And all I'm saying is like some of these fans, when we're talking football, like, I'm real, bro. Like, I want to talk real shit. I want to talk real facts, real shit. I don't want to talk about what fucking ifs, dude. I don't want to say hypotheticals. I want to say that the odds are that it's like 90 fucking 5%. We get this motherfucker. What value does he bring? What does he do? Is he making the team? Is he here for the camp? Is he leaving? And if he is leaving, who the fuck are we replacing him with? And who else are we picking him up? Are we replacing him with somebody in the draft, or are we going to do it after the draft, dude, where they have that fucking free agency kind of deal right afterwards before the season? You know, like, where the fuck do we replace this dude? Or is that dude we roam with for the season? You know, like, these are things I like to talk. I don't like bashing on a motherfucker. I don't like sitting here saying that. Listen, I don't like Graham. I make it clear as fuck. I don't bash him. Like, I'm not sitting here and fucking bash the motherfucker. Like, it does not me no good. Don't do any motherfucker here any good. We identified that the motherfucker needs to step his shit up a little bit more. Now it's up to him, and I need to give him the chance to do it. So I don't sit and talk on someone's record in the off season. Like, it shouldn't even be a conversation. We know what his fucking record is. We all talked about it like 10,000 times on every YouTube channel, every fucking deal. It's been spoke about enough for my mom. Ain't even a fucking Raider fan. She probably already knows. She probably knows the conversation because she's probably heard it like, fucking 10,000 fucking times. So it's not a conversation motherfuckers are not aware of, So I don't like speaking on it. Everybody knows I don't even bring it up. I don't give a fuck about it because you can't get better in the off season. We're all aware motherfucker got a losing record. He can't. There ain't no games being played now. So why do you keep fucking talking about? Why is it like a Twilight Saga with a lot of people? Get the fuck off of it. Like, let's talk about what makes the team better. What's benefiting now? What does Josh got to do to get your respect? What's Josh got to do now to be fucking better? Like, that's what you should be saying, not just, oh, fucking, there's nothing you can do. Well, fuck you then, motherfucker. You shouldn't even be here then. Like, straight up, because I don't like that type of shit, dude. Like, at least to validate where the fuck you got to be better at. Like, dudes come in here, even on our panel or even in our fucking chats or even in our Instagram or so on, and say, well, this guy's writing or this dude, bring evidence. Let me see that shit. I want to read it because I read a lot of shit. I don't see that. If I seen it, I'd say it. I have no fucking bias to any person. I've researched these motherfuckers equally, no matter what the fuck their name is, dude. And I don't see that type of shit. I see that dude's dominant. He's owned this shit. He's ran his shit. He's had fucking failures and success, dude, just like any other motherfucker. So when dudes say shit like that, the first thing I say is maybe you need to make sure when you started that conversation off, you should say that I feel this way. So when fans out here or fucking people that are listening for Raider Insight, they don't automatically assume because we are putting out information that it's my biased ass information. Like, it's my biased motherfucking information. So if I'm sitting here and I'm saying, like, I don't like Josh personally, so what he's doing is failing, great. That's your personal fucking opinion. But to sit and imply that he don't know what the fuck he's doing, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. To imply that he rode somebody else's coat, to prove it. Show me where the fuck you did it at, dude. Like, pretty sure they were down fucking 28-3 in that motherfucker, so Bill wasn't putting no D up on that bitch at the time because motherfucker got 28 up on him, and Josh had to go score some fucking points to be able to get back on that bitch. They had to go score on the offensive side to go win that game. Did Bill stop him from scoring from then out? Yeah, fuck, I'm not going to disagree against that. But Josh also created and developed and designed and called the plays that got them back in the fucking league too. Like, the guy is not fuck slouch. He's played in some of the biggest games in football over the last fucking 20 years, period, and called it. So to just sit and say that shit, I don't like that, because then we're sitting here disinforming motherfuckers by a personal vendetta. Like, motherfuckers talking on him in Denver probably didn't even watch him, for one. Fuck, half these dudes that talk to me about, oh, Josh is tender in Denver. You probably weren't even fucking watching Raiders content or Raider games at that fucking time, dude. So I don't even want to hear that shit. Like, you're just going off what other motherfuckers did. You ain't even see his game. Probably didn't even know he was 6-0 when he first started. Like, you're just talking bullshit. Say, oh, Tim Tebow was a failure. No, the fuck he was not. Tim Tebow was not a fucking failure. Tim Tebow got John Fox fucking and went to the playoffs. But Tim Tebow is not a failure. Tim Tebow got ousted because of his beliefs, the way that he went into the fucking end zone, kneeled, fucking did his shit, pushed it on. That's why Tim Tebow the fuck out. It wasn't because Tim Tebow was a failure, dude. Like, Tim Tebow got ousted, dude. Like, people just didn't want him there anymore. Like, he had a really good high skill set. He can run, he can pass. He should have probably stayed more to one or not. But again, he was not just some fucking Jamarcus Russell, dude. Like, he did not Jamarcus Russell that shit. So to sit and say, like, Josh is not like that, that's all I'm saying. Like, Tebow is not a superstar by any means, but he was not the fucking biggest failure either by any means, you know? So all I'm saying is in all the times that I talk in our show or talking to sub, just judge fucking fairly. So that way, when we talk about our team, we talk about the team fairly. So when a dude out here is listening, he hears it fairly, a fair judgment. He wants to be biased. Be biased. I'm not telling you how to act out of it. I'm just going to relay the fair information. You want to fucking hate on him? Great. I don't give a fuck. But at least you got told what the truth is. I don't really care at that point. point, you know. But you're not gonna hear us sit here and say like, oh, that no, fuck that shit. I hear it on here. I stop people. I tell them like I don't like that, and I don't think anybody else should either. And I don't think you should accept it, dude. Like, I think if you hear something that's not right and it's this, you need to say that shit right away because you're doing not only us this fucking favor, you're doing the people in the chat, you're doing even the people that do content creating in their own shows. You're doing your people just by doing that shit. Too many people don't do that shit. They just say agree. Oh yeah, yeah. Nah, the fuck, nah. Nah, we ain't do that fucking bullshit around here. I hate it, dude. Like, you know how many times I gotta go places with my woman, show up somewhere and some motherfucker go, oh, you're a Raider fan, so am I. I'm like, all right, fuck out of dude. Not only is he a football fan, but he's a Raider fucking fan. We start talking, and I'm like, God damn, where's my woman, dude? Like, this fucking guy, like, yeah, fucking talk to you about my fucking team. Like, I've got just as good as a conversation with my woman. Like, and if I'm looking for my woman at a party, there's something wrong. Like, something wrong, motherfucker. So, like, nah, like, I don't just like talking shit to talk it. Like, I don't talk shit for real because I love my team, man. Like, my woman even knows, like, she don't ever tell me shit about when I do my lives or when I'm out here. Like, she knows how I am with my team. Like, I care about it just as much as I care about my kids and my family. Like, straight the fuck up, dude. And I love having the conversations. I love having the debates. I love putting it on here. I mean, I've said it doesn't make me right, but I will argue it if I believe it, 100%, dude. So, and everybody should, because if you have a strong feeling that makes sense, then you should argue it. And I've always said, if somebody tells you something in real life, tells you out here, someone tries to question, don't be afraid to ask why. You know, why? How come? The guy that doesn't ask questions is just a dumb motherfucker, dude. Like, you only believe what someone tells you. You never got the gist of why it is. You don't even know why it was. Like, you just know because he said it is. That's all. You didn't fucking ask why it was, how it was created, why it was designed, what's the purpose, how come. You didn't say shit. You don't know shit. You just know he said it is. That's all you fucking know. So I've always said encourage it. That's what DSR is for, is to encourage the conversation, man. Have the debate, have the debacle, be able to go back and forth. Sometimes it gets out of hand, but fuck, that's what comes with the heat, bro. Bring the heat, gonna get the heat. So I just say, like, in here, you should be able to have that comfortability. You should be able to have those conversations. You should be able to know what makes us better in the end, dude. That's all I care about. I don't give a fuck about hating on an individual. I don't think anybody should hate on anybody, dude. Like, if I hate somebody, it's because I want to beat their ass, dude. I don't have time for this fucking squabble bullshit. I don't give a fuck, dude. Like, if I hate you, it's probably I'm gonna fuck you up, dude. Like, there's a big difference when I say hate. Like, it's not just I don't like you. It's that I'm gonna fucking run you over because probably really don't like you. You know, like, big difference. But a lot of people take different meanings and use different determinations. Their feelings are different, you know. Just because my hate is way different than someone else's hate, you know, and so on. But all I'm saying is like with our team, we look. So let's just do a real quick run over of the history of it. For the last few years or the last 20 years, didn't matter what coaches or any teams that's come in until Carr got here, and then let's just be real, till Del Rio. Let's just be real. It was McKenzie, really. Fucking when McKenzie got here and fucking started putting all that shit together, it's kind of when we got successful for that little bit of time. But then, yes, the biggest deterrent was the fucking Musgrave and the Downey deal. That just fucking set us back miles. But at the same time, they were going to try to make us better for sure, 100%. But we just went fucking up, down. Like, I mean, we missed by a fucking mile with Downey. That was just stupid ass mistake. And I don't even know why. It's just dumb. You just don't get rid of dudes in those positions to begin with. But we've never had continuity. We've never had that fucking coaching staff, that development. We've never had it, dude. Not in anybody. We've had dudes like Rod Woodson and shit coaching our fucking team. Like, you know, our staff. Like, we've never had big names or these dudes, like when you're looking at other organizations that are just putting these empire classes together. It's like when you've seen Josh and them come here and you're sitting here looking at some of the coaching staff that we have here, fuck, some of them dudes were young, upcoming talent, bro. Like that do have very high upsides, and we did get them here this time, you know. And then not only that, you know, like dude said here earlier in the deal, they were like, well, players don't want to come here. Well, who the fuck said that? And where's the proof to prove that? Because why did everybody that Josh wanted sign here? Like, if that's the case, if they don't like Josh, why did Myers come here? He just got done with them in New England. If the fucking dude hated him and didn't think, why did he just sign with them instantly? You know what I mean? Like this is bullshit, made up stories these guys are fucking coming up with, dude. And to say like, oh, Josh ain't never, or Josh can't hold a locker room and players don't, bull fucking shit. Show me articles. Show me any dude that left here that went to another organization or fucking got cut or fucking got released. Like, show me one with Abram. Like, shouldn't Abram be throwing out some bullshit on Josh about that shit? Like, show me the article that says that Josh can't hold a locker room, dude. Like, listen, you know, this is the same shit about Gruden when they said Gruden was racist. You know how many people came out and said, like, Gruden may be a dick, bro, but he ain't fucking racist. You know, like, hell of people, because they know that's a bullshit ass myth. So they know that's bullshit. So that's all I'm saying is like, some people, you can put it out, they know right away, like, yeah, okay, you know, like, that's how I am. Like, the guy comes to conversation, I don't even give a fuck if it's with my team or somebody else's team. I'm gonna know bullshit instantly because I study football, period, you know, so, and in college. So it's gonna be pretty fucking hard to come over there and make up some bullshit ass story and then I'm gonna identify that instantly. So I don't know, man. I think we just, as a nation, as a team, as people, dude, like when we're putting out fucking insight or putting out fucking information and we want to do big panels and we still got to regulate the information. Like we don't need to be Facebook and fucking Twitter and suppress people's conversations. What we need to do is just make sure that when people are on my panel or others or not, dude, and you got to be able to say like, it's not, some people just get told misinformation and they believe it. Like, it's not that they're doing it on purpose. Sometimes it's just, sometimes that's what they were told. They didn't research it, dude, and then so many people said it and so many people are agreeing with it that they start to believe that shit. And I'll say bullshit, like, straight up, this is where it is, that's where you can see it. Like, we just got to be better for our teams, dude, because at the end of the day, it's not about my feelings. It's not about your feelings. It's not about how we feel, period. It's about what makes us better, dude. Like, that's what we have these conversations about. It's not to come in here and say, well, you know, guys, I feel fucking depressed because we suck dick. Because every time we went live, that's every conversation we would have. Like, straight the fuck up. That would be one depressing ass Raider show every single fucking time. But that's not why we're here. We're not here to be in my feelings. I'm not here to be depressed and know that we were losing. What I'm here to do is say, like, this is the first time in my life I've actually taken the time to go onto a platform to put out where I feel we suck. And hopefully someone hears it, because when I turn on some of this shit, I hear some bullshit. And I'm like, why in the fuck you even got a show? Like, who even give you the motherfucker? Like, who even allow you to even go on there and talk, dude? Like, it doesn't even make sense. And then you're just putting bullshit. And then you want to sit there and tell me, like, I'm not even wasting my time in that bitch to tell you, because you're just not gonna be worth it. And then I don't like that. Like, I don't like it. And I don't want to hate on a dude because they're a Raider fan, but I don't like that shit. Like, you shouldn't be doing it, dude. And there's nothing wrong if you want to go learn, but don't just go hop on there and throw shit out there that doesn't have anything. I hear more diss facts than I hear factual truth by a mile. I hear more people tell me where somebody comes from, never even went there, dude. Like, I tell people that tell me this player is here and he's done, no, the fuck he didn't. You don't even know shit about him, dude. You watch him play for a year or two. I've had people come out and say, CJ Stroud is a rushing quarterback. No, the fuck he is not. No, the fuck, can he rush? Yes. Is he? No, the fuck he's not. He's not fucking Lamar, motherfucker. Like, he has the capability to run. He has that tangible, but he is a pass first quarterback by a mile. So when you say dumbass shit like that, it tells me right away you don't evaluate tape. So the fact that when that conversation starts, I'm in the conversation right away, because the next conversation come out going to be full shit too. So not going to have a conversation with that person. You know what I'm going to tell that person? I'm going to tell them, Well, just by that comment alone tells me that you ain't even seen fucking tape on him. So I'd probably go watch tape on him if you want to further the conversation. It does me no good to get mad at him. Does me no good to fucking conflict with him and argue and make disinformation the motherfucker even more. What it does is to say, like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm not going to argue about it. Go look it up. Then we can talk. Then when he looks it up, he says, well, he's probably fucking right. So probably not going to go back to that conversation unless he wants to know more shit about it. So all I say is in here is like, there's people's pages I go to on Instagram. They're just fighting with the motherfucker on there. They just fight. Oh, you fucking stupid. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Oh, I see it in people's chats online, dude. Like, and I'm sitting there thinking, like, why don't you tell them why? Like, why you just cut this fool down, bro, and not even tell him why? Like, you just walk over, kick him in the face, and don't even tell him why you kicked him in the face, dude. Like, you are so hater here in your heart. You just instantly hate instantly to that motherfucker. You don't tell him why you have that. You don't tell him why you feel. You don't even tell him why it is factual truth if it is. Like, you just instantly cut a motherfucker down. And I sit there. I get people tell me all the time on my page. They say, hey, man, why did you just like his like? Why do you like my like? We're two totally different fucking takes on. Hey, it's not my opinion to tell you how to feel, bro. I'm not here to tell you how to feel about it. I'm not here to tell you your take. What I'm here to do is to regulate the information that you put out there. When you start telling this motherfucker bullshit facts, I'm gonna fucking say that's bullshit, and then I'm gonna tell you why, and then I'm gonna put an article there that shows you why you're fucking full of shit. Outside of that, I don't give a fuck how you feel, what your opinion or not, because that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here, to study your opinion, to see why you feel that way. Why do you feel that way? What makes you feel that way? What makes you feel we're better that way? Like, what in your mind, from my mind, makes you feel that? I'm not just closed. I didn't just close the fucking door and say, well, it's mine, it's the best. No, it's fucking not. Like, do I sit and say I'm an alpha male and that everything I come out with, that I try my hardest and I want to be the best? Fuck yeah, I do. No doubt about that. That's who I am. That's my bloodline. That's what I'm about. That's me. But at the same time, I'm not fucking delusional to my own self. Like, I'm not walking around here fucking dumb as fuck. Like, I do the research, I do the time, because when I sit here and have conversations with somebody and they tell me I'm a diehard Raider, I want to know why, and I want to know when you were having a conversation that you are. Like, I want to know that you feel the same way, passionate about my team, the same way as I do. Like, straight the fuck up. And listen, we don't all have to be smart about football, and we can all be on different levels in the way that we respect it or the way that we see it. But if you're up on this motherfucker talking, means that you feel the same fucking way as I do, informational wise. So we shouldn't have an issue then when it comes down to talking about it or feeling that what it is, because we feel that our opinion is strong enough that we can influence other people in those conversations. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. There would be no point being here. There'd be no point to speak. I can talk to a fucking wall at that point. That's what it'd be, basically. But in here, I feel that I have fucking understanding on the game that most people don't. I see shit straight through because I'm not biased, and I want that opinion to be out here. Now, if you don't see it the same way as I do, I'm not telling you you have to. I've never said that. I've never came here and said that I expect you to see the game the way I do. I expect you to see why I see this way. What I do is I'm gonna tell you why I see it. It's up to you, however the fuck you want to determine it. I'm not here to tell you why, dude. It's just like I tell my kids. I'm gonna tell you how the best way I feel is for me to raise you. I'm gonna do the best that I can, but it's up to you to be you. Like, I'm not here to fucking tell you how to run your whole life or how to view things. I'm just gonna tell you how I see it. It's up to you how you want to view it, you know? So, but at the same time, if you're gonna come here after I tell you something and we know it's right, and then you want to, I'm not doing that. I'm not gonna fucking do that. I just be like, yeah, fuck off. I don't even give a fuck. At that point, that's a stupid ass pointless conversation. There's no debate to that. It's just fucking ignorance at that point. Doesn't justify anybody in any time. Like I said, productive is what's best, dude. When you're talking about your draft class, when you're talking about our picks, what solidifies it? To sit here and say that we're gonna have 12 picks and that in 12 picks we're gonna have all starters. No, the fuck we're not. The reality of the draft picks state that there's nobody's saying that we're not looking for starters for 12 picks. The reality of it is just that they're not going to be 12 pick starters. When you're picking for the 12th pick in the 7th round, yeah, you're picking to hope he is going to start. That mentality that's not what I'm not saying. I'm just saying the reality of it is he's most likely not going to start. But the reality is that in the top 100 of those first 4 picks to the 3rd round, that's 100% starting mentality. And then even into the 4th round, man, you can still easily get lucky. And then just saying like, say you get a dude and let's just say like a 5th and a 6th. Like, yeah, I'm not saying that you can't hit on a starter in there. What I'm trying to say, so the conversation is not conflicted, is that the odds of hitting on starters all the way through there and then it's not going to happen. The odds are that in the top 100 picks and those fucking first 4 picks, and if Ziegler hits it right, those are all starters, all starting on the roster. Whatever 4 of those picks are outside of Hooker. If Hooker's picked at the 2nd pick or 2nd round, he will be a starter. Just ain't gonna be starting next year, So like I said, man, I don't know, dude. I just get passionate about my team. I ramble on about shit because that's how I feel, and I feel like other people should be that way when we're talking about it. And then it's just educational purposes, dude. I've always said I don't come on YouTube and say content. Like I didn't even want to do content, man. My goal wasn't to come here and do content. My goal was to come to other people's content and talk on their shows and fucking do that. I did it for a year, dude. I fucking know all these dudes, every one of them, all the way across the board, dude. I know all of them. And there are a lot of good ones, man. And listen, I don't get in this name bullshit. I'm not in all this bullshit. I've always say, fuck me. That's facts, dude. And listen, a lot of people know I don't get along with a lot of other people. I just don't fucking single out people because I say the less they're talked about, the more they're forgotten. That's how I believe. The more they're talked about, the more they're remembered. I don't fucking do that. People know who I don't like, and if they know me, they know who I roll with and who I support. I don't need to go out there and say they'll know when they're here. They know when I put their links out. They know when they're in our Discord who we support and who we don't. I've always said I don't speak on motherfuckers I don't fucking believe or think that should be because you make them you make them valid at that point. If you tell me that you don't support a motherfucker and then turn around and go watch his shit, then you just stupid as fuck. Because the second that you turn on his video, you give him a view, you supported his channel, you support him. You just lying to your fucking self. You don't fucking support him. You don't watch him. You don't listen to him, and you don't listen to some other motherfucker come tell you about him either. Like that's what I don't understand about a lot of these dudes over in this. Look, YouTube's a different world, all right, man. This is a different world. It's a different society here. This is weird shit here, okay? I've run into some weird motherfuckers on this shit, dude, and I just think like, boy, all right, you one fucking twisted psycho fuck anyways, but whatever. All right, I grew up in the streets. I've been around a lot of these fuckers on the street. But I did not know this shit exists in this type of world here. But in this world, it's really easy, man, for that motherfucker to come and tell you about what some other motherfucker said or put out some other. Nah, I don't do that shit. No. I tell every motherfucker, I don't care. Don't give a fuck what they say. I don't care what they put out there. Care what they write. Don't care what they put on their show. Don't care. You don't give a fuck. Because I don't support them. Won't look at it. It won't exist to me. And if the people that we support or we all support each other, none of them will ever see that video either. Therefore, that shit is irrelevant, dude. So I've always said if motherfuckers are for real, like where I come from, for real is in the street, man. Like right out this motherfucking window right here in this motherfucker is where I was growing up my whole fucking life. Right in those fucking streets, man. And I'm not saying in this fucking town, but I mean literally in these type of streets my whole fucking life. I've bled, been cut open, been fucking beat up, and I've beat the fuck up out of a lot of motherfuckers. So, but that's where I believe where I exist. And when I come on this motherfucker, I don't talk about that shit because that's not why I'm here. I'm here to talk about my fucking team. I'm here to talk about what makes us better, what's educational purposes, and where people don't fucking know. I go to a lot of home games. And a lot of motherfuckers know where I'm at, and a lot of people know where I'm fucking sitting. They want to talk, let's talk. I don't fucking care, dude. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, if you a crying ass bitch, dude, you ain't gonna be around me. Plain and simple. And if you going around fucking crying to motherfuckers on here like a grown ass man, like a fucking crying ass bitch, we are not going to get along. We're not going to get along. We're not going to talk. I'm not even going to entertain you. And you're not going to come up to me at no fucking game because my family will fuck you up, bro. Like, we will beat the living fuck out of you right there in those bleachers. Like, we ain't going outside. We ain't going to go walking. No, we're going to fucking rip your ass up right fucking there. Like, that's where we're from. Like, I ain't fucking like a lot of these motherfuckers, like not even close. So I'm a really good dude, man. And if I didn't have my kids, I'd have been a whole different motherfucker. But let me tell, like I tell my woman, and just like she says, that shit's like turn on like a light switch instantly, dude. It's just I can control it at a very high rate, a lot better now than I did when I was younger. But I'm not here for that bullshit. Like, you want to argue me about my fucking team? You probably don't know shit about your team, anyways. And if you're worrying about what we're doing over here, maybe you should focus on what you're doing over there. You know what I mean? Like, quit fucking worrying about why we're talking to our own fan base, trying to better our own fucking teams. That's psychotic talk, dude. Like, that's where you need to go to a mental ward and go talk to some counseling motherfuckers. And then when the counselors are listening to you motherfuckers talk why you hating each other, it's gonna be the stupidest shit ever. They're like, hey, aren't you guys Raider fans? Like, go to the same games and buy the same shit. Like, this don't even make no fucking sense, you know? And then if you have personal feelings with them, then say that. Say you have fucking personal feelings. Nobody gives a fuck about your feelings. I care less who you fucking do dislike or like. I can care fucking less. Like, I don't care who my woman likes. Why the fuck would I care who you like on this bitch? Like, I don't give a fuck about that, dude. Like, if my best friend comes to me and says, hey, I don't like this, dislike this guy, or I dislike this guy, we're probably going to beat that motherfucker up. That's probably why he's telling me, because we're probably about to beat this motherfucker up. Like, we don't just walk around talking about shit like that for no reason. Like, we talk about it because we're probably going to beat your ass. Like, there's a reason for the conversation. So, my point is that I feel like too many motherfuckers over here are getting way the fuck up off the subject, dude, and then worrying about other motherfuckers or worrying about their opinions or what they do. I don't give a fuck, man. Let's just talk Raiders. Let's build our shit. Let's build our community. Let's build the inside. Let's make our fan base a lot smarter. Let's make them educated. Let's be on the same fucking side because that's what we're supposed to be. It doesn't matter if I do content. It doesn't matter if there's 30 other motherfuckers here. And it doesn't matter how big your views are or how big of fucking people here. When you go to a Raider game, I have never seen, not one fucking time yet, where it says, if you support this YouTuber, go to this side of the stadium. And if you support that one, go over here. No, it does not fucking work like that, dude. It doesn't even exist like that. And I mean, majority of the people in the stadium don't even know who the fuck a lot of the YouTubers are because they're really going to games. They're not sitting at home on a fucking couch or in their city because they can't afford games. That's why they up on this motherfucker so they can get the inside of people going to that shit. So that's the reality of YouTube, dude. It's the people that are most likely not there to begin with. So again, to sit and say like to have a feud or argue on shit that is about our same team, it just makes zero fucking sense, dude. Like, I ain't here to tell people what to do. Like, you motherfuckers do what they want. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. People should know that. They know that shit about us here. Like, we don't give a fuck, man. But listen, I always say about my kids, dude, because like I was on a bad path in my life, like massively, dude. Like, it wasn't gonna be good. Didn't give a fuck about life. I got in a lot of fights, dude. Got in a lot of trouble. Spent a lot of time in jail and everything. My kids changed my whole life, dude. Like, my kids made me look at life a whole different way, feel differently. Like, there's emotions that, yeah, I can't physically just like endure like they can do, but I know what it feels like. Like, I know how they feel and it makes me hurt, dude. And I don't like that shit, dude. I don't like that my kid is 5 years old or she's 3 years old and can hurt me more than any fucking dude I've ever fought in my life. And physically, like, where my body hurts, dude, because I feel emotion that I've never even felt in my fucking life, you know? Like, people don't understand when they love their kids or the power that kids can actually have under a person where you can actually feel like you're a real human being. And the shit I've seen, you get so numb for so long. Like, my woman will tell me all the time, she's like, why did you just laugh when that dude ate shit like that? Like, fuck, that's what fucking, he ain't bleeding, is he? So fucking, why should I give a fuck? I don't really give a fuck. Like, where I'm from, dude got busted up the head fucking with a bat And he ain't bleeding, probably laugh at him too. Like, you ain't bleeding. I don't really fucking care. I'm not a bitch. Like, that's just how it was. But again, my kid, she puts a feeling into me where I don't want, when I come on here, I don't want to make people feel disinformed or feel not wanted or not. I don't want to hate on somebody that when my kid sits here or is in the background over here and she's like, go Raiders. I want her to understand why I'm a Raider fan, why she's a Raider fan, and she's 5. She don't even fucking know. You think my kid wanted to come up on this bitch and listen to you motherfuckers cry? No, the fuck she don't. She's gonna sit here and ask me like, Dad, why are they over here fucking saying that? Or Dad, why are they doing that? Like, my kid's gonna be here. She's like, Dad, I thought we were gonna talk about Raiders, and I thought we were gonna talk about that guy that put that one guy's face in the ground. And when she says that, she's talking about Chandler Jones with fucking Matt or yeah, Mac Jones fucking when he fucking bitched him, you know, and then that kind of shit makes me like doing this shit because it makes me know that my 5-year-old daughter that doesn't know shit about it loves what I love. She loves that I'm passionate about the Raiders. She doesn't know why yet. She doesn't know like why I care, but she knows because I'm sitting here explaining to her. She sees it. She sees the panel. She sees the people talking. She tells me even to myself. She's like, Dad, how come you get so loud and yell at them like on there? And I'm not yelling at nobody. I'm just passionate. I just say, I talk it loud. I mean, I want to fucking say what I want to say, you know, like, I don't, you know, like that kind of shit. Listen, that bugs me like physically when I hear it. But at the same time, I love that she says it because it makes me think that way here. And when I'm reaching out here, I sit and look at that. There's a lot of kids in here that are 10, that are 15, that don't have the fucking guidance that I did, or don't have people that are football knowledge. So when they come up on this shit, dude, and they're younger kids, like older dudes, they already fucking know football. They fucking stubborn in their own way anyways. They're gonna fucking sit here and fucking bullshit. That's just who we are. We've been here long enough to know our teams, hopefully. It's the younger kids you kind of want to hit, man. It's the younger kids that have no guidance, that have nobody that they're leading. They know that they like the team, they don't know why yet, and they know that we're losing, but they don't need to hate the fucking team because every time they hear someone talk on it, it's just derogatory as fuck. So what do you think that dude's gonna do? Well, I'm gonna be a Patriot fucking fan. Those fuckers win. I'm out of here. You know, like you don't want that. You want to know like why we're in a losing stage and why we're so fucking loyal to our team and why we ride and die with our shit, dude. It ain't about fucking bandwagoning. It ain't about being successful at all times because none of us are successful at all times in the real world, period, dude. And the ones that are lucky. That's plain and simple facts, dude. But the reality is 90 fucking 5% of us are not ever going to be. And we're gonna struggle and we're gonna be hard. And this is a fucking escape for us, dude. Like football and the Raiders is an escape. Go to one of their barbecues. Go to a tailgate. Go to Vegas to the J-Law and go to a tailgate. You're not going to experience like Oakland, but you're going to still get the vibe right now. It's going to only get better over years. That's how Oakland got where it was. It's just over years. It got massive. It will get that way in here, but you got to have that winning. You got to have those players, you know, like. But my point is like the Raiders is well more than just winning on the field, man. Like that's the thing people don't understand. And this is what I explained to my kid and why she's probably knows more about our fucking team than some of these motherfuckers out here. But it was never about the winning. Like winning is great, dude. Like, yeah, it is. It's about the environment. If you go to the game, it's about the family orientation of what they offer there as a fan base. It's about that everywhere you walk in society, into a fucking store or on the street or not, the guy can be homeless or rich wearing Raider gear. You're going to acknowledge him, dude. It doesn't matter if it's in the US or the U fucking K, dude. Like, it does not fucking matter. That's what makes Raiders so loyal. And then if you don't believe that, then don't fucking bear our shit. Because that's what it is about. That's what it is about, dude. It's about the unity about all the way across the world. It's one of the biggest sought after fan bases and one of the most ruthless ones too. So I mean, the thing is like I've always said, these channels are supposed to be for fucking us putting out why we love our team, why we should build our team, why we think our team is failing. It's not here to fucking hate a motherfucker. Like, I don't get that shit. Like, hate is easy, bro. Hate is easy. Anybody can fucking listen, anybody can knock something down, dude. It's hard as fuck for someone to rebuild that shit. Anybody can get in a car and run through a fucking wall, gas that dude, get out of that shit and rebuild it. Motherfucker ain't even gonna know where to start, dude. Like, tearing it down and tearing somebody down is fucking easy. It's not hard. It don't take fucking skill. There's zero fucking skill in that, man. Like, building people up or fucking being able to show where other people were not being like not being attractive. Like, and what I mean in attractive is that there's dudes in this chat that don't agree with me. And there's guys that we will get into arguments, and I don't say arguments, I say debates, because I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to tell you why I believe this. And there's multiple times where I've been in conversations where people have been like, nope, nope, nope. And then at the end, they're like, yeah, I didn't even see it that way, man. Like, thanks. You know what I mean? Like, it's not about that, hey, I think I have the best. It's about that maybe sometimes you just don't know. And I know I get stubborn, dude, but sometimes when I get stubborn, it's because it's personal preference at that time. Like, sometimes I can be greedy too, but I'm not greedy all the time. But there is times where I can be selfless too on my team. But I'm not that way a lot of times. But yes, I do know that there are times I've been in conversation where, yeah, I'm gonna be biased because I feel it, but that's what gambling's about too, man. It's like fucking not always just seeing what other people fucking see, and I ain't never been that person. That's why I have what I have, and that's why I have the companies I have. That's why I have the money I fucking have, because I didn't listen to everybody else, and I don't see shit the way everybody else does. Because guess what? All those other fuckers that see it all the same, they're all broke and have nothing and struggling like a motherfucker and think they know everything, and they have nothing. Like, I'm not that motherfucker. Like, I don't know it, I'm gonna be the first motherfucker to tell you. And if I don't know it, I'm gonna go learn it. I'm not gonna tell you I think, I'm gonna go fucking learn it, dude. So that way, when I'm sitting here talking with the motherfucker, I can tell you I know it or I don't. Like, and I'm not gonna speak on it. I've told you guys hella times on this channel, I will not speak on subjects or mental health or things that I do not understand or relate to, but I can get people that do. Like, I'm not here to tell you I know it all, dude. Like, and I don't think I should, because I like the guy Dave that came on here. He's from New York. It's a different aspect. Older guy. Haven't seen him around a lot. Been seeing him on my page a lot. Hit him up. Started talking. You know, I like that. I like bringing people like that. It's not a guy that people know. It's not a dude that goes through multiple places and has been programmed to put out shit. This is a dude that just runs his shit, loves the Raiders, dude, puts out his 2 cents. Let's see what you got to say, dude. I want to know why you feel you do. I want to have these conversations. I want to try to change your mind because I believe this. You know, like, that's the shit I want to do. Like, that's what we need to do. That's what makes us better at the end of the day. It's not just fucking hating, dude. Like, I hate that dudes are like, they're not getting this guy. Oh, they're not get that guy. Oh, we're such the worst team. Oh, we're never gonna win. Like, you're fucking stupid. Like, I'm fucking defriend you, probably block you. I can't stand it, man. It's just like, it's like, why? And then why do you feel that way? And then if you feel that way, that doesn't even make sense sometimes, because sometimes when, like I've said here, when people bring up certain names, like Robert for one, dude, like Robert, this guy, I don't even know why even people bring this dude's name up, but let's just go to Robert. Like, people don't find it to be the attractive fucking pick, and they don't see it to be the best pick, and I'm gonna argue that pick too. I'll argue that shit too. And you know why? Because I've done the research on it. I've seen where this motherfucker, I've seen the games that he's played in. I've seen who he took over for, and I see the system he's in. Like, you want to go get a dude in Buffalo that plays a base 4, and you want to bring multi-D. Like, that's what I say. Like, some of you guys shouldn't even talk football, dude. Like, and if listen, I got a guy that's in my deal. He's one of my best friends in here. Very good kid. And he wants to fucking be the best at what he talks about. He wants to analyze fucking shit, and he wants to talk football and shit. So he just needs a little more guidance, dude. But sometimes they come out and you're just gonna hear some shit. And other times you can't just put them down either. You can't just be like, sometimes I'm like, I don't even know where the hell they come up with this shit. But there's times where I just think, like, why? But then there's the other time where I'm like, okay, this is why that dude's there. This is why he's in this position. This is what the reason why you think it isn't, but this is the reason why it is. It's not that It's not that you're bad at it. It's not that you don't understand it. That's all it is, man. You just don't fucking understand it. There's nothing wrong with not understanding, dude. It's just where it's wrong is that if you think you know when you don't. And there's nothing wrong when you don't understand if you want to learn. It's when you don't understand and you think you fucking know. That's when you shouldn't do this shit. Like you shouldn't do it, you shouldn't talk, shouldn't go anywhere, you shouldn't own a page, shouldn't put that shit out, dude, because people see in my posts, in my Instagrams, or even in here, I tell people all the time, this is my fucking opinion, man. I didn't go get this shit from nobody else. I ain't taking nobody else's shit. I'm not riding the coattails of any other motherfucker out here. This is my fucking opinion. You don't like it? Oh, fucking well. I didn't ask you. I didn't fucking put a claimer on this bitch that said you gotta like my opinion. I don't give a fuck. You wanna come on here and debate it? Fucking tell me, we'll drop that link in a heartbeat. I have no issue with it, dude. And I love talking football with anybody, and everybody knows here that they're welcome. Even in our own chat, I've had deals with people, and I don't like putting names. People can speak freely of themselves, but sometimes they thought even that we didn't like each other or that I didn't like them. But we're still friends, and numerous of us are still friends, even in this motherfucker. And because here, there's no hate. I don't hate nobody. And to them, they got offensive instantly because they're so used to hate. Like they're so used to, if they put their opinion and then it's fucking combative, that they result to hate instantly because everywhere else they've been in this shit, that's what they get. They get fucking hate. And then when they come back, they think because they weren't here that they're instantly combative and hate because they think that's where I'm at. And I'm like, nah, man, I ain't even like that, dude. Like, we got in a conversation, it got fucking heated, and that's that, dude. Like, there ain't no fucking hate here. I'm not going to look at any person in this chat or in this table or anywhere any different. Like, I'm not here to do that. I'm not here to judge you, dude. I'm not here to tell you you're right or wrong. I'm here to debate that shit. You want to get in a debate? Let's debate. You don't like it? Oh, fucking well, get out. The kitchen's too fucking hot. I don't give a fuck, dude. But if you feel as strong as I do, then you shouldn't have a problem debating it. If you feel like your fucking conversation got weak because you ain't got the debate like I do, and you obviously don't feel as confident in your shit as I do, so probably don't get in that debate next time, you know? But you show up here next week or the next day or the next live, there's no hate whatsoever here because I feel like that's healthy. It's good for people to see that shit. It's good for other people to see that shit. We're not scripted here, man. It's okay to feel differently. It's okay that I don't agree with your fucking take on our own team, dude. But what is not okay is to fight a motherfucker over it. It's not okay for you to walk in public and tell a motherfucker how to think or read or write or fucking act. What you do is in public, if a motherfucker enters your space, you tell that motherfucker to get out of it. And if he don't, then you fuck him up. But I ain't here to go walking around some homeless motherfucker talking to himself, fucking walking back. That ain't my job. I ain't here to tell that fool what to do. My job is make sure he don't get around my kids to fucking harm them. That's it. I'm not here to tell them the way they're supposed to be in society, no more than here. Like that's what I keep trying to explain to people is they come on here for personal reasons, and you shouldn't do that, dude. Like personal reasons isn't. The panel is as big as it is because we don't want biasness here. Like I can do the panel like I'm doing right now. You guys can hear me dictate you fucking dudes all day long. I can do that all day, dude. I can sit here and fucking dictate, and I can come up with scripted, and I can come up with other shit and push the same bullshit. And I'm not going to do that shit because I sit here and say that we need to have the ideology of open conversations. We need to have the fucking the debacle of why and how come and this and that. Not just say, well, fuck him, he sucks and that, then. No fucking, no, hell no. Hell fucking no. No. Like, we need to figure out why is he failing. Is he failing because he just sucks, or is he failing because he don't have the pieces? Like, you can't just out somebody that's good that we're not giving them something, you know? Fucking maybe go back to Derek Carr, you know? Like, there's a lot of things in life that I guess, like you say, sometimes it's just not going to work out because, one, we don't have the money, we don't have the know-how, maybe we don't have the resources, maybe our organization is just not smart enough to be able to put it on both sides of the ball, offense and defensively, dude. Like, maybe that's why Carr's been so well offensively, but we struggle so hard defensively. We just never had that fucking continuity between both. You know, and here here with Ziegler and Josh, they're like, we don't need to have a fucking Ferrari quarterback. We just need a dude that can throw the ball and get the plays, and we don't need to spend so much money at the quarterback position that's like 40, 50 million when we can get the results out of at 20. You know, like there's nothing wrong with that shit, dude. It's like that's why I feel like over the Raiders brainwash motherfuckers because they feel like you have to have a big name quarterback. You have to have big name players. Like, no, the fuck you do not. And is it nice? Yeah, fuck yeah, it's nice when you have a good fucking team. But I mean, let's be real. The Rams fucking fell flat on their fucking face, and they got a lot of big old names over there. The team just fucking sucks around them. So, like I said, it doesn't matter if you have the best or not. You still get your ass beat, dude. So, I don't know, man. I just think when people we talk, dude. I mean, I love my team, man. So I just think I just hope other people love it the same. And when you speak on it, that you're trying to do the best for them because you do love what you do. Like if you come here and you hate what you're doing, why do it? And if you come here with hate to just hate fucking to make other people hate, that's not right, man. Like that's not fucking right, dude. We already have enough hate in this world. We have enough fucking hate going on, dude, that we don't need other motherfuckers hating each other like that. We don't need to bring our own fucking community to hate each other. We don't need people to be here that want to be on the same deal and have a different view and hate them. Like this is the only fan base that does it. I've spoke on this numerous times. Why does the Pac-12 have a better fucking collaboration in the fucking YouTube atmosphere than the Raiders? Like that don't even make sense, dude. It's the Pac-12 is like one of the most hated rivals of all football, and they can collab no problem. You know, like, and that's all I'm saying because at the end of the day, I think the reason the Pac-12 can do it is because they're all there for the same reason, and it's to like knowledge people on football. Like they're all there at the end of the day to tell you why they like theirs or why their schools or why they are. They're not there to just hate to an individual person, you know. So salute out.
Hey, bro, my bad. I haven't done no live though, Ghost. I've been just doing a lot of shit going on.
It's all good, bro. No, I know I'm hella late, dude. I was dealing with some shit.
Nah, bro.
I think you're raising interesting points, Dustin. I actually wanted to jump in real quick to actually address one of the points that you were making about the infighting and Raider Nation. And I gotta say, I think the infighting exists for a very simple reason. Our fucking franchise, dude, hasn't been winning for over 2 decades consistently. And so what happens when we don't have wins to talk about, we just infight, right? It's like the same shit that happens in like families or whatever, dude. It's the same situation, right? You're not winning, you're not succeeding. So what ends up happening is you just have a bunch of infighting within the organization, and then that spreads out throughout the fan base. So, that's what I would point to, dude. It pains me to say this. You guys know, a former season ticket holder in Oakland for several years, diehard Raider fan, but we're a losing organization, dude. And I hope Josh and Zeke are able to put some product on the field that creates sustainable wins down the road. But I think that's what the infighting's about.
This is the thing that drives me crazy about YouTube and social media versus like reality, right? Let's say that you go down and we're walking through town, right? We run across 5 different Raider fans. Do you think when we run across those 5 individual people that they're going to try to argue and divide? Or do you think they're probably going to be like, what's up, man? And then you're going to start talking football with them really quick. And you're going to be like, yeah, man, fucking, yeah, I love Devontae, dude. Think team's doing good, but fucking Josh and this, like you're going to just point out pointers real quick. But you're not going to sit there and try to divide each other instantly, dude, and just meeting them, right? And that's in real life. You come on this bitch, it's fast as fuck. Like, let's just go. Like, I can prove it. And people need to be more aware of it, dude. And they need to watch this shit more. Just go to your chat, dude. Watch one dude put in a sarcastic comment, dude, and then watch how fast that dude's he's mutilated like fucking. He's like watermelon on the ground with an ant, bro. Like, it's just gone. It's covered and gone in seconds. You know what I mean? Like, you're just fucking out there instead of trying to figure out why or how come, they just rip them apart. It's a divide instantly. and for no reason, for no fucking reason. And look, dude, if a guy comes into your shit and he's uneducated and or just say he's just dumbfounded, right? That's why we get moderators, dude. That's why we get people, dude. Like if you're just coming to this chat, it shouldn't be all about a view. So look, it shouldn't be like having the views and the people is great, dude. Like having subs is great. But there's no point to have a motherfucker in your chat when you're trying to fucking talk to your fans that is just fucking not like that ain't gonna happen here. Like I don't give a fuck. I don't care if I got fuck, I don't care if I got fucking 181 motherfuckers like I do right this second, or if we got fucking 5,000. I'll cut it. I'll go back to 2,000. I do not care. I'm not gonna have 5,000 bitches up in this motherfucker if they're trolls or they're sitting here just ripping, dude. I'll block them or fucking put them out, dude. Like those guys are not deserved to be here because they're not here for the purpose that I'm here for. I'm here to talk about our team and educate on our fucking team. I'm not here for some motherfucker's view to troll my shit. Like, or
Nope.
fuck with our
But you know what,
motherfuckers out
Dustin?
there.
So Dustin, you know why though? Because trolls like attract
Hey,
views, right?
salute, Raider Kojo. Appreciate you, bro.
Salute, Kojo. We got to hop on a live, Kojo. Kojo always has a good show.
Yeah.
No,
Salute, Kojo.
what I was gonna say, Dustin, is a lot of the trolls that show up on chats and whatnot, they exist because they attract views. Why? Because controversy sells, controversy garners attention. And DSR, you know, you're the originator of DSR, right? So I defer to you in terms of its philosophy and its standpoint. But
Yeah, because my stamp is on this, and you can ask every single person
And
that
then,
I've brought
and
to
then
this
mine is
panel, and every person that is affiliated with anything I do, I tell them all, you're free. This is a free society. You've heard it. I've said it straight to you as much as I've said it to every person here. This is a free society, dude. There's only a few things that I do not allow, and outside of that, dude, you're free to be who you want to be. Talk about what you want to talk about, dude. But this is my vision of what we're doing. Everybody here is just everybody here is part of the vision I created. But without you guys here, that vision would not be created. You know what I mean? Like you can have the vision without the people. There's no vision, dude. Like so, yes, when people look to DSR, yes, I was the one that sat and thought about it. Yes, I was the one that tried to go. Yes, I did have another group of people that was with me that wanted to help that shit out. And some shit came up, and that's the past. But that's past. It's not now. It doesn't matter. But I am the motherfucker that carried it, started it, pushed it, visioned it, keeps creating it, keeps making it go. But I'm not here to be a dictator. I don't tell you what to think or feel or how. I give you platform, speak, respect the rules. Outside of that, it's your house just as much as it is mine. You know what I mean? Like I've always said, like my vision is for the Raiders. Outside of that, this isn't. I'm nothing without anybody. Like that's facts, and it doesn't matter how much information or what I believe or how much I can tell you or what games I go to. Like if I felt like I was the main piece, then why did I bring everybody here? And how come every single time we have a live, I hit up every one of you, and I don't just signal it to one person to me. I don't signal it to just two. I bring everybody. Every single show, everybody gets messaged the same things. You gonna be on the show tonight? Send two topics. Let's roll. Meet up in there at fucking 6, where we always do the same routine. So
yeah.
I've
So
always said
Dustin,
this
what I was
show is
gonna say.
created because we all see it the same way, man. Our vision is the same for the Raiders. Our actions are different. That's just how it is, man.
Yeah. So what I was gonna say, Dustin, is I think that there are certain channels out there that excuse me, where the content creator is making substantial income from the channel itself, right? Like they may not actually have regular day jobs. Like they rely on YouTube as the primary source of income to support themselves and their families. And one of the long-standing traditions in like all of business, especially in the entertainment business, is controversy sells, drama sells, and you see it a lot in some of these content creators and the way they label their videos. Like they're usually like very provocative headlines. usually like uppercase.
It's
You know, like
clickbait fucking headlines, so they can
exactly
get you in
clickbait
there, and
shit.
then they don't even talk about that shit sometimes. Like that shit annoys the fuck out of me, dude. When I read someone's headline, go in there, and then it's not even about it. I'm like, what the
Exactly.
fuck?
There's a lot of clickbait that happens, right? But you know, I'm sort of torn actually by it because I can't tell a man what to do for a living, right? Like I can't really dictate like what another man does to like make some dollars to feed their family, right?
Hey,
So
I can't tell him what he's gonna do, but I don't gotta fucking respect him either.
that's
Like,
true.
listen,
Yeah.
if you're gonna come here, listen, I'm not gonna tell you to not get paid for what you do, okay? If you're putting out information that people want to pay you on because you do have an insight or you do relay good information to people, great, do it. But don't fucking lie to them to get your money. Don't go on a fucking live and ask dude to give you fucking money. Like, you a sorry ass motherfucker, you do that. You ain't for Raider Nation, you a bum. Like, you a straight fucking bum, dude. If you go on a fucking show and you ask any motherfucker to give you fucking money, you a straight fucking bum. Like, don't talk to me. Don't come out to me. Don't fucking even, we're not going to be fucking friends, dude, because I believe if somebody needs help, hit me up. I'll help you. Don't fucking ask me to give you money, dude. Like, don't invite me to your show to ask me to give you fucking money. I would never. This show is free. You a lifetime member to Raider Nation for free, motherfucker. Like, you ain't gotta pay me shit, dude. I'm never gonna ask you, even if we do get the capability up on this bitch. You want to donate? That's your fucking choice. And I've said it 100 times. Like, our donations will go back to our shit. I don't need your fucking money. I got a fucking job. I got a living, dude. I don't need your money in any way, shape, or form. If you want to help out other people or help, that's your choice, dude. But I would never come here and ask a motherfucker to watch my show to give me money. Like, no fucking way, man. This shit for free. I will argue and debate your ass for free, motherfucker. Like, you want to be better about my team? I'll do it for free. Like,
So Dustin, so about that
I
point,
love my team, man. I love my motherfucking team. Like, I ain't gotta be paid to give you misinformation.
no,
I'll give you
I
straight facts for real, for free. Like, straight up, they like this much, free. That much.
dude, I'm in the same boat, dude. Like, you know, like Dustin, we don't have to blow it up, but like Dustin knows what I do for a living. Like, I don't have to, you know, be on DSR.
Yeah,
It's
me
because
either.
it's because I love my team. I love being a Raider. I love talking football. I love connecting with my fellow fans. And all of you guys have, you know, we haven't met in person, dude. I haven't had the pleasure of
I
meeting
gotta hit
Cortez in
you up,
person.
Hells Ghost. I gotta hit you
But
up.
that's the thing. So this is the thing that even drives me more crazy, okay? Like, this is the thing, and this is probably why people will never meet either, okay? The problem with the people gonna meet in Raider Nation and YouTubing is it's gonna be so hard because guess what? The audiences are so divided. Like, so how would the only way like we would physically meet up, for instance, is me and you into a game. Be the only way. But you would think with as many content creators that there are for Raider Nation, right? Some of us got money. A lot of us got money. Some of us own multi-million-dollar companies, and some of us do this shit for free, and some other guys do it because they don't have no fucking money. But what my point is if the motherfuckers were united, you can go and put on a deal in Vegas every single fucking year that not only allows content creators, but their fucking fans to come too. But the problem with some of these sorry fucks, and I seen this just last year, that they feel if you go to Vegas that you're going to ask your fans that will show up there to fucking pay you to see you. You a sorry ass motherfucker, dude. Like, listen, when DSR makes it to Vegas, dude, and we do get our deal, you free anywhere we got. We got a nightclub over there, you free to come to that bitch. You got a fucking event going on, you free to get in there. There ain't gonna be no cover charges. There ain't gonna be no I'm not here to take your fucking money, dude. If I'm gonna put on an event and put out food and put out shit, I'm inviting you. It's no different you come to my motherfucking house, dude. So I think like the thing with the problem with these people is they found something that they can make money off, and then they just gonna squeeze it out of every last one of you motherfuckers. That's what they're gonna do. They don't give a fuck about the Raiders. They don't care about U.S. family. They don't care about a shit, because this is what family would do. Family would sit here and say, and I'm just gonna say a date because this is what family does. They would say like May 15th, dude, fucking, we go on vacation every single year. Could be a holiday. We go for 4 fucking days, dude. We take off Friday, come back Monday, whatever it may be, right? So family schedules for that. Family says, well, I don't have all the money. They say, well, we can raise the money. We can fucking put that. So then that way, when we do have this deal, we're not going to charge our family to come here, because why the fuck would you do that? That's not what you do. We invited them here because we wanted them here. So then when a bunch of us do that, we are allowed to bring those people there for free because we did the work to get them there. I wasn't conceited and said, thank you for your money, but I'm going to fucking keep it and spend it on myself. Then say, let me meet up with some other dudes, get back out there for free. Let us be family like we say we are. Let us be a fucking nation. Let's collab on a bigger level than just on a fucking video. These guys are sorry motherfuckers. And then they want to sit here and talk about, oh, I'm for the nation. No, the fuck you're not. You're for yourself. You just a fucking money hungry, sorry bitch. Like, I've been in the streets. I've had nothing. I have all the money in the world now, dude. And I would never be that person. Like, I fucking think those people are the worst people on this earth. Is those type of motherfuckers right there. They have no soul, bro. Like, they're soulless, like, straight up, dude. Like, I can't even entertain them talking. Like, I just don't like it because it's just fake to me. I don't like that shit.
No, yeah, I mean, I think that makes sense, dude. I think definitely when you think about like who's guilty or who's to blame, you know, I think there's something to be said about holding people responsible who support certain content that has that misinformation, right? So the people who are actually viewing and consuming content that's not necessarily accurate or is misleading, like the public needs to be educated, you know, as to like what's actually accurate or what's not. So on one side, yes, like the finger could be pointed at the messenger, but then you also got to point the finger and hold the person who's receiving that message responsible. Because to be honest, Dustin, like you and I, Cortez as well, and everyone who's on DSR, if we run into misinformation that's out there, we're able to snuff it out, right? Because we know football, we know the Raiders through and through.
Dude, and we have like 20 people that are on it faster and shit, you know what I mean? So you're not going to put that shit in the Discord without somebody telling you in fucking 10 minutes, you know what I mean? So it's not going to happen.
So what I'm saying is, like, I think we need better policing out there, dude. Of not police in the sense of like the fucking cops or anything like that. I'm just saying better monitoring out there in terms of like what kind of content is being spewed, because I think there is like a lot of misinformation. I think there was a lot of misinformation last season regarding the whole Derek Carr situation. We're not going to get into that. But I feel like there was like a huge divide in the nation, right? You guys know I'm a DC supporter. I'm happy that the dude's gone because at least it helps the nation heal when it comes to like the quarterback position, because I can't think of a single athlete on any team in any major sport that divided a fan base more than Derek Carr. It was fucking wild.
Yeah.
Like you literally had half the fan base that was for the guy and half the fan base that was against him. And at the end of the day, I think it's good riddance at this point. You know, let's move on and let's try to unite as a fan base and just, you know, focus on Jimmy Garoppolo.
You know, somebody just came to my mind right now that I started thinking about. And he just did this in a year too, man, because he wasn't even doing this type of shit, not even tuck tail this year, really. But long story short, that dude Raider Dad, right? That fool fucking started the deal about getting kids and taking them to their first Raider games, dude, and giving them an experience. They started up in the J lot, dude, with the tailgating and everything. Like they came out, dude, for nothing owned, dude, and did this in their own fucking time, out of their own pocket, their own labor, their own work. And they didn't have a divide, dude. They were actually trying to fucking to create a fucking unite, and not only with they weren't doing it with older players, they were doing it with older people, they were doing it with younger kids, dude, that aren't brainwashed and they ain't fucking sorry bastards, you know, like they do this, dude. Like I think like that Raider Dad dude is an actually really good dude, and this should speak massive volume. Is like he doesn't have a fucking YouTube channel, and he's not out here trying to reach out people, but he's doing more for the community than some of these fuckers on here that are fucking just getting money and not doing shit for nobody. And just because you put on a venue and show up to it and make other people pay you to be there, you're not fucking doing shit for them. Like, you're not doing shit for them. Like, this fool goes out of his way and makes it happen. He's not fucking showing up somewhere and saying, like, pay me to be here, or pay me so you can come hear me talk over here. Like, that's not giving back to your nation. That's not being, like, listen, you can't say your family if you're charging someone to hear you talk. Like, you can't do that, dude. That's not family. I would think I'm telling my fucking kid, oh, hey, yeah, give him $29.99. Want me to talk to you, kiddo? You know, like, what the fuck, you know? So I think, like, what my point is, here's a point real quick, and then I'll let you speak real quick. Let's just be real. Let's be real. And I don't want to say anything, so let me figure out how I can say this just right. Let's just say that there's roughly 10, there's about 10 content creators out there that make a pretty fucking substantial living into this deal easily, okay? Just 10, we'll just say 10. That's not including everybody, it's just 10 dudes, right? Let's say out of these 10 guys, I mean, I'm willing to bet that I would say that they're upwards of $800,000 in fucking, they've got to make at least $800,000 between them 10 a year in super chats and money given to them and donations and so on, right? So let's just say that they're averaging no, you are, so hold on. And if you're sitting here and you're saying that you got 10 people sitting here, right? And 10 content creators, and then on their super chats alone, let's say that they're averaging $80,000 in super chats alone. And some are fucked by a mile easily. And some are fucking in the 20, 30,000. Some dudes are making more on super chats here than they would be working at a fucking job. So let's just say, again, if you're at 80,000, that 10 is $800,000. What venue has any one of these guys got together, because that's what they are, for the nation. That's what it's for the fucking nation. That's why we are here, is for motherfucking Raider Nation. What venue have they put on that invited you there for free, gave you food, fucking invited you like family? Tell me what fucking one. If they don't do that, don't fucking talk about it. Don't say you're for the nation. Don't say you're here to fucking have a family. Don't be here to say that we are family and not do shit like that. The nation should, when you're getting that type of revenue and talking about fucking sports, you should have a fucking deal with your people that you invite them to come back. What's 10,000 fucking people? What's 10,000 people? So you're telling me out of 800 grand, you couldn't come up with $25,000 in a year to give back to them, right? 25,000, you got 800 grand, bro. Like, it's fucking pretty substantial amount of money. Like, that just shows you how sorry some of these motherfuckers are. And then people don't see that. People don't read into it because they too fucking brainwashed. And then you get two stupid ass motherfuckers that just give money so they can hear either their shit come up on a fucking deal. Like, that's the kind of shit I do not like, dude. Like, I see so many people's comments that come up because they pay. It's stupid ass shit. And then they read it. And then a motherfucker bypasses fools in the chat that got legitimate ass conversation, but not even acknowledging it. And I'm just like, yeah, this is what's wrong. This is what's wrong.
Well, I've actually seen it. I've actually seen
a fucking dude's comment because he paid you and he's stupid. Like, that's wrong.
So I've actually seen it happen, Dustin, where in certain chats on certain channels, like, dudes get sniped by moderators if they're not fitting the narrative. Like, dudes actually get canceled. They get sniped, and then they get actually banned from the channel if it doesn't fit the narrative of the host.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
You know, you catch my drift. You know who it is. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, dude. It's a tough situation because, as I mentioned, like, I'm not gonna tell another man how to make his money, how to feed his family and shit. Like, you know, at the end of the day, like, you know, it's a business for certain people, right? And I recognize that. Like I'm blessed where I don't have to, and you're in the same boat, Dustin. Cortez is in the same boat.
Hey, I
Like a
just say
lot.
if you don't believe in God, don't talk about it. You know what I mean? Like if you don't believe in something, don't fucking say it. Don't come up on this bitch talking about it if you don't believe it. You know what I mean? Like that's all I try to say in this deal is just don't fucking say it if you don't fucking believe it. And then if you don't take the time to go out and put back when you have that type of platform, you're not doing it. You know, like this is where I think that I feel like this is where issue is within our problem is that when you're in social media, right? There's such a divide. It's easy to have hate. It's easy as fuck, dude. Like you can go to any YouTuber's platform and like here, right? It's hard to have hate here. It really is. Like you can't come in here and troll in the chats, dude. You can't, cause why? You want me to tell you why? I'm gonna tell you why. Because we made a neutral platform here, dude. So there's nobody that can come in here that's gonna have an argument in that chat that's gonna route anybody up on this motherfucker because we all have that conversation right here, right now. So this is what we do. If a guy comes up in our chat and he starts putting up some spamming ass bullshit or trying to be like against us negative, but we can tell that he's just out here trolling, we just get rid of him instantly, bam, that fast. Because you can't have confliction inside somewhere that don't allow it. They allow it. They allow it hella bad, dude. And like you just said, they'll snipe your ass and kick you, and it's a narrative siding. They allow it. They want it. They want you to fucking speak out, dude. Like that's what they're doing. Like, look, they're standing up on a wall, and they're throwing fucking rock at you, and they're waiting until they pop you in the forehead for you to speak up, and then they're gonna be like, "Yep, get him out of here, shoot him, kill him, get him out, man. This guy spoke up." Beamed them right in the fucking forehead with the rock, but you know what? Get them out.
They're trying to identify the dissenters, dude. They're trying to identify, who doesn't.
Well, here it is, right here and right fucking there. You know what I mean? Like, fuck off.
Nah, dude.
Like you hit me with a rock, dude. I'm gonna climb up that fucking wall and rip your ass down up in that motherfucker. You bet your ass, or I'm gonna pick up that rock and probably beam you right in the fucking forehead too. So. Like that's the kind of shit that it ignore like it ignore.
Hey Dustin, I just want to say this.
Yeah.
Fucking people are taking fucking Ryan Sakamoto's ideas and trying to say that they came up with that shit. That's fucked up.
I mean, like I said, man, everybody listen. The problem with YouTubing again is that and social media is that all people are doing is relaying people's information. Like at the end of the day, I did not go to any fucking game. I did not go on any truck or bus or flight or anywhere I read articles, man. I read articles. I fucking know people. Like I'm just taking somebody else's shit that I've either read or fucking researched, dude, and I'm just relaying it here. Like I'm not Ziegler and them, you know what I mean? And I think 95% of the people that do this shit do the same thing because but to take somebody else's shit and claim it as yours, I think is not right, obviously. But to use somebody else's information to help relate to somebody else, I don't see anything wrong with that because I think that should actually be encouraged. It's like I've said in people on Instagram where they're like, he copied my picture. Why are you so pissed off? He's sharing what you put out there. Like I don't get why you're so fucking mad that someone copied your shit and liked it and he thought that's good for Raider content.
So
and he shared it and you're mad at him. Like that's the stupidest shit I ever heard in my life, dude. Like you should encourage that. You should be like, fuck yeah, send it to your other friends too, you know?
So
so
I think that's fine, Dustin. So I think I agree. Like I think that's good as long as the original source is cited and they get original credit. Like for instance,
I say it like this, man. If you don't put a fucking tag on your picture, that's your own dumbass fault. Like every time I post a picture, my shit has my label on it. You take it, do whatever you fucking want with it. I don't give a fuck. My label's on it. So you take a picture and and you crop the player, and anybody can do that. Just Google image the picture. It exists. That fucking guy didn't make that picture. He went to Google Images and he got that picture, and then he cropped it from there. Like, that picture he didn't create. He edited it. Like, straight the fuck up. So if a guy edits a fucking graphic and then he don't put his label, that's his own dumbass fault. You know, like, I'm not sit here and say like, oh, this guy, he did a fucking jersey swap, and then they cropped it and edited out the background because the background's of fucking somebody else's anyways. It's not his. He just edited the jersey and then fucking turn around and he's like, he didn't give me credit. Why don't you put your label on the jersey? You could have put your label anywhere on that fucking jersey at any given fucking time. So when he cropped that fucking deal like that, it would have still had your shit on it. So you don't put it on there, that's your problem. I've always said the second you put that shit on social media, anybody can have it. It's free fucking world. It's a free market. I didn't pay anybody to come look at my shit. So if I put it there, it's free for you to have. I mean, obviously, so if somebody puts something out there and then bitches about it, like, you shouldn't have put it out there to begin with. Or maybe you should have a private fucking group that don't allow people, when someone screenshots your shit and notifies you, I guess. I mean, I don't fucking know, you know, but
I guess the positive in all of this, though, Dustin,
I think, like what you're saying, and I don't mean to cut you off real quick, but I think what I would say, like what you would be saying is if I took your post with your article and then put it on my shit and then just like edited out you know what I mean? Like, then I would be like, yeah, fuck you. But if I take a picture, edit it, and you didn't put your mark on it, and then I go build my background and I build my shit, and then I build a story that goes, that's mine. That's my shit. I just took a picture that was out there just like you fucking did. There ain't no fucking different. Now, if you told me you took the picture, like you went to the field, you took that fucking picture, and that was off your camera reel and something of that, then you see how people get by that? They water stamp their fucking art. So even if you do try to edit it, the mark is still on there. Like, if any guy in Instagram that has a fucking background, you can Google image that bitch. It pops up online. It's free. So if he crying, he's a bitch anyways, because motherfucker got it the same way you are about to right now.
So Dustin, I think probably a positive in all of this is we are such a like big fan base, right? We're one of the most loyal fan bases in all the sports. You know, bar none, especially after all the trauma we've been through over the past couple of decades. And I guess a positive is there is a lot of content out there and there is something for everyone. Is all of the content out there good? Is it accurate? Is it informed content? Absolutely not. But when you have so much content out there, I guess a positive is there are places where you could still find, you know, truth, where you can find informed debate, where you can find facts being spoken. And so in this sea of information, in this sea of content that we have with the Raiders, you have places like DSR, right? And, you know, you have other channels that, you know, people seem
Hey,
to
it's
pop
like
up
I
in
always
chats.
say, I like going to Lunatics in the morning and listening to him because he talks about football. He gives out a lot of information. I like going to Dirty and I like watching him. He puts out a lot of information out there. You know, like, there's a lot of people out here that have good structural bases that do good for the nation and is part of it and do contribute and do accept them over there for who they are and do listen to their opinions. Like, there are good people out there that are not conceited about themselves or pushing out fucking misinformation. Like, they research it just as well, dude. Like, there are people here that do good work, man, and then there's just people here that is not here for what we should all be here for. Like, you should just be like, I'm here to fuck all you and fuck everybody else, you know? Like, why would you say one nation? Why would you say that? Why would you even imply that if you say one nation and then you tell them to pick? It's the same fucking team, bitch. Are you that fucking dumb? Like, are you that fucking dumb? Like, that's the kind of shit I don't understand. Like, it's one fucking nation. You know what one nation means? Like, do you got to get the goddamn Wikipedia? Like, do you got to get a dictionary? Like, do you need to educate motherfuckers on what one nation means? The motherfucker over here would say, cause it, divide and pick. Like, that's the stupidest shit I ever heard. It's dumb. That's why I just laugh and I don't even entertain the conversation because it's just fucking stupid. And then I sit here and say, like, there are dudes out here, and just listen. I encourage everybody to watch everybody, dude. Like, I'm not gonna tell anybody, like, just because we put out information, or just for instance, like, say, like Ozzy or Lunatic or Dirty or any other guy that or SE or any of these dudes that put out good stuff. It doesn't mean you shouldn't watch everybody. You support everybody. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong. Like, there shouldn't just be one. Like, I would not encourage that. I'll tell you that right fucking now. But there's nothing wrong with watching 5 people if they're giving you valid information and supporting them and backing them. There's nothing fucking wrong with that, dude. Just because you don't gel with another group of people, it doesn't mean that you can't gel with your people and still be okay with them. They're not irrelevant. They're not, they exist, dude, but they're not irrelevant. Like, that's the thing is listen, I'm gonna tell you guys exactly why this happened. All right, I know why this fucking happened. I'm gonna say this shit right fucking now, dude, because this is why. All these motherfuckers that came out here trying to do fucking YouTube, dude, all tried to collab together, dude. Like, that's what they were trying to do. They wanted to fucking try building these superpowers, and they wanted to start, oh, I want to get you, and I need you over here, and hey man, let's start this shit up, and hey, let's get you over here and build your shit up too, because I got some fucking, and this is what these motherfuckers did. And then paranoia started setting in on some of these motherfuckers because they were like, well, when we started this shit, I actually had more views than you, and then now you're building, so I can't have you anymore because I don't want you to overexceed me, so we kind of need to push you off to the side here, and then we're going to go get this group of people, and then we're going to do the same shit again where it looks like, hey, I'm the fucking big guy here, I'm going to get you some subs so we can get you to 1,000, get you monetized. Like, that's what these fucking guys did, dude. And then it fucking blew up in their face, dude, because you had so many motherfuckers that would have been together. Like, you would have 50 motherfuckers together, dude, how they were doing this shit. And then they started building these little groups. Then this group started talking shit on that fuck group, and that group started talking shit on this group, and then this group hated that group, and that group hated this group, and then bam, that's how that shit happened. Then next thing you know, boom, you got fucking 5 different groups with fucking 30 different fucking people in there, and then you got these snake ass little bitches that are within those groups that keep going back and forth. Like, that's how this shit happened, because these guys are fake as fuck, dude. Like, they're fake. They ain't got no fucking soul. And they just care what other motherfuckers think, and they gotta go by their opinions. That's why that shit happened. I just laugh at them and be like, fuck your shit. You don't want to watch my shit, I don't care. I'm gonna sit here and be real. You come over here, hang the fuck out. I ain't never gonna ask you anything. I ain't ever gonna fucking expect anything of it. Just come here, let's talk football, let's fucking debate, let's argue, let's know we all care about our fucking team at the end of the day. Let's give the best resources, insight, intel, anything we can here. Somebody in the chat got information we don't have here, throw it out there, let's hear it, dude. Like, that's what we're supposed to be here. Everybody's fucking here to learn and be better, dude. Like, we are here for a fucking team and a nation and something we all believe in, not because I might have a better resource, dude, but doesn't mean somebody in there doesn't have a better fucking story now. You know what I mean? Like, that's all I'm saying is like, too many people just think they're too much better than everybody else. That's just what it comes down to, dude. And that's why this shit got where it's at, dude. Like, too many people were using too many fucking people to get where they wanted to get. And then it just flew up in their fucking face. And then they all started hating, dude. And then the hate created a divide. The divide started creating these fucking little colonies, and these little colonies just started fucking talking shit, dude, and then some people are getting tired of it, dude, so they're gonna fucking talk shit back now, dude, and that's what's going on, dude. And if it was me, the second that shit would have divided, I would have just never gave 2 cents to that other motherfucker again. Never hit him up, never cared, never even listened to him. Come watch my shit, great, thanks for the view. Outside of that, fuck you, I don't care. Like, I don't give a fuck. I did that on this show right fucking here, dude. I physically did that shit when our shit got taken down from over 1,000 people and fucking subs and all, and we started back over and fuck. I did that shit right fucking here, man. Dudes come over here trolling, hating ass motherfuckers, blah blah. I didn't even acknowledge them. Let them fucking come. I didn't even block them. Didn't give a fuck. Never acknowledged them. Never talked about them. Never fucking. Guess what? It lasted for about a week and they fucking disappeared and never came back again. Like, you acknowledge them, they exist. It's just like I said. If you get in an argument and one motherfucker's yelling and you never yell back, there's no argument. Like, that's just this dumb fuck yelling. That's all it is. It's like, okay, you just stupid. Like, I've never acknowledged your fucking conversation, so I'm not even part of it. So you want to come here and argue or yell and fucking, if that's what gets your rocks off because you have no fucking life, then whatever. I don't give a fuck, dude. Like I said, I can't stop the homeless dude from doing it. How can I stop you? Like, and this ain't a dictatorship, dude, but guess what? When nobody acknowledges you, you're just like a fucking ghost over there just wasting your life away for nothing. It's when you go to a chat and you put something out there and other people start acknowledging and then they go into it, then, that's how you do that. But I don't do that because I think the way you make people disappear in this type of platform is one, unsub, one, don't open a video, and two, don't even listen to fucks of any other dude, because we're not here to listen to other people. We're here to talk about us, our team, our nation, our fucking as Raiders. Like, that's what we're here. Like, you should encourage more content creators to getting together and talking about it. You should encourage 10 panel fucking deals all the time, because you're getting diversity from all kinds of people. It's not just one. You have a host, dude, but Raider Nation shouldn't just be one person. Like, listen, I've said I can come on here. I'm going to get a following. I mean, people are going to follow me. Might not be huge or not, but I'm still going to get a following. I can have just as probably equal following. The problem is I never wanted that to begin with. Like, the show was not about me. Like, it was never about me. I have a strong opinion in it. Yeah, listen, I always say I created the show, and I hate using the word like it's my show. This is our show. Like, it's not mine. It's ours. Everything was created by an idea, but it wouldn't be what it is without all of us. So, long story short is I like having the people here. I love hearing different people's opinions. I love getting into debates, dude. Like, I want to know what's real out there. How do you really feel? Not just mine, not just what I think, that's not right. That's not right, man. Not for me. It's not for me. Like, and I don't think anybody should be that way for your team, dude. Like, that's not right, dude. Like, I don't know. I don't know, man. It's too tough for me because, like I said, when I first came here, I came here because there were some people I watched at first, and I thought, man, you're cool as fuck, dude. Like, I want to come over there and get to know you fucking dudes. And then I was like, man, this shit really like this? Like, YouTube got way better from when I was younger to now. Like, it's way better, way whole different type of community. And when I started getting into the, like the lives and shit a few years ago, like hard, like getting into them, like talking, going in there, seeing, it was like awesome, dude. I thought, like, fuck yeah, dude. I was like, dude, my best friend died I talk sports with like a lot, dude. So it was like, I wanted this because I was like, this is what I've been missing, dude. Like, my woman don't fucking talk sports. I don't really have no friends that talk sports. I work hella. A lot of these dudes are farmers. Like, they don't even know what the fuck football is, some of these dudes. Like, so long story short was, when I came out here, I was like, all right, dude, I can get on a fucking show. Dudes fucking know the Raiders, man. And then there were motherfuckers that literally told me, like last year, for instance, with the Rodgers and the Julio Jones and all this, and they invited me on their show. We started talking, and they were like, oh, they asked me, hey, what do you think about Rodgers coming here? And I'm like, man, fuck Rodgers, like, I'm not trying to go fucking get that old motherfucker. You don't even know if you want to play this, that, the other, dude. They were like, oh, Julio. I told him straight up, I'm like, I don't even want Julio. I'm like, that fucking guy depleted. I was like, and plus he's probably projected Tennessee anyway. So, like, I told these guys straight up, man, these motherfuckers hit me up when we got off the show. So, like, on the show, these little fake ass bitch motherfuckers, And you know, on the show they're like, oh yeah, you know, blah blah, fucking go. Then get over with the show, fucking hit me up in the back, and then tell me, well, hey man, you know, how come you didn't go along with the Rogers and Julio, and you know that kind of don't look good with what I fucking give a fuck. You think you man, motherfucker? I told him like you a sorry ass bitch. Like you really think I'll come on your show and then agree with what you're saying if I don't agree? You dumb as fuck. Like I would not ever invite me back to your shit ever again because no, no, like that. Why would you even do that? Like why would you even ask me to do that? Like I'd probably punch that motherfucker right in his face. I seen him in real life, but like, I think that's just weird. Like, you're scripting shit, bro. I don't feel that way. Why are you trying to tell me that? So look, I didn't just get told that by one motherfucker. I've been told that by numerous motherfuckers. And then that's when I was like, nah, not fucking I'm like, talked with a bunch of people. I'm like, hey, dude, let's fucking make a Discord. It's like, we'll fucking make our lives, dude. Like, I fucking said, nah, we ain't doing this shit, dude. Like, this is bullshit. So, fucking started talking with hella people in the background, dude. Fucking got a bunch of people together. Fucking ended up creating all we created it all. And told them straight up, I was like, nope, I don't like this shit. I don't like how people bring you over there. That if you don't see their way, dude, they just want to outcast you. How they talk to people in their chats, all this shit. I was like, nah, we need to make it even ground, dude, because that's what it's about. That's what this fucking thing, One Nation, fucking Raider Nation. That's what it is about, dude. And then not only that, the misinformation, just misguidance to people, a lot of fucking things, man. So I started going around. I went to all kind of platforms. I met all these dudes everywhere, all over the place, not just one place, all different, all over different platforms. Some dudes never even been on YouTube a day in their life in this thing till they got here. But like I said, is I met everybody everywhere. And that's what I wanted. I said straight up, we want to have diversity. I want people that agree, disagree. I want people to be able to care, that love the Raiders. Like when I talk to them one on one, hey, I'm diehard fucking Raider, one on one, diehard Raider, you know. But I want to fucking have that where they can combat against each other and know that at the end of the day, they care about the team. And the one aspect we all care about it as is what makes it better. We just see it differently. And that's the reason why I created this the way I did, is because I wanted people to see that. I want people to know, like, at the end of the day, man, we all want to win, but we just all see it differently. There's nothing fucking wrong with it, dude. Like, there's nothing wrong that a dude wants the team to be better. He just sees it differently. But here, for Raider fans, they will fucking cutthroat your ass. Nah, not that way, blah, blah, blah. You know, they don't even put a justification out there of why, how come, why they feel that way, what they think. They just tell you to fuck off. Like, that's what they do. And I don't think that's cool. I think, like, if a dude comes out with the take and he wants the same outcome as I do, and I'm sitting here saying, like, I want to win, he wants to win, I want to win 10, he wants to win 10. I say that we can do it with fucking Stroud. He says he can do it with Jimmy. What's wrong with that? You know, I'm going to tell him, well, this is why I think we have a better chance of doing it with Stroud. Why do you think with Jimmy? And it's up to him to tell me that. You know what I mean? Like, that should be encouraged, dude. So then when he's talking about it, I'm understanding it, and I'm hearing points that maybe I haven't even thought of. And then when he says something, then I got something, and I'm like, yeah, but Stroud can do that too, or Stroud can fucking get us there quicker. Stroud's stronger and has a longer time. Well, Jimmy's got more fucking experience. Jimmy's been in those parts. He's been in those games, and he's succeeded. Well, Stroud's got to get to that point for, you know what I mean? Like, you can have the talks back and forth, and there's nothing wrong. And eventually when you run out of stuff and there's still stuff to say about somebody, I think you've already answered the question yourself. You know, like, that's all I'm saying. Sometimes talking the answer will come out itself just in the conversation. I mean, it's just like I've said just now, like, sometimes one side of the conversation can be depleted within a few takes, and the other conversation is so strong it can go on for fucking 30 minutes. You know what I mean? So sometimes just talking about it it finds the solution hell faster than a dude just fucking saying like he knows and not have any way to fucking prove it. You know, sometimes debates prove it very fast. You know, and then other people, even like Dave here tonight. You know, Dave literally said right in the deal, he was like, "Fucking never even thought about that," and that's a valid point. And sometimes, like I said, just talking, dude, does that. So I've always say encourage talking, encourage people putting comments out there. I always say put your chats out there, dude. Let's hear it. Let's talk about it. Let's bring it. I can only say so much, dude. I'm only as good as what I read. You know what I mean? And that's why I ask everybody else to do their research, to bring up two conversations. So for instance, if we go live for 2 hours or 5 fucking hours, we can still talk. And I mean, that's one thing about me is we've been live for 4 hours, 51 minutes right now, and I ain't stopped talking the whole fucking time, you know? So I love my team, man, and sometimes I override our panel by talking. I don't mean to do that, dude, but just sometimes I wish they would throw a sack like me and just get the fuck in there and talk, you know, because I don't mean to cut people off, but fuck yeah, I want to say what I gotta say too. You know what I mean? So like, I don't want to fucking sit here for an hour not saying shit. So I always say like, we can talk and not be rude about it, where we over just drown a dude's conversation. If he's talking, I talk. He says, he talks. You know, thing. That's what I love about it anyway. So long story short, man, I think we'll probably end our show here pretty quick in 8 minutes, right around midnight. Been here for fucking while, and I just say, man, like we should all encourage everybody to get better about the nation. Like we should just encourage ourselves in the future going forward. You know, like I get people are, you know, like I say, their days come, their day will come, fucking straight up. I mean, for the people that are watching this live right now, I mean, I don't know, Cortez, Aaron. Fucking Aaron over there probably watching fucking midget porn, dude, like always. This guy, he watches gay midget donkey porn, like straight up. It's weird. He watches that Mexican shit down on the border over there at Tijuana with the sailors. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking around. But hey, Al, are you still there or no? I can't pull up links on my phone. I can't pull up links. And I know Cortez is there. He's just on the fucking phone. That motherfucker, he does that shit all the time. Long story short, dude, I think he may actually, let me see. Pull this up real quick and see. I don't know if it's up here though, because he would have did it right in the beginning. So I don't know. Why the fuck is it just? I can't pull up the fucking links on my phone because it makes me have to back out. And Cortez. Ah, fuck. Anyways, man. Long story short, dude, like Dirty Raider, he had his channel. Fuck, hey, I was gonna say, put fucking Dirty's YouTube channel in there.
All right now.
And that's all I was gonna say is that before we end out the show tonight is that I think you should just support anybody that supports us as a nation. Like that's what you should do, man, because that's what Raider Nation's about. It's about family. It's not about divide. I've always said family fights, dude. Family that cares about each other don't divide each other, dude. So the way I look at it is that I think you should support the people that support the nation, that are for the nation, that are not for divide, that are here to educate people and so on. Yeah, obviously, I don't know the details to all this stuff. I mean, I know Dirty pretty well. I like him. He's a really good dude. I mean, I've been on Dirty show numerous times. I know Dirty. I like Dirty a lot. I mean, I know him pretty well, so I like Dirty. So I have no issue trying to support him or help him. I think what happened is wrong. I don't want to speak on what happened for him. He can speak on that. I don't know personally the whole details. So long story short, his channel ended up getting wiped away. They had to create a new one. Cortez will put that out there. If you haven't subbed, please sub to it. Please support them. Really good people, really good following of people. And like I say, I don't try to come out here and support a lot of people through DSR, period, because I think, like I say, that's a reflection of what we look or what we talk. But like I've said, there are people out here that are good people that I know personally. Been a numerous, like I said, good people. So I have no issue with him and their group, or any people that have been good to me, period. Whoever they're fucking part of, you know. I always say, do to me as you want to do to you, man. Like, that's just how I play. So outside of that, like I said, it's Life of the Nation. Go support him, man. He's a very good dude. If you ain't already supporting him already, like I say, there's people out here, dude, that just have hate in their heart, dude, and just want to destroy. They don't want to. They don't want to try to create for better. They want to create for worse. Um, I'm just saying, man, like we got to be better than that in the future. Like straight the fuck up, dude. And a lot of us come from the streets, and a lot of us come from a tough area. But man, don't mean that we need to do that to our own people, man. You do that to your own people, you don't have nobody in the end anymore. So you don't have loyalty, you don't have shit, you don't have nothing. You don't go to a game and feel like you have a brotherhood or a family because that family won't exist, dude. You'll destroy it. You're gonna fucking you're gonna ruin it, man. So the way I look at it is that here we need to just support people that want to do the best for all of us, and I encourage it, man. Don't just support one person, support all of them, dude. Fucking pick your best people, follow them on all their platforms, dude. Social media, YouTube, frickin'. You know, do what you want to do, man. Your free will, do whatever the fuck you want as a human being, dude. So outside of that, I appreciate everybody that supports us, follows us, dude, that comes out here, comments in the chat, all the mods, all the people on the panel. I support, you know, I appreciate every person. You know, like I've said, I appreciate Cortez coming on here and sitting on his phone and never talking on the chat the whole time. I support.
Motherfucker, you know I got other shit that I'm doing. And this food dips out. The fuck you went, Dustin?
Motherfucker, I can't believe that just happened. But no, I know, I'm just fucking with you.
No,
But
you know
I
we
hit
talk behind the scenes and shit.
I hit my button on my motherfucking earpiece and it canceled. It shut my shit off. But now I know why you're there. I ain't just fucking giving you shit.
Yeah, bro.
But,
hey, bro.
I appreciate everybody that comes here. Like I said,
bro.
Jeff,
So this weekend,
every person.
So maybe tomorrow evening I gotta talk to you. I'm gonna look up this shit for StreamYard and then I'll let you know how we could do it to get multiple.
Yeah, I just think that people got to get this together by next year. You know, like by this year of just being better for the nation, information wise, community wise, just period. Because I get that people get caught up in the season, dude, where emotions are going, dude. Like people want to get all the views, people want, like, I get all that shit, man. But at the same time, you gotta respect it, dude. Like I tell my woman all the time, why are you in such a hurry, man? Like, why are you in such a hurry? 4 hours, dude. Like, there's no reason to go out there and just fucking slay on people or talk shit. We say it for 5 hours. We don't talk shit on nobody. Like, nobody. Not at all. And we don't even encourage it at all. So I'm pretty sure if you cared about your team as much as you fucking say you do, And this is non-scripted. Do you see me with the fucking computer in front of me? Do you see me with fucking papers or not? No, because I fucking retain a lot of information in my motherfucking head. I don't need that shit. I'm not sitting here being scripted on my conversations. I'm not being scripted on what I tell you, dude. Like when we talk football, I talk football because I have the
Yeah, bro,
experience,
I
the
do the
knowledge,
same
and
shit,
the
bro.
fucking
I don't look
research of
up
it.
shit myself. Like I
Yeah, but don't get
remember.
me wrong. I look up a lot of shit. There's not a doubt about it. But I retain the information, is what I'm trying to say. Like here, we are not scripted by any type of paperwork whatsoever, dude. Like I said, when you have Jeff and you have stats, Sergio, certain people on our panel are on their computers, like Cortez or anybody. Like if I ask a question, they can bring it up instantly. Like that's usually what Jeff and Sergio are doing at all times, is have their computers where they're putting in all that shit, so they're researching it. So
And
I
then
mean,
me
like,
too. Like if we need to
yeah,
check over the cap, like I go look up that shit. Just different
yeah,
players, different college. Hey, bro, just on Friday we should do another mock draft.
yeah, we will. I mean, we're getting closer to that time. I mean, we're only a few weeks out, so
Yeah, less than a month now.
but that's all I'm just saying is I just think like we need to be more on a front of what the fuck we need to do as a fucking to be unified, dude. Like, and that's all, man. Because that's what I like. I love going into places that feel like family. I love going into places that feel like, fuck yeah, I can talk here, or I belong here, dude.
Hey,
And it
Dustin, you
shouldn't
gotta get your
be.
butt home so you could get some
I
sleep, fool.
I feel like it shouldn't just be people that do content creating or people that are known. Anybody should be able to have that feeling. It shouldn't just be people that are known places. It should be people that just come on YouTube, that just turned something on, that just got into it. Like they should be entitled to that feeling just as well as I am, man. So that's all I'm trying to say. I just think we need to encourage it more. We need to encourage our people out there more. We can hate all the Niner fans we want, like fuck them all, But if they bear our shield, bro, like we can't do that to them. Some people, I've said this, dude. I say this all the time. Just because you bear the shield, don't mean that I need to talk football with you, because it does not mean you know football. But I will respect you because you support my team. Like if I get into a conversation with somebody and I just know like he's a Raider fan, but he's just not educated on the team, I don't think of him any less. I'm just not going to talk football with him, but I respect the dude the same because he supports my team too. Like that's why I just say like people need to know how to identify shit and just not fucking destroy or just like look it, you can identify a situation instantly. You can de-escalate the conversation instantly. It's when you acknowledge and accept it is when you can. Like, because then you're just no good at, you're no better than that person. So either way, man, I don't know. I hate feeling like Mr. fucking Rogers over here. You know what I mean? But the thing is that the reason why I feel like I want to talk about it is the reason I feel like I want to talk about it is because I don't think it belongs here. Like that's why. Like I didn't turn on YouTube to fucking hear that shit. I didn't turn on YouTube to hear about your personal fucking life. I didn't turn on YouTube to hear why you fucking don't like this person. I want to hear why you fucking care about my team. I want to hear like as much as like I would hate to say this. Well, okay, I'll use a different guy because I think he's more neutral based. Period. And again, I don't think he really gives a fuck either way. But like for Willie, for instance, right? When Willie puts out stuff, he's putting out football based shit. Now, when he goes social media or something, that's personal. That's different. But when he puts the content and you're on content for Raider information, I mean, fuck, he does a great job. I mean, sometimes people theorize, but we do that here in chats and everywhere, in every person's deal. People do what ifs all fucking day long. So what my point is it's to the point of what we're talking about. It's greater information, what you're looking, what he's doing, what's happening, what's going on right now, like, and staying to that base. So There's other people that do it
Dustin.
very well. I'm not going to say the names, but again, my point is like that's what I think we need to do, man. And then we can have like Fridays or days like this, like after where we just talk football. Like there's nothing wrong. But
I just want to say one thing. So right now, I looked up the draft for the cap space that we need to have. It says that we cap space has to be 6,176,000. So that first number is rookie pool, but the cap space has to be in
dude. If I mean fucking Christian Gonzalez's contract would probably be $6 million, but
it says cap space, and then it gives you boom, 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 how much.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't paid attention to that yet. I can look it up later. Right?
So for our pick, first round is 4.8, almost 5 million, and then the rest of them, the second round is 17 or 1.7. 1.05 is round 3, and then the rest of them are less than $1 million.
Nice.
So that's where they came up with that.
Nice.
That's actually an interesting point, dude, because we have
like
12
right
$7
now.
million.
I'll tell you what we have over the cap right now. We got like 4. I'll go back and check.
4 million.
Yeah, so
I thought it was at 7.
No,
Yeah,
bro.
that's
You
what I
remember
thought.
we just got what's his name?
No, you're right. We've got Carter for 2.5
the wide receiver,
million.
right? Yeah.
4,006,016. But then they got us for negative $1 million. Yeah, almost 2 million, and front cap space. Some shit they're getting us.
Hey guys, I gotta be honest with, I joined the live today a little later.
Oh, bro, you're always good, bro. You know.
But I appreciate it, Cortez. I was gonna say, like, I gotta be honest, dude. I really think we probably should have kept Mac Hollins. Like I think purely. So hear me out, because the dude's a damn good special teamer, dude. He's a damn good special teamer on. I mean, just like looking back at the games, I was watching the all 22s. The dude breaks fucking double team tackles and shit and runs motherfuckers down the field. Obviously he's not a number 2 wide receiver, probably not even a number 3, but it's hard to find special teamers like that guy. And I was actually surprised that they let him go because New England values like those special teams guys like so much. And I think Atlanta actually got him for a pretty good deal.
They only value him as much as they value him salary wise. Like they have numbers, like they have a scale, dude. Like I guarantee you, like they have a fucking sheet. Like I bet you anything, it's like this. I bet you they have this fucking sheet. And they're like Matt Collins special teamer, 2 million. He's like 3. See you later. Like I bet you anything. Like
what was his contract? What did Atlanta sign him for? I'd be
let me go look it up over the cap.
I'm actually trying.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll go look up Atlanta,
dude. Because if Atlanta got him for 2 or 3, like he's worth that shit.
Yeah, but look, people aren't looking at it. Look, a lot of people ain't looking at it.
Oh yeah, dude, 2.5, dude. They got him for 2.5, dude. That's
2.5.
He's worth 2.5 is nice, dude. That's a nice. That's not a bad deal, dude.
So I would say that I would take Carter over Hollins because he's more consistent receiver with the fucking same results in the special teams, dude, with production and the kick and punt return.
Yep.
Like there's a difference when you're running down the field and standing next to a motherfucker that's not even grabbing the ball. And then, I mean, let's be honest. What was that one dude just a few years ago? Fucking Harris.
Yep.
That dude picked up the ball in the end, right at the end
Dwayne
zone.
Harris.
Yeah, Harris picked it up at the end zone, took it off
the Broncos.
fucking touchdown. Even as well as that is or not, we're not winning games because of it. Like, I love special teams. I love that, like, yeah, they will have those big, one moments every now and again. And yeah, could it determine that, yeah, it did win that one game or not? All I'm saying is the outcome of it is like fucking slim to zip, dude. It's like fucking 2% of 98. 2% of 100 is what I'm trying to say. Like, the statistic is so low that I don't think that value is in return. So when they're looking at it, and this is where other people gotta look at the way that they had to determine the roster is we had like 30 players that were or free agents. So like we have 25 to 30 players. I think it was more. I think it was like 31, 32 players that were free agents. We only had $49 million. And then let's just do this. If you just average 31 players at $1 million, it's $31 million. And then if you took Jimmy's contract at fucking 20, you've already exceeded your $48 million. So like, for them to overhaul 35 people and then still get or 31 people, I think is what it was, and still get productive players out of that, that's pretty fucking good, I think.
Hey,
so
hey,
I think
Dustin,
that's really good in my opinion.
And the smartest way, fucking Ziegler and them, how many players got signed? That's gonna turn into cop picks next year.
I don't know.
Half? Carr's gonna be a comp pick.
Might be.
Yeah, I don't know how that's gonna go. I don't think Carr is gonna be a comp pick, bro.
I'm calling this shit right now, though, guys.
There's no way he's a comp pick. Like, where did that even come from? Like, how can he?
No, because we let him.
How would he? We fucking cut that motherfucker. Like, you don't cut a guy and get. Oh well, let me cut him and get the pick. Like, you get the picks because he leaves and goes somewhere else, dude. Like, we got rid of that motherfucker.
Hey, do you think we'll get one for Denzel?
That could be a possibility. That was free agency. He left. I mean, I don't know. I don't know the technicalities of that category, so I'm not even gonna speak on that shit because I don't know the technicalities of when a player leaves or how they even determine compensation like that. I have no fucking idea.
Billings could be another one.
I have no fucking idea.
So guys, different topic, but just wanted to speak on this one real quick. I'm actually really excited about the Austin Hooper signing. I think he's gonna be a really good tight end for us. I think he goes for over 1,000. He's a solid guy, dude.
He's not going 1,000.
I think so, dude. I think they're gonna scheme it up. Dude. And
he's not gonna. Now you gotta keep in mind. Listen, I'm gonna just tell you this: don't go bet that at any fucking MGM bet. Don't call it DraftKings. Like, this motherfucker ain't getting no 1,000 fucking yards. Like, I don't even know if he's even hit 1,000 yards yet in his career.
Closest he's come is 800 and 29.
Yeah, he's not getting 1,000 yards. Like, Josh don't want 1,000-yard tight end, bro. Like, it's not happening. It's not gonna happen.
I think because he's just gonna be the primary. He's a receiving guy. He blocks as well, but he's a primary receiving guy. I think he's just going to have a really good year, dude. And, I mean, I'm surprised that he's still only 28 years old. I thought he was older.
Yeah, I don't think if your name was Gronk, man, and fucking had that player 10, like, if you had that deal, I think then I can see it. But Hooper's not going to be no 1,000-yard fucking tight end because they're not going to use him that way. And they're going to use him to block and fucking catch, dude. And I think when you're looking at like Myers, Devontae, dude, and then Jake, like, there's no way. I bet you even on a good year he's going to eclipse 800. Like, I think Hooper, even on what did he get, 400 yards last year? Like, there's no way. How many yards did fucking? How many? I mean, Nah, hell no, because fucking Jimmy ain't even get that with the Niners. What fucking hell, bro? Like, I don't know about
But
that.
you know how Jimmy's more of a dink and dunk guy, and Austin Hooper's not really like a fast guy. I feel like there's gonna be a lot of run after catch type of yards, and he's gonna be a safety outlet for a lot of routes, dude.
Well, if he can't run, he's gonna get caught. Like, he ain't fucking fast. He's gonna get ran the fuck down real quick.
But
So
if he could pick up 5'7" after the catch, like all those little fuckers like add up. We'll see. I mean,
I'm not gonna disagree against that, and I do believe like he could have production, but I strongly believe that Josh does not want 1,000 yard. Why he would have kept Waller? Like why? I mean, I get the money. I get the money, but what my point is like I don't think you go for Hooper thinking that he's Waller. Like, cause boy, you're smoking some fucking paint at that point. Like straight up. Like
yeah,
they're not even the same player. Not even close. Like not even close. And just like I said, I have never even looked at Hooper's stats, and I mean, I know just by watching him, I don't think he's ever eclipsed the 1,000 yard mark.
No, he never has.
Yeah, that's what I'm just saying. Like, that's a tough deal because I think the only way. So listen, I'm gonna just be honest. The only way that Hooper eclipses that deal is if fucking our offense gets depleted again, where we fucking only got like Devontae and fucking Hooper. Like last year, if Hooper was here and fucking Hollins fell off, like I can see Hooper getting 1,000 yards. But you gotta also remember, man, like the reason Kelsey and them get that type of yardage is go look at their reception. Their receptions aren't 80 receptions. Their receptions are like 120 receptions. That's a wide receiver one reception count. Like when you're looking at a reception count, certain players have high reception counts because they're ones. Like wide receiver ones, dude, have high reception counts because they're getting the ball thrown to them more dominant than other positions. Like that's why you'll see some players where you're like, man, that dude only had 24 receptions all year long, and he had like 300 yards and 2 touchdowns. You know what I mean? Like some dudes are high reception counts. So when you're looking at dudes like Kelsey or Andrews or fucking Kettle or just people that have tight end based offenses, they're gonna have high reception counts. So
what I think. So part of my analysis, Dustin, is I hope.
Hey, and he can hit it. I'm not saying that he can't. I'm just debating is that I wouldn't go put money on that one.
Oh yeah,
but I mean anything's possible, and he can most definitely do it. I can be wrong as fuck, but I'm just saying, like, boy.
Do you know who's gonna be a stud? Do you know who's about to be a stud?
Who?
It's Robert Spillane.
Hell yeah, he is.
Bro.
I think he'll shock a lot more people than they realize.
Dude, I hope.
I hate when Raider fans compare him to Quick. Quit comparing him to him.
Who?
Yeah.
Kwiatkowski. They compare him to him.
Nick Kwiatkowski.
I mean, I've said this, dude. Like, this is why I don't like talking. Like, when we go depth into teams or deals, like, this is why I don't like talking to a lot of people about it, because he's not Kwiatkowski, because again, he come from a Bears 4-3 defense, dude. We are a base 4-3. What we run, we are a multi-defense 3-4, a 3-4-4-3 multi-D, which is a base 4-3 is what the Raiders are. But when you're looking at dudes like Quit and so on like that, he came from a 4-3 Bears defense, which Robert wouldn't even be like him, because one, Robert's way more versatile than he would be, period. And again, there's a reason why we didn't retain. What did they sign him for the Texans? What did the Texans sign Perryman for?
I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, it was a low contract because
I mean, what, $4 million? They probably got him for $4 million.
I'll tell you right now.
Maybe 5, but probably 4 or 5. I would say 4 million because 2 year, 10 million is what I was thinking. But
3.5, dude.
He's they got him for 3.5.
Yeah, 3.5.
So that should tell you enough right there. Like, we didn't even want to re-sign him for $3.5 million, and he's been our best linebacker for the last 2 years. And just like I said, the whole entire time, because they're not fucking stupid. I know I ain't fucking stupid. And when you're looking at Tahir Whitehead, and you're looking at Perryman, and you're looking at Robert, they're all the same player. They're all the same fucking player, dude. Like, there's no difference in either of those three. There's only one difference between those 3 players. Robert comes from a multi-D. Perryman and fucking Whitehead don't. They're not in a multi-D. Why did I say the whole time? I said it on, did I not say on this show that, did I not say we don't go after Edmonds, go after Devin Bush? Did I not say that? I said it how many times? And why did I say it? Why did I say it? I said because that they're in the defense we are, so it'd be an easy transition. We didn't go after Devin Bush. We went after Robert on the same fucking team at the same exact position. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, we didn't get Bush, but we got fucking Roberts that did exactly what I talked about the whole fucking time. Like, that's what people don't understand. They just think they want to take a name and think that motherfucker can play anywhere. Like, it doesn't work like that in the NFL, dude. Like, the NFL, it's easy for a fan out here to be like, oh, Edmonds is going to go here, or this guy. Listen, I've always said, if you are a man player at any position, you can go wherever the fuck you all want. But if you are a scheme player, well, your scheme to whatever has that fucking.
Going back to the cap, I think we're down to 2 million.
Nah, fuck it. I don't really care. They'll figure that out. I don't run the Raiders, dude. I don't got to wake up and worry about their cap. They got to worry about who they sign and so on. I stay up on it. I try to know where we're at. But at the end of the day, we can wake up tomorrow. They can trade Jacobs, have fucking 12 million, you know, so. And they can wake up tomorrow and get rid of Jacobs and Renfro, and we can have fucking 5 million, you know. So, like I said, that's their job, not mine.
Hey fellas, I gotta head out. Get up early in the morning.
Hell yeah, I do too, man.
Bro, we gotta all dip out, man.
I'll leave you guys with this question that I have in my mind. We don't have to answer it here. We could answer it on Friday.
Fuck it, go.
But this shit doesn't make sense, and I'll take I'll go off air, but I'll listen to your answer, Dustin. Why get rid of our long snapper? We've had like the best special teams unit pretty much in the entire.
I'll answer that real quick. NFL. He fucked up 3 games and got the penalties, and they didn't want that.
Yep, they didn't want no.
They said it's crucial points. They said it's crucial point in special teams to be faltering 3 times like that at big points in this season. So, I mean, that's an easy one. They already said it.
Damn, dude. Because I remember when that guy came in. Do you remember when we got he was actually Gruden made him the highest paid long snapper, Andrew DePaola. And that guy got injured.
He's over in Minnesota now.
Yeah, he's over in Minnesota now. He actually made the Pro Bowl. But then Trent Sieg actually was brought up as a UDFA. And he fucking killed it, dude. From 2018 when Gruden came in, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. And then fuck, dude, I mean, I guess, you know, that's a reasonable answer. I mean, it's a good basis to get rid of a guy, but he was a good fucking long snapper, dude, for a while.
Hey, fucking lunatic. He said, gay midget donkey port.
Fucking loon, bro.
That's the cue to leave.
Hey, because I said when he said, well, where's Cortez? I said, oh, don't worry, that motherfucker's over there watching fucking gay midget donkey porn and shit, dude. This fucking lunatic. Let's go. But, nah, I'm
hey, we'll catch you in the morning. We'll
Hell yeah. Nah, but like I said, man, I don't give a fuck who they get rid of. Like, literally, I don't, dude. Like, if they we can go out there and win with fucking guys I've never even heard of. I don't really even care anymore. I just want to win. And whatever it takes them to win, do it. I don't care.
All right, salute, fellas. I got to bounce, but
all right, salute, bro. Have a good night, bro. We'll see.
Oh yeah, we're gonna bounce too anyway. So outside of that, man, like I say, week in and week out, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, you guys show up like soldiers, man. You're here for the whole entire time, man. Really appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys taking time out of your day, obviously, to be live for 5 hours, dude. Be live for it's all Raider love. Yeah, hell yeah, dude. Facts, man. I mean, that's what it's about, lunatic. I mean, that's what it should be about, dude, to begin with, dude. I mean, everybody should be fucking feel welcome. Everybody should feel like they have something that they can say or contribute or bring to the table. Nobody wants to belong to something that they don't feel welcome to. Nobody wants to belong to something that their opinion doesn't matter. You know, like that's facts. So otherwise, you're just standing there, like you're irrelevant. You don't matter. You're just a fucking painting on a wall at that point. So nobody likes that feeling. And outside of it, I've always said, dude, like, you guys help us out a lot, dude, showing up here and contributing to us, dude. I mean, we're growing fast as hell. I appreciate it. We've gone long ways in a short amount of time, dude. And I mean, I look for the responsibility, dude, because I enjoy it, and I want it because I feel like we need the responsibility to keep shit neutral, dude. So like we're gonna push the content. We're gonna try to be better. We're gonna try to do better every single time we're out here, dude. I mean, I'm behind the scenes all the time. I mean, I know we're not as fancy as some of the other shows, but I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I don't have time to do all that shit, nor am I. I mean, fuck, I got plenty enough going on besides that shit. But information, we're gonna be on top of our shit. So, and again, dude, like I said, we appreciate you guys showing up, dude. Thank you all. I mean, all, like, they, Mr. Souls, frickin' Lunatic, frickin' fuck, who do we all have out here tonight? I mean, we had all kinds of people, man. So, I mean, fucking, we have Breezy, dude. We have Ozzy. We have Robert. We have Richard, dude. We have John. I mean, we have all kinds. I mean, listen, I don't think it's fair sometimes to just call it in visit because so many people come through and it works out really well. But again, I appreciate every single one of you. I appreciate your comments. I appreciate you intertwining, if it's on the panel or in the chat, dude. Like, I like it. I love that dudes pop in and out, dude, for over the hours that intertwine with us, dude, that'll listen to the fucking ranting, that are here. Cause then, I mean, obviously we're doing our job. We're entertaining, dude. We're putting stuff out there that keeps you guys intrigued. So either way, man, like I said, dude, I appreciate it, dude. We're gonna start doing a lot more. I mean, like I said, we will do giveaways and give back, but it ain't gonna be right now. We're building a lot of shit. Hopefully, like I said, we're probably thinking more like the draft, dude, in that time span. Outside of that, we appreciate you guys showing up, man. Week in, week out, dude. We appreciate you supporting the nation. Like I've always said, go out, support everybody that supports the nation, man. Like, honest to God. And outside of that, man, we love you, dude. We appreciate you, and we'll see you on Friday, right? Because
Friday, yep.
Yeah, so we'll see you guys on Friday,
7 p.m. West Coast time, 10 Pacific, or not 10 West.
It's 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern.
Yep, East Coast.
Yep, and then that's Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, and then outside of that, man, I mean, peace out, Raider Nation. Appreciate y'all, man.
I'll call you in a minute, bro.
Hell yeah, I'll talk to you in a second after this fucking outro.
Wake up to the sounds of the silence that allows for my mind to run around with my ear up to the ground. I'm searching to behold the stories that I told when my back is to the world. Was smiling when I turned.
static with precision. I'm automatic quarterback. I ain't talking shit.